the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. Take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Jones, back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
Be loud or anything. And you are most welcome to join us here at the Uptonsteel Grace Road, the county ground of the Leicestershire County Cricket Club, here a mile or so south of Leicester city centre. It is a beautiful, beautiful day here in Leicester for this Rothesay Division 1 County Championship match between Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire, an East Midlands clash. Commentary being brought to you by Dave Bracegirdle of BBC Radio Nottingham, Nikesh Ragani of BBC Radio Sport, and myself, Richard Ray, of BBC Radio Leicester. And I can tell you immediately that the news from the middle is that Leicestershire have won the toss and chosen to bowl first, as is the usual way of things. And Dave, good morning to you. Will give us the Nottinghamshire side.
Yeah, good morning, Richard. Good morning, everybody. Lovely sun-kissed morning here in the East Midlands. Really is a terrific day weather-wise. There's a little bit of warmth in that sun as well, but clear blue skies over Trent Bridge for the start of this one, and let's just hope a long weekend for a lot of people. We get good crowds and we get good cricket over the next few days. Nottinghamshire, we knew they were going to make one change with Josh Tong, as always, his minutes and more importantly the miles in the legs being monitored by the ECB. Tong's played in the last two matches for Notts. He sits this one out. Hopefully from sort of every Nottinghamshire angle, it's only a 1 week absence because of course Surrey are in town next week, and everybody would love a little bit of a rematch to what we had at the Oval last September. So Josh Tong not in the squad. The case then was who was going to replace him, and the nod has gone to Ollie Stone, so an England quick replacing an England quick. Fergus O'Neill in the squad here, changed. Don't be surprised if you see him as 12th man. I think just speaking to one or two and sort of picking between the bones. If it was the last game of the season, maybe Fergus would have played in this one. The fact that he's had this side niggle and he's very, very close, and again there's Surrey next week and Hampshire the week after. I think the feeling is better to err on the side of caution, not play here, and certainly be available for those two rather than play here and perhaps aggravate it again. So Ollie Stone, who is fit and well and ready to go, gets the start. So Notts pretty much as they have been: Ben Slater, Seba Mead, Ben Duckett, Joe Clark, Jack Haynes, Kyle Verena, Lyndon James, Liam Patterson-White. Ollie Stone will wear 9 and bat at 9, Brett Hutton and Dylan Pennington.
And Leicestershire are unchanged from the side that drew against Glamorgan in Cardiff on the flattest of tracks down there in South Wales. So they are Rishi Patel, Jake Weatherald at the top of the order, Ian Holland, the captain, Lewis Hill, Stevie Eskenazi, John Tattersall. Ben Cox will keep wicket, Ben Green, Josh Davey, Ajaz Patel, the left-arm spinner, and Josh Hull, the two umpires, heading out to the middle. Richard Kettleborough.
It's Richard Illingworth, I think.
I beg your pardon, Richard Illingworth. You know the Yorkshireman. Roughly the dissimilar, entirely dissimilar build. And Surrey Shanmugan. Well,
sorry, I said that. But no. We have had a little run. I've got the advantage in that he has done a couple of Nottinghamshire games in the not too distant past, and I've had a bit of a natter to Surrey. Lovely fella. Clearly, he's not done that many Leicestershire games.
Yeah, he did a couple last season, so absolutely no excuses, but there we go. I'll get it in the end, and as I say, not a cloud in the sky as the two sides head out into the middle. Dave has his updates to do top of the hour, as do we for BBC Radio Leicester, so just occasionally, this morning only, you'll hear me sort of switch into news mode. Josh Davey is going to open the attack for the Foxes. Came into the side having missed the first couple of games, recovering from a bit of a niggle, but the former Somerset man looked in good order. He looked like he was in sort of something in need of a little bit in need of the gallop against Glamorgan, but he got that gallop, and in second innings he definitely looked better shape than he did in the first.
There is a tinge of green on it. Those I've spoken to in the Nottinghamshire camp, not unduly concerned by that. It's been hard, it's been dry, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And
It felt dry.
it's only really when there's moisture in the air when it looks like that, when it tends to do a bit. Says he before a ball is bowled, it might go round corners, but I don't think anybody is really expecting too much movement early on, but this first new ball could be important.
Dave's going to pop next door to give all that information to BBC Radio Nottingham as Josh Davey comes in from the Bennett end and bowls. Good bounce and carry outside off stump left by Asim Hamid, but a little bit of bounce for Josh Davey. This is what Leicestershire were hoping for from the track after 2 games away from home, in which the tracks have offered little or nothing. Nikesh is going to pop alongside for a few minutes while Davies is doing his thing. Hopefully there'll be a little bit more. It'll be a bit more of a battle between bat and ball, as Leicestershire's head coach Alfonso Thomas put it after the game in Cardiff. Davies, slightly angled run is in from the Bennett end, and what a leave from Hasib Hamid. That did not miss off stump by very much. Good morning, Nikesh.
Good morning. Yes, maybe expecting that one to just go straight on, but it nipped back, almost shaving that off stump. Hamid just goes down, does a bit of gardening, inspects the pitch, but that was a lovely delivery there from Davey.
Oh, it's just nice to see a bit of carry, to be honest. Ben Cox will appreciate that behind the stumps. Leicestershire's in-form wicket-keeper. 4 slips alongside Cox as Davey. Nice loping run is in and bowls. Hamid is forward, pretty much getting to the pitch of it, just turning his wrist slightly as he defends that one out into the onside. Leicestershire's former skipper Lewis Hill comes in from mid-wicket to field. Rishi Patel, Ajaz Patel, slips 1 and 2, Eskenazi at 3, and John Tattersall at 4. Jake Weatherald is a backward point, really. He had a perfect game for Jake Weatherald in some respects at Cardiff. Got a century, came off with a slight niggle and put his feet up for the rest of the game. In goes Davey and bowls, and again rather plunging forward is Hamid. It is slightly his style, and taking his bottom hand off the bat just in case, but didn't really rise on him unexpectedly.
Lovely day, Richard, and the car park is absolutely packed at the Curzon Road end. Lots of supporters in. Division 1 cricket, good crowd, nice weather, the glory days are back.
Let us hope for a while yet. And hospitality marquees full as well. Good to see the ground buzzing. In goes Davey and bowls, nicely turned off his legs by Hasib Hamid. He should pick up 1. Will it be 2? No, it won't. Josh Hull coming up from a sort of wideish long leg position to pick up, got to the ball sufficiently quickly and got his throwaway. Hamid happy to pick up just the 1. Brings Ben Slater onto strike formally, briefly, of this parish. Had a couple of games on loan, must be 4 years ago now, 5 years ago. Got a good 100 against Lancashire at Worcester. So it must have been COVID year, I would imagine, or one of the COVID years.
A lot has changed since then.
Update for BBC Radio Leicester. Here it comes. The news is that Leicestershire have won the toss and chosen to bowl first on a slightly greenish pitch. They'll be hoping for a little bit more from the pitch than they had in the last couple of games. It's the same side that drew against Glamorgan in Cardiff. No changes for the Foxes then, and Notts are batting first. They are 2 without loss after the first over. Because they are 2 without loss, because Ben Slater pushed his first delivery gently out into the gap in the covers and took the most comfortable of singles.
Seems to be the way, doesn't it? Win the toss, have a bowl first. You look through all of the other scorecards in Division 1, pretty much everyone has decided to do so. Surrey bowling first against Sussex, Hampshire doing the same against Glamorgan, Somerset doing so, Derbyshire in Division 2 as well, and so on and so forth, apart from Middlesex actually against Durham in that other Division 2 match. deciding to have a bat first.
Is that at Lord's or is that up at Chester?
That is at Lord's. In fact, Northants are also bowling first against Worcester, who won the toss and chose to bat first. That is at Northampton.
We First Division clubs don't worry too much about these Second Division people.
Ian Holland then to open the bowling. And in he comes to Slater, and that's a slightly wide delivery. Did well not to be signalled wide there. Umpire perhaps just allowing the loosener early on. That's exactly what it was, but despite the wide nature of the delivery, some exaggerated movement once it passed the batter as well. Not quite a Steve Harmison 06-07, but wasn't far away from Ian Holland, that one. He tries once more. That's a much better line. Just about carries to Cox behind the stumps. It's well left alone there by Ben Slater.
You know, the pitch is already changing colour to me. It's arrived about 9:30. It did look quite green, but it's already going quite light, I'm afraid.
And I guess the grass has been left there to assist with a bit of carry and things like that, but not seen much carry so far. Holland in bowls, and that's another nice delivery, just outside the off stump, left alone by Slater.
Holland 10 wickets already in the first 3 games, but slightly more expensively than last season when he picked up 38 at, I think it was about 18. Understandably, really, given the nature of the pitches in the last 2 games.
Holland running away from us. Oh, and he's past the outside edge. That was pretty close to the bat of Ben Slater, who pulled away after playing at the delivery, realising that he perhaps shouldn't have played at it, but it's one of those that started almost in line with middle and off and then just nipped away at the last moment, so kind of had to play at it. Ben Slater, lovely stuff from Ian Holland.
Yeah, lovely movement through the air.
Holland running in once more, and that is left alone by Slater, slightly wider than that previous delivery. He's got a big role to play this season, hasn't he, Ian Holland, with Rehan Ahmed going off to join the Delhi Capitals in the IPL, so that number 3 slot you feel will probably be Ian Holland's for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, he opened for part of the last season and very much top order, as well as opening the bowling, so he shoulders a big burden.
Holland, with another beauty, past the outside edge, slightly fuller this time to Slater, who was caught a little bit in no man's land, didn't know whether to push completely forward at it, got stuck in his crease, and he gets away with it. Maiden over to begin proceedings for Ian Holland. Nottinghamshire still 2 without loss.
Gorgeous delivery from Holland. Yeah, he's already bowled, well, that was his 99th over of the season, so only Ben Green with 103 has bowled more than the skipper. Nikesh is going to be back in around about half an hour's time, and Dave, having done his update, is back with us. In goes Davey and bowls, tucks up Hamid a little bit, but Hamid, as is his way, just leaning across, bottom hand off the bat, just pushing it around the corner and taking one like all good openers. And he moves on to 2, that's 3 without loss. Just the 3 slips for Davey coming around the wicket to Ben Slater. 4 slips for the right-hander, just the 3 for Slater. Hole goes a little bit wider at third man. There is also a long leg. Mid-wicket even, mid-on, mid-off and point. In goes Davey and bowls, outside off stump. Good leave from Slater. Didn't really come back too much other than sort of with the arm. Perfectly safe leave. More and more people coming into the ground. The green seats at the Bennett end begin to fill up. Plenty of sun cream, folks, today. It is warm, and the lime trees down Milligan Road are all in full leaf now, pleasingly. First game of the season against Sussex, all look very bare and you look almost mid-wintry, but now firmly into spring, and a lovely sight it is. Davey is in and bowls, bounces and just holds its own a little bit and beats Slater. Third time the left-hander has played and missed in these opening 3 overs, and he wanders down and prods at the wicket. It's going to happen early on.
Should be familiar territory, of course. Ben Slater, former Leicestershire player, very, very briefly.
2 games, I think it was.
It was. He joined in the commentary in last week's game at Trent Bridge. Came up and was sort of talking about that. The 170 odd he got at New Road, Worcester, and then he got a pair here, didn't he?
He did. Davey is in, bowls to him. It's pushed back past him out towards mid-off, but good tumbling work out there by Holland, getting across to cut the ball off before it could run up towards that the Bennett end and the press box above the sight screen over there. Yeah, that was against Lancashire at New Road, believe it or not Worcester, because it was that strange old year. This season, Slater 234 runs at 39. Solid start. In goes Davey, bowls to him. He leans forward, slightly angled bat, running the ball behind point down towards wide third man. Hull comes running into field and pick up, and Slater takes 1, his second single, that is. 2 off 11 for him.
Yes, the second innings of each match is put a score on the board. 60 at Taunton in the first game, 70 in the second innings at home to Glamorgan, and made scores of 26 and 48 in last week's game. Scored 1,000 runs last season, as did Captain Hamid, who's back on strike.
Davey back over the wicket, of course, to the right-hander bowls. Hamid a little shuffle forward, getting forward just to try and negate any movement, and pretty much getting to the pitch of that one as he leant forward in a solid defensive, pushed it out to Ben Green at wideish, mid-off. End of Davey's second over, none for 4 for him, and Notts, after 4 overs, are 4 without loss.
Yeah, all about really making sure there's no real alarms, no real collapse in this morning session. Try and get to lunch maybe no worse than 1 down if at all possible, will be the thinking, and then obviously it should get a little easier. Here's Ian Holland, the American born captain of the Foxes. This one started wide and goes a little bit further still through to Ben Cox, the ever reliable Ben Cox. Of course, he had a good chunk of his playing career at New Road, Worcestershire. A lot of former teammates in the opposition here. Pennington, Clark and Haynes. Holland in once more, and that's a thickish outside edge from Slater with 3 slips in there. Had there been a 4th, he'd have been interested. It was a little bit involuntary, wasn't it? It was uppish, and a 4th slip might very well have been interested. Gets a single down to 3rd in the deep. Slater gets on to 3, and it's 5 without loss. Notts put into bat by the home side here on a lovely morning.
Yes, Skenazi dived across to his left, but couldn't get there. Might just have carried, but as you say, Dave, it was in the air for a long old time.
4 years since these sides met in the county championship here, and just goes to show how much of a revolution there's been here in terms of playing personnel for Leicestershire. Only Rishi Patel played in that match for the Foxes. Hamid is on strike and able to let the carry take this through to wicket-keeper Cox, whereas 7 of this Nottinghamshire side played in that match, so obviously far more of a turnover with the Foxes, more consistency for Nottinghamshire. Of course, they've got Ben Duckett. He got 145 in that match 4 years ago. A lot of the intervening period, of course, he's not been available to Notts, but he eschewed an IPL contract and decided he wanted to play red ball cricket at the start of the English summer this year. Holland bowls wide enough to be left. Again, it goes through to the keeper. Of course, Asib and Mead, we were both here that one-day game 4 years ago when Mead was stranded in the final over, 99 not out at the other end. was the day that the ground got flooded very briefly. One of the water sprinklers sprang up. Can you remember, over in the far corner?
Yes, indeed, yeah.
Gloriously hot day, and we had a sprinkler going off. So Mead again, just on length as much as anything, knew it was always going to go well over the top of off stump, and that's it. Travel into the gloves of Cox, 5 without loss.
You can see, looking down from our eyrie up here on top of the pavilion, that the new irrigation sort of has been laid over the winter. You can just about see the channels, 4 or 5 of them running across the ground from east to west.
Holland, final ball of this over, and Mead, I think, got into a little bit of difficulty there. I think once more he was hoping just to leave it alone on length, and then it just jagged back a whisker, and he had to just sort of wiggle his hip inside the line, make sure he didn't inadvertently clip it either down onto the stumps or onto his bat. End of the over, 5 without loss on a really lovely morning. The start of another round of county championship cricket. It's a great part of the season, isn't it? Great time of the season, these early skirmishes, I think.
There's a certain amount of sort of caution as well, isn't there, in the approaches of the sides. Risks aren't really taken at this stage of the season, or sides aren't inclined to. 4 slips now for Davey as he comes obviously around the wicket to Ben Slater. John Tattersall's gone in at 4. Slater drive beautifully for 4. Just waited for that one. It was foolish. It was on off stump. It was in the slot. He didn't try and hit it too hard, just that leant into it, and with Green slightly wide at mid-off, all it had to do was get inside him. And once again, the outfield at Grace Road, the Uptonsteel Grace Road, is very, very fast. It's got a bit more grass on than usual, but not much really. It is still pretty short, and if you beat the infield, you've got every chance. Slater on 2-7. Davey is in to him, better length, and it comes back a touch on him. Takes the inside part of the bat. 1 or 2 hands on heads. Ian Holland at mid-on noticeably as it squirted out towards Jake Weatherald, who's at mid-wicket.
To retire hurt last week, didn't he, with 3 figures to his name?
Yeah, just got his 100, and then sort of it was a little bit fortunate because on 97 he went dancing down, had a huge wahoo and missed it. It actually got top edge, and it sort of went over the keeper. It could so easily have been out any number of ways, but in so doing he just tweaked a calf, I think, slightly. In goes Davey, bowls on off stump. Slater, no big stride, but just carefully defends outside part of the bat, angles it out towards backward point. So he went off for precautionary reasons as much as anything. A bit of cramp as well, I think. And it was decided not to risk him thereafter to make sure he'd be okay for this game. So, in fairness, he'd fielded the 140 overs that Glamorgan occupied in their first innings. So he had done his share of the work, and then he got a splendid 100 and then put his feet up for the next 2 days, basically. Davey in, bowls. Oh, beaten on the outside edge. Slater, and he kicks at the ground, or kicks at the air in annoyance with himself for playing at that one. Just a sort of involuntary little jab at the ball. Didn't need to, but he was just drawn into it. A little poke. Didn't get up as much as I thought it did. It initially, at any rate, it was taken by Cox more or less waist high, but went past Slater quite low. He remains on 7, 9 without loss. Davey turns. Down the slope he comes and bowls 2 wide, and Slater lifts his bat and leaves it lifted as it goes through to Cox.
There's already been a couple of wickets gone down in Division 1. Yorkshire have lost Adam Live to that young left arm tear away. Alfie Ogborn down at Taunton. Yorkshire 17 for 1. That matches the featured game on Sports Extra. And at the Oval, Sean Abbott has dismissed Tom Hames. Sussex are 7 for 1 in that one.
Davey turns, Longish run is in, bowls outside off stump, fullish, trying to tempt Slater perhaps into the drive. At this stage, Slater is not to be tempted and lets that one go through. He remains then on 7 off 18 balls. Hamid has just a single off 11, and Nottinghamshire, after 5 overs, are 9 without loss.
As usual, county championship regulations apply. 96 over day. Lunch will be at 1 o'clock. We'll take tea when 32 overs remain in the day, and finish bang on 6 o'clock, as we always always do. Tongue in cheek, it'll inevitably
have you
drift
yet?
on.
In your entire broadcasting career? Probably once or twice.
We did have Ravi Ashwin one part season at Notts, and I think we'd sort of bowled about 110 overs in a day. He rattled through his overs that particular year. Notts 9 without loss. It's going to be Ian Holland to bowl to Seba Mead, who's only got a single to his name so far, faced 11 balls, make that 12 as he leans forward in defensive mode, pushes it out onto the offside. A very attacking 7-2 offside field set by Ian Holland, who's captain as well as bowler. 4 slips, a point, and a wide-ish mid-off stroke extra cover, and then 2 on the leg side and mid-on. And beg your pardon, it's a 6-3 field. 6-3, 4 slips, 2 on the offside, and he pushes it back to the bowler. I'd lost my man down at long leg for a second. There he is.
The substantial figure of Ben Green, broad of shoulder. Another former Somerset man, of course.
It's sort of a collection of really good players who weren't always necessarily first picks up and down the country. The Leicestershire side, this down the leg side, taken by Cox. Johnny Tattersall would often, he certainly, when in wicket keeping was one of his prominent fortes, he would very often be the one to step down whenever Johnny Bairstow was available. Benny Green wasn't always a shoe-in in this form for Somerset.
Oh no, not at all. Yeah.
Josh Davey the same, although he had versatility, didn't he? They even tried him as an opener for a while. Somerset, here's Ian Holland. In again bowling, and once more Hamid leaves on length as much as anything. Don't know how it got the strength to climb over top of off, but it did. Just came back a whisker. It's been bowled his last 4 innings as well, a Seba Mead. I don't know what that tells us.
Leaving or playing?
No, not leaving. He said,
right.
Just go through them in a second. As Ian Holland bowls and he defends the game before last against Glamorgan. Tim van der Hoekten, the tall Glamorgan player, clean bowled him with Yorker's first ball of the match, and very early on as well in the second innings. Last week, can't remember his first innings dismissal, but he got an absolute beauty from, I think it was Ed Barnard in the second innings. Just came back, went through the gate. He was 115 at the time, so it was a terrific ball to get him out. This is wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. 9 without loss, Nottinghamshire. At the end of a maiden there, sent down by Ian Holland, who's been very miserly indeed. 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 1. Davey, 3 overs, none for 7 at the other end. Notts 9 without loss here on Sports Extra 3 on the Leicestershire live stream, and in all the usual places on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website.
I think of his first 12 overs against Glamorgan, 8 were maidens, something like that. He just nags away, moves the ball both ways if he can, and tries to encourage the mistake. Ian Holland. Josh Davey, slightly quicker, perhaps slightly more attacking, is in and bowls on off stump. Slater is forward, defending it carefully out. 2 point, bounces across the square into the hands of Lewis Hill. You heard the stentorian shout of no from Slater. 4 slips, Tattersall, that is, clapping his hands. Eskenazi probably falls into that category that Dave was talking about. Middlesex, of course. HS Patel, New Zealand international. But there's a few local products, so to speak. Josh Hull is in the side, as Davey is in and bowls, just drifting onto middle and leg and waiting for it, helping it with what movement there is out there. Slater round the corner down to long leg, who emerges from the pillar alongside our commentary box. It is Hull down there. Lewis Hill, of course, another very much a local man. It's his testimonial this year. First one since I've been here in 13, 14 years.
Crikey. Yeah, you're not going to sort of be attacked from anybody with a Nottinghamshire leaning on, bringing players in, because Notts have been accused of that many times over the years. It's bringing players in who you think can improve your side, who want to come to your team, and will benefit from doing so.
Davey is in, bowls down the leg side to Hamid, tries to flick it on down to fine leg, doesn't get anything on it. Rishi Patel feels almost like a local, though obviously he came from Essex. That was, as you say, he's the last surviving member of the side, beaten in 2022. The last time these two sides met in the county championship.
Yes, in Division 2, Notts were champions that year.
Davey turns. Slightly angled run to the right-hander, comes in bowls, straightish. Hamid again, long way forward, taking a little step and then going down. It always looks a little bit crabby with Sib Hamid, but very, very effective. Pushed that one out to mid-on.
Yes, of course, talking about championships and trophies and whatever, this is it's not quite the equivalent of the Community Shield, is it? But it's the last season's Division 1 winners against last season's Division 2 winners.
I guess the Community Shield would be against the one-day Cup winners,
yeah.
Probably, would it? But that's completely different side, isn't it? In goes Davey, bowls outside off stump and went for it amazingly, Hasib Hamid. And it was taken by Cox, running in front of... Well, in fact, it wasn't taken by Cox, it was taken by Patel. He went running across and Patel took it one-handed to his right. My word, that went a long way.
Yeah, when is a slip catch not a slip catch? It's moved prodigiously, hasn't it? Taken,
absolutely.
Having gone past the bat, taken at first slip.
Neatly, two-handed to his right, without the bat interfering in any way. Did his best, Hamid, but he couldn't get anything on it. That went a longer way, didn't it, really? It wasn't a wide. It was a wide-ish delivery. Davey is in again to Hamid, who's walking forward and defending and then deflecting it down towards wide third man. There isn't a third man because there's a fourth slip. Tattersall has to go running back from fourth slip. Cox sheds a gauntlet as the throw comes in because Hamid was responding to Slater's call, was a little bit behind him in terms of pace, but he recovered himself well and completed the third without an issue. He moves on to 4, presumably, and waiting for the scoreboard just to catch up. Slater has 8, there we go, and Notts have 13 without loss.
Yeah, steady as she goes so far for Nottinghamshire, coming towards half an hour of play. I'll do this over and then make way for Nikesh. 13 without loss. It's interesting there. You said something that was very much a feature of the game last week. Hamid getting well forward. He was constantly getting ticked off by umpire Pollard for where his front foot was actually striding to. This beats him on the outside, goes through to the wicket keeper. He was getting a long way down to negate any swing, and umpire Pollard wasn't having it. You're getting too far forward, you're walking in a danger area, and there was several times there was a bit of discussion between the two of them as to the essential nature of what Hamid was doing, because he wanted to get to the pitch of the ball, otherwise it was moving around.
You'd have thought that's the batsman's right, isn't it?
Well,
it seems to me, in a way.
There's Ian Holland in again. Hamid can play this one from the crease. It was pitched up and does and blocks it. But it was slightly strange in that in the first, this was in the second innings when he batted for a long time, got 100. In the first innings, Joe Clark was seemingly getting even further forward. He was batting about a yard outside his crease clock and going even further forward, which was bizarre. They seemed to.
But he wasn't getting ticked off.
No, they seemed to change the regulations halfway through that game. 13 without loss. Holland to bowl to the Notts captain, and this one, a little bit of movement there, just defeats the tentative prod and strikes him high above the left knee roll. Runs out to backward point.
Need a couple of wickets, certainly 3 really this morning. You would have thought Leicestershire, the lacquer should be off the ball by now, so Holland, Davey, Green, Holt.
It's usually the template, isn't it, for an insertion? You
want 3,
you'd be happy to get 3 before lunch. Holland bowls now, and Hamid will drive this down the ground. First real shot of substance from Asib Hamid. Don't think it'll go. It's going to be dragged back. That's a really good bit of work by Lewis Hill here with the sliding stop. But again, the 2 openers who've now opened together more than 100 times for Nottinghamshire know each other's games so well, and the calling, and straight away there'd have been a 3, and they absolutely bombed back for the extra runs. 16 without loss. Notts were in the 8th over, put into bat. Leicestershire winning the toss, so not sure what Ian Holland's success rate is, but Hamid has won 1, lost 1, won 1, lost 1 now, the first 4 games with regards to the toss. Holland to bowl to the left-hander. This one shapes away, goes through to the wicket-keeper. 16 without loss. Hamid has 7, Slater has 8, and there was a leg by as well to add to the tally. In case you're late to the party, Notts making 1 change. It's Ollie Stone who's replaced Josh Tong. Fergus O'Neill, Freddie McCann, Farhan Ahmed in the squad, but they're also sitting out. And now Slater, shot of the morning, through extra cover for 4. Lovely shot indeed, and that'll take Notts to 20 without loss. I'll make way for Nikesh, but just on the team thing, it was interesting that when the Leicestershire squad was announced yesterday, I saw that Sol Buddinger was in it. I'd noticed and observed from a local paper and from people telling me as much as anything that Sol's been playing in the Notts Premier League and scoring thousands of runs at the start of the season, so I mistakenly believed he'd perhaps left the club, but in the squad for this one, so he certainly hasn't.
No, absolutely. In fact, he's been very unlucky really. I think the signing of Weatherald as a replacement for Peter Hanscom, decided at the last minute for personal reasons he wouldn't be coming this season, and Weatherald, obviously Australia opener, it just meant there wasn't a place at the top of the order all of a sudden. Josh Davey is in from the Bennett end, bowls. Walking down a little bit is Hamid, looking to punch it away off the back foot, doesn't time it at all, comes off the bottom part of the bat and probably jarred his hands a little bit as it rolls, trickles slowly out to Ben Green at mid-off. 20 without loss. There's a little bit there. In fact, if there's going to be anything there, it should be now, with the ball in perfect condition for the bowlers and still a little bit of green about the track. But I would guess, Nikesh, that Leicester would have hoped for a little bit more than they've seen so far.
Absolutely. Just seen hints, haven't we, with the new ball, but nothing to trouble the Notts openers on a consistent basis.
Davey is in and bowls. Hamid slightly squared up, thickish outside part of the bat. A good openers couple though, because it's squirted down between point and 4th slip down towards wideish third man. Running back in pursuit, Ajaz Patel. In fact, they're going to leave a third man down there now. Make 2s into 1s. Hamid picks up a couple. Moves on to 9. 22 without loss. Plenty of people in the hospitality marquee enjoying the cricket, which is nice to see. Nobody's indoors concentrating on food and drink yet. In goes Davey and bowls, pushed out into the covers by Asib Hamid, wide of Ben Green at mid-off, out towards extra cover. Weatherald applauds from point. Davey getting it up there, giving it a chance. Hamid getting forward, a couple of steps forward, pretty much smothering any movement before it can happen. Playing nicely, these two, 10 and 12, Hamid and Slater. Doing
just
a
had
good
a
solid opener's job.
Absolutely. Had a walk round the ground just earlier, and I can assure you they've got food and drink in hand as well as watching the cricket. So lots of multitasking going on in the hospitality tent.
Davey round the wicket to Slater. Good line and length, just outside off stump or on it. Slater equal to it. Half forward, pushing out into the offside. Wanders down, prods in a desultory sort of fashion at the pitch. Twiddles the bat in his hand. If Rishi Patel is the only survivor from the last time these two sides met in the county championship, then Lewis Hill can't have been playing then, but Hill was certainly playing when Slater was at the club, as was Patel. In goes Davey, bowls to him, tucks him up, bounces, a little bit of in duck as well. And discomforted, Ben Slater thumped into part of the padding well above the actual leg guards. Out into the offside, hasn't hurt him, judging by his lack of reaction.
I think maybe inner thigh guard, something like that. Yeah.
Could have got painful.
Could have done.
Happily
A
didn't.
few inches higher.
Happily didn't. Davy's ready to go. Slater isn't quite ready to receive. Davy goes back to his mark. Coming to the end of his 5th over. Down the slope he comes and bowls very accurately on off stump. Again, Slater solid behind it, pushing it out towards mid-off. End of the over, the 9th of the Nottinghamshire innings, having been put into bat by Leicestershire. Tom Scriven, Leicestershire's 12th man, comes out to collect a sweater from Ajaz Patel. Knots 23 without loss. After 9, they'll be pretty pleased with this start, I think. I'm pretty pleased with, to a certain extent, I think, with the lack of movement being obtained, or relative lack of movement being obtained by the Leicestershire seamers.
And it's going to be Ian Holland to continue then. 3 slips in place. And he comes running away from us, bowls, and Hamid is forward, getting a thickish outside edge, but he was in full control of that, I think. Down towards deep third for a single. What have you made of the early season pitches across the board, Richard? Lots of runs being scored, lots of draws being had. Is it good for the game?
Yeah. Certainly Alfonso Thomas didn't think it was at Cardiff, and it didn't feel that way at the Oval either, really. I think, yes, they've got to be good pitches in the. You expect good pitches at Test grounds in the First Division, but as he said, it ought to be a little bit more of a contest between bat and ball.
Holland into Slater, and that's left alone. Just a gentle bit of away movement there from the left-hander, but too far away from his body to interest him into playing a shot.
I think Glamorgan were as disappointed as Leicestershire were with the pitch in Cardiff. They'd played on it last year and said there'd been a little bit more in it. It had zipped around a bit and it had been a bit quicker, but unfortunately, under unrelenting Welsh sunshine, it died to death.
Holland in. Oh, that's a beauty. That was a bit closer to Slater, tempted him into playing forward to it, and the ball whizzes past his outside edge once more. He's done that, I think, 3 times so far in this spell to Ben Slater as Ian Holland. Let's take another look at this. It was a boomerang, that one. Started outside legs, swung through the air, nipped a bit more off the pitch. Do with a few more of those, Leicestershire.
It's very aesthetically pleasing shape, isn't it, when it does that?
Holland in once more, a similar delivery, but this time closer to the middle of the bat, and Slater sneaks a single just wide of mid-off. Knots 24 without loss, or 25 now with that single. There's a good performance, I think, by Leicestershire after that first innings from Surrey.
To get ahead of them and
try and put pressure on them.
Pressure.
Holland to Hamid, who flicks the ball out towards deep backward square leg. A bit of a chase on here from fine leg. Eventually gets there, and Hamid helps himself to a couple of runs. It's like the old Saturday afternoons, isn't it, Richard? You'd put that one down as a winning draw, I think, for Leicestershire. Well, no such thing in the county championship, of course.
It was a curious thing in the Yorkshire leagues. We played limited overs, so it was 45 overs or a 50 over game.
Here comes again Holland, and that's too full and too far down towards Hamid's pads. He's flicked it away for 4 down to the long on boundary. Lovely shot, just leant on it and timed it to perfection. End of the over. Notts, after 10 overs of this innings, making their way to 31 without loss.
Yeah, so it was you won or you lost essentially, but that was most un-Holland-like. Saying to David, I think of his first 12 overs at Cardiff, 8 were maidens. He gave away absolutely nothing, but he just struggling to control the movement. Really, he is getting good movement into the right-hander, away from the left-hander, through the air for the most part. Just over pitched on that occasion, and that will make Hasib Hamid feel better. Beautifully timed. 31 then, without loss. Davies going to continue, I would think, unless he takes a wicket with this in this over. This might be the last of his opening spell. Ben Slater looks around him, 3 slips, mid-wicket. A little bit closer as he goes in and bowls. Davy down the leg side, and it swings away down to fine leg for 4 byes. That's tough on Ben Cox. It flung himself to his right, Cox. Almost got a glove to it, and looked up in disappointment to see umpire Illingworth raising the dread hand to signal byes. And he gets a consoling pat from Wishy Patel.
Always harsh on a keeper, those ones.
Down leg side, close to being a wide, and swung further away. Not much he could do without being about 9 feet tall. 35 without loss. Davy is in and bowls outside off stump, carved away off the back foot by Slate. He wasn't afraid to hit it in the air, got it wide of Weatherall, who'll chase it down in front of the manual scoreboard, about a foot or so inside the ropes, but Hamid calls Slater back for a third. So Notts openers, well, Slater signals that bounced on him a little bit more than he expected, perhaps, but he went through with the shot anyway. It was safe enough, I guess. And he picks up 3. Moves on to 16. 35 without loss. Hull runs across, swaps positions with Weatherald, point and mid-wicket respectively for the right and left-handers. Davy in to Hamid. Again he's walking down and then leaves outside off stump. They had a terrible first session of the county championship season, really, against Sussex in the first game here back at the beginning of April at Leicestershire, on a pitch which did offer the Seamers slightly more than this has. They conceded 150 runs, I don't know if you remember, in that first session.
Yep.
And they were kind of on the back foot from then on. This is a more solid start, but concerning from Leicestershire's point of view. 45 minutes, no breakthrough. In goes Davy and bowls, and again he's going to concede 4 because Hasib Hamid, reaching across, just helped it around the corner. Just waiting to see what the signal is. It is 4. Took it off middle and leg, but he did so with a degree of certainty that, as I say, will concern Leicestershire. Just nipped it away down to fine leg for 4. Actually, it was near a leg stump. So nicely played by Hamid, who moves on to 21, 42 without loss. Runs beginning to come quite quickly now for the Nottinghamshire openers. Davy turns. And he comes, bowls again, similar direction. Leg stump worked by Hamid out towards wideish long leg. Hill sprints up from the ropes, gets there quickly, almost deep backward square, 3/4 of the way back to the boundary, and gets his throw away quickly as well. And Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater settle for the single. Hamid on to 22.
The thing that's impressed me most about Hasib Hamid over the last couple of years is not just his runs, because we've always known that he's got that in him from his early days at Lancashire and making that England debut over in India, and then the unfortunate injuries that came after that. But his leadership has been outstanding and slightly unexpected. I'll just expand on that in a moment.
Round the wicket comes Davy, bowls to Slater outside off stump. Good carry but minimal movement, and Slater lets it go through.
Yeah, I worked with him. He's commentated on BBC TMS with us on a couple of occasions previously. Really nice chap. Very sort of polite, friendly, respectful of what we do, despite being an England cricketer, of course, but quite shy, quite, softly spoken. But he seems to be one of those cricketers, or one of those sports people, I guess, who gets a bit of white line fever. You cross that boundary rope and he's in his element. Cricket is what he knows, cricket is what he loves, and he just seems to know how to get the best out of his team, which has been really good to see.
And he clearly has their respect.
Absolutely. As Holland continues into Hamid, that one keeps a little bit low. Hamid does well to just guide the ball down to deep third for a single.
I don't think, Dave will talk about this and probably take umbrage slightly, but it strikes me from the outside as they haven't always been an easy side to captain. There's a lot of sort of high profile individuals, internationals obviously, and they all have their own ideas on how to play the game, and sometimes that can be a difficult group to sort of manage to get playing as a team, but they are.
Holland into Slater, who leaves alone outside off stump. Nice angle there across the left-hander. But you're right, Richard, 44 without loss now. Into the 12th over of the day. Leicestershire winning the toss, if you are just joining us, and deciding to field first. And no breakthrough for the home side yet. Bright sunshine. Ball not quite doing as much as it was earlier on. And Holland decides that he's going to have a change of angle here, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Slater. He runs in past the umpire, delivers, and it's too wide of the off-stump once more, so comfortable leave for Ben Slater. Not his previous game against Warwickshire. They were under the pump after the first innings. Warwickshire, thanks to some lower order runs really, putting on a decent first innings total. Notts out for 279, and then the follow-on was enforced. And Notts batted out the rest of the game as Holland is in. That's full, it's driven in the air and just over the head of backward point. Half chance. I'm not sure if there were fingertips on that. Slater helps himself to a streaky single.
Yeah, Tattersall, goalkeeping dive high away to his right. Did he edge it round the post, or did it just brush his fingers? He's picking himself up slowly, the Yorkshireman. He got close to it if he didn't actually touch it.
Hamid back on strike here, facing up to Holland, who bowls full, and Hamid is forward, kind of gently pushes it in the end, back down the track. Thought about having a full-blooded drive, but then just checked his shot at the last moment.
Josh Hull's starting to warm up.
Another player who's been, of course, in and around that England test side as Holland continues, and that one nips back into Hamid, who defends back into the pitch. No run, and that is the end of the over. 12 overs gone. Notts 45 without loss. Have the crowds been sort of similar to this, Richard? Early days really in the season, but
I think it was a little bit disappointing in Cardiff, considering the weather was so good. It wasn't a big turnout down in South Wales.
Josh Hull.
And it was so cold for that first game against Sussex that It was quite hard to tell. Most people were sort of watching from within the meet or the pavilion, or trying to keep warm on the benches in front of us, but certainly this is the best crowd of the season that I have seen.
I guess it helps when there's a bit of local rivalry going on. And the bright sunshine up above, not a cloud in the sky here in Leicester.
And the wind is gentle. A perfect day for watching first-class cricket. And an England international in Josh Hull, a tall, young Leicestershire quick left armour, coming in from the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes, over the wicket, bowls to Slater, short outside off stump, carved away, but he does have a sweeper out there in front of the manual scoreboard, so it is just the single. Wise move, really. He's often sort of asked to bang it in, and you do need sweeper, but one on both sides of the wicket already at this early stage might be a few eyebrows raised.
Yep, just the two slips in place.
Pitch is cut very centrally, so it's the big old boundaries square of the wicket, not so much behind the bowler and the batsman. In goes Hull and bowls to Hamid, who defends on the back foot, waiting for the ball to come to him. Slightly angled bat, bounces down towards point. Tattersall, I beg your pardon, Weatherald even, moves to his left to field. 46 without loss with that single to Slater. He moved on to 18 as a consequence. Hamid has 23.
I guess battles like this are part of the reason for good crowds. Josh Hull, England Test cricketer, bowling to fellow Test cricketer Hasib Hamid.
Ben Green warming up as well, so it may be a double change in the attack for the Foxes. In goes Hull and bowls. Hamid gets a delivery on his hip, but he just drops out. I think it mostly bat out towards backward square. Pad might have been involved as well, but there was plenty of bat. Long chase up from wide long leg for Lewis Hill to get to the ball, and indeed it's a comfortable 2 for Hasib Hamid. He moves on to 25, 48 without loss. A useful start is becoming a solid start. What point does it become a good start? 60, 70, something like that. They're not far off now.
No, they're definitely not far off. They seem very settled out there.
Hull is in and bowls again on the legs of Hamid, who tries to work it out. I think that again was mostly pad, but it trickles out very slowly towards a square leg. And Eskenazi is out there. There's a long way to come in, and the single is taken, so inside edge onto the pad. Hamid on to 26, 49 without loss. Slater does a spot of gardening. A picture that, as I say, already looks an awful lot lighter than it did around about 9:30 this morning. Hull in, bowls to the left-hander, very full outside off stump, driven away, didn't put his full weight into the shot, but he is going to still pick up 4, nicely guided as much as driven by Ben Slater, and he brings up the Nottinghamshire 50 in good time as well. He moves on to 22 in so doing. There was a little bit of movement there for Hull, but no great pace as yet from the young left-armer, and it was over-pitched. Nicely driven away by Slater. Made sure he got on top of the bounce. Moves on to 22, 53 without loss. Not what the Foxes were hoping for, having won the toss and chosen to bowl first. The 50 has come off 12.5 overs. Hull is into Slater. Short, pulled out to mid-wicket. 4. Sat up nicely for Ben Slater. And he picks up consecutive boundaries, both in their own way, very nicely hit. And both in their own way, rather concerning from Ian Holland and Leicestershire's point of view.
Yeah, that last one just sat up nicely, didn't it? Didn't zip through as Josh Hull would have liked. He had plenty of time to just rock back and pick his spot there. Ben Slater. The previous one too full, and then Cole trying to overcompensate with that shorter delivery. I think they're already there, Richard. 57 without loss. You've been inserted, you take that, especially with what the ball was doing early on. There were a few sort of oohs and ahs as balls whiz past the outside edge early on and not survive that little period. And they're now cashing in.
I don't know, but I would guess Asif Hamid would have probably bowled first as well, seeing the pitch. But he's probably quite glad he's probably thinking that wasn't necessarily a bad toss to lose in the circumstances. Early days, and Ben Green is replacing Ian Holland at the pavilion end of Uptonsteel Grace Road. Green 10 wickets this season at exactly 30. He's bowled a lot of overs, Ben. 103 overs in the first 3 games.
Ajaz Patel's bowled quite a few as well, hasn't he?
Yes,
early on.
Yes, he has. And that's after missing obviously he wasn't here for the first game.
Here is Green then, running away from us. Delivers to Hamid, who just defends the ball into the leg side, and there is no run. He's got 3 slips in place, or I guess a sort of wider third slip, as well as the 2 conventional ones. No, it just steps back, and it is the conventional 3 slips for Ben Green. Green bowls and Hamid defends. I think he was playing for a bit of extra bounce, so he was expecting the ball to maybe get up a bit more, had to adjust his defensive shot in the end, but did it well.
Morning to David Popple over in Stamford or near Stamford. He says, morning gents, the big derby, all fingers crossed for a Foxes win. Fond memories of this fixture being played at Oakham School. The likes of Nixon, Broad, Fleming, Swan, Hussey, etc.
Green bowls and Hamid is once again forward in defence.
And he adds that locally Burley Park, that is, beautiful ground. In the grounds of Burley House, play Sleaford away tomorrow in the Links Prem, and they're hoping to make it 2 out of 2 for 2026. So they obviously won their first game, Burley Park. Morning, David.
Green. That's the umpire, delivers, and Hamid leaves one alone, which nips back and wasn't too far away from the off stump there.
He's left well.
He certainly has. There was one earlier on as well, wasn't there?
There was, yes. How close was this one? Yeah,
far enough away, I think.
Yeah, it was a very good leave. He knows where his off stump is, like all good openers.
Green bowls and slightly full on the pads, and Hamid just leans on the ball, works it wide of mid-on for a single. Knots on to 58 without loss. End of the over, is it? No, they're just swapping around the field for the left-hander, Ben Slater. Talking of Oakham ground, I mean, what a ground that is. The pitch is there, absolute batter's delight. Used to love playing there in schools cricket. That's the fixture I used to look forward to most, Oakham away.
Had they built the new pavilion then?
No.
No, they have a lovely new,
going back a long way,
splendid pavilion now.
Green then round the wicket, 2 slips and a gully, and that was a nice delivery, bit of extra bounce, and the ball just holding its line as Slater has a poke at it, misses it by a long way. And that will be the end of the over, with Notts 58 without loss.
He's a big strong fella, Ben Green, and if he does hit a green patch, he usually does get a little bit of extra bounce and movement. That one bounced and went a long way. There's a little bit of green, sort of a strip on the outside of the pitch, so to speak. Come on, Goober. is the encouraging. It's an odd old nickname, isn't it, that Josh seems to have acquired from his teammates. Just the 2 slips as he comes in from the Bennett end and bowls to Hamid, who drives the half volley from outside off stump to the extra cover boundary for 4. That's 3 consecutive boundaries conceded by Josh Hull, 2 off the last 2 balls of his previous over, and that one was very much in the slot, and Hamid, far too good a player to miss out, stepped out and just drove it away, especially without an extra cover.
I love it when the ball goes underneath those roll-on covers over there. Reminds me of having to do that in my younger days. Just in front of the electronic scoreboard. There might be a slight delay while we retrieve the ball, but you're right, Richard, it was in the slot, it was there to be hit. But held the pose nicely, Hamid. Beautiful shot.
I've played on a few grounds where searching through wheat fields and heaven knows what for balls, so no trouble like that.
I used to play at Leicester Banks for quite some time, and it's in quite a residential area, and straight on one side are houses.
Right.
So our own captain used to tell us, just please, I get so much grief from the residents round here, just keep it on the ground. We're trying to hit 6s over the bowler's head. He used to cringe.
There'll be an update soon for BBC Radio Leicester as Hull is in. It's a better delivery, just a little bit of shape back in. It's fullish still. I mean, he doesn't take a big stride for once, but just blocks the ball as it just shapes back in a touch from middle and off towards middle. Blocks it out into the offside. Hands on hips out there, plenty for Ian Holland, who's got his chin in his hand at the moment at mid-off to think about. How's he going to manufacture a breakthrough here? 62 without loss. Knots, Hamid 31, Slater 26. The run rate 4.5, or getting close to it, as Hull is in. Leg stump delivery this time from the left-hander. Leaning forward, again no big stride from Hamid, just tucks it out in defence into the onside, picked up by Ben Green. Walks back alongside Josh Hull, doing the polishing for his young teammate. Deep backwards square, extra cover on the boundary. 2 slips, point mid-off, mid-on, long leg, and 3rd man is the field as Hull in past umpire Illingworth bowls. That's a better delivery from the young man, a little bit shorter of a length. In fairness to Hamid, although it went past the bat outside off stump, I think he did pull it back inside the line, curtain rail style. Having said that, he raises his eyes to the heavens afterwards, so perhaps he was beaten. Might just have had a little go for that.
It's one of those where it's 50-50, isn't it? Did he quite pull back his bat in time?
His body language afterwards might suggest he didn't, so a little mark in Hull's column for that one. In goes Hull and bowls, tucks up the right-hander, thumps into the pad, but for me, looking almost directly down the wicket, might just have bounced outside the line of leg stump. We'll have a look at the replay. This excellent stream now provided by Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Nice slow motion replay. Oh, it did too much actually.
Yep,
probably
swinging.
Pitched on, but swung back and was going down the leg side. Good call by the umpire. Missing by a good couple of inches, but nice delivery from Hull, who's working up now a little bit of pace. He's probably a little bit stung by those 3 4s in a row, and he's got his dander up as a consequence. In he goes and bowls again, sharpish. Half forward is Hamid, thickish inside part of the bat, pushes the ball out through square leg towards the sweeper, takes the one. That means he keeps the strike. He moves on to 32, 63 without loss, the run rate 4.2. Still waiting for the call from BBC Radio Leicester. It hasn't come through yet. I wonder if they've forgotten. 63 without loss, so I'll hang on just in case they come to me, but then we'll get Dave Bracegirdle back on commentary alongside Nick Esch.
It is going to be Ben Green to continue then.
Up, here it comes. So I shall squeeze in before this first delivery from Ben Green. It's defended anyway. Not an ideal start for the Foxes. They won the toss even and chose to bowl first, but they're struggling to get a breakthrough. Hasib Hamid, the Notts captain, is 32 not out. Ben Slater is 26 not out. There hasn't been as much movement from the green pitch as the Leicestershire side would have hoped for. They're having to settle in for the long haul here, with Notts already in their opening innings on 63 without loss. Back with Nikesh and
Nicely
Dave.
done, Richard. Off you go to have a break as Green comes in and Slater is hit on the pad. Think about stealing a leg by to square leg, but decide against it. Not 64 for none then, after being inserted by Leicestershire early on in this bright sunshine. As Richard was saying, a little bit of green on the pitch, but a lot less than there was perhaps earlier on this morning. Sun's been beating down on it, and well, the ball a little bit older now, not really doing that much. Seeing the odd hint of swing, but nothing too much to trouble the Notts batters, as another one is left alone by Slater just outside that off stump. Slater unbeaten on 26, Hamid 33. Both of them were very watchful earlier on, but now both have strike rates well in the 60s. Welcome back, Dave.
Thanks very much, Nikesh. Yes, this has been really an exhibition how to negotiate the opening hour of a county championship match, hasn't it?
Green back round the wicket, and Slater's off the back foot defending this to mid-on for no run.
I don't know as Hamid has done an awful lot wrong at all out there. Slater had one edge that flew through where fourth slip might have been interested had there been one there, and then another one that he lifted over point, hit it hard, it went for four, but apart from that, no real alarms for either player.
Green bowls, and another leave outside off stump there for Slater. He's had a couple whiz past the outside edge, but that movement, as I say, is not as pronounced at the moment. The slightly older ball into the 16th over of the innings. You can just sense a little bit of concern from Leicestershire out in the field now, after making that decision to bowl first. Hamid looking very relaxed at the non-striker's end as Green makes his way in, and Slater is on the front foot defending this one into the covers. And that is the end of the over, with Notts still 64 without loss.
Don't mind this from Leicestershire. I'm sure during the course of the day, with the benefit of hindsight, there will be people saying, well, it's a lovely day and there's not been too many demons in it, and why on earth didn't they bat? But, you know, as we always say, if you're going to win a county championship game, you've got to take 20 wickets more often than not. Obviously the odd declaration might adjust that, but you've got to take 20 wickets. And as we see up and down the country, more often than not, in both divisions, sides insert. They like to try and get as many of those 20 wickets as they can on the first day, and then try and control the game, batting probably on the second day. It's Josh Holt from the far end, and Hamid has lifted this through extra cover out into the deep, and that'll be just a single. The way he stroked that and seemed a little reticent to set off for the run, I thought he'd got it absolutely out of the middle, and he was certain he was going for four, but the fielder was almost in a different postcode out there, kept them to 164 without loss. But of course it can backfire. It did on Notts last week at Trent Bridge, when they got, I think, 3 early wickets and only had Warwickshire 8 down at the end of the day, and a big score from the Bears in that match as Hull bowls. This is pushed away by Slater for a single. 66 without loss. Now that takes Ben Slater to 27, which in itself isn't a milestone notable for
well, he won't be raising his bat
for anything at all. But I was sent a little table, a column put together by one of the many cricket podcasters out there. You'll all have your own favourites. You'll all have your own place where you go for your stats and what have you. I'll just touch on the significance of that in a moment, because Josh Hull needs to bring back these figures, bowls to a mead, and he'll get a single, taking Notts to 67 without loss. And it's number of runs scored in first-class cricket in England in either, it says the Bob Willis Trophy or the County Championship, because it starts in 2020. And since then, Slater has now, with those 27 runs, become the 9th player to reach 5,000 runs in that table. Bit more on that, and just to put it into context and tell you who are the players. I'm sure you can imagine for yourself some of the standout performances as Hull comes in, and won't want to see that one again. Ben Slater, he was crouching, falling away from the shot, and just sort of held his bat out there, looking not to get a nick. So in the
Pope in the list?
No. And I guess
because he's been
away for England, but top of the pile, and that might change in the next couple of hours if Hamid stays there for long. Adam Lyth, 5,452. He was dismissed for a single figure score this morning, so he's just shy of 5,500 runs. That's Josh Hull. Bowls! Oh, and I thought he'd bowled Slater. I thought he'd cleaned him up there. Might have kept a whisker low, but it wasn't a shot of any great conviction for Ben Slater. I was just saying how well he was going. Goes down and does a bit of gardening. Asib Hamid was, let's have a look, 66 runs behind Adam Lyth, 5,386. Then Jake Libby, Wayne Madsen, Josh Bohannon, Leas Deploy, Alex Lees, Keaton Jennings, and now Ben Slater has become the 9th to reach 5,000 runs. And David Beddingham is 47 runs short of becoming the 10th. So a lot of openers in there. There are a lot of the names you would expect, but both Nottinghamshire openers in the top 9 there for runs scored in the English domestic game. First class game as Slater tucks this off his hip for a couple of runs. I don't know if that means anything to anybody at all, but I was sent it and I've had a look at it, and I've ingested it and I've digested it, and now Slater's reached 5,000 runs. Hamid, we'll have a revisit perhaps if he gets up to about 70 to see if he becomes the highest scorer in the last 6 years in England. 67 without loss becomes 68 without loss at the end of the over.
6 and a bit seasons. It's good going, very good going. No surprise really that the success that Notts have had in that time. When did Hamid transfer to Notts?
In the winter of 1920, so okay. His debut was made in the Bob Willis Trophy.
As Ben Green continues here from the pavilion end into Slater, who leaves one alone. Ball snips back slightly, but it was well wide of the off stump.
We were talking a little earlier, and at that time then he came in and he opened with Chris Nash, and it left Ben Slater, who'd only been at the side, only been at the club for a year and a bit after leaving Derbyshire. They let him go on loan to Leicestershire in the Bob Willis Trophy.
Green runs in and just pulls out at the last moment his delivery stride. I think the umpire may have dropped his cap, which is tucked into his trousers at the sort of back of his coat.
Yeah, he played 2 games for Leicestershire. He got 170 odd away at Worcestershire against Lancashire, and he got a pair here against Derbyshire.
Green into Slater, who's on the front foot defending. No run.
Gone to the trouble, Nikesh, of setting up an email. So many people have said they no longer use X and they prefer the email, and can we have an email, and I've sort of been batting them away for 15 years or so. We have now got the email if anybody wants to get in touch. bracecricket@icloud.com.
Green in, and another defensive shot there from Slater. No run.
We had a lot of repeat offenders last week, but we did have a lot of communication, and I know Richard's got an email address as well, but anybody wants to get in touch about anything at all, pretty much, we'll be glad to give you a mention and throw all the thorny subjects in the direction of Nikesh.
I can't give you any batting tips, not these days. Green in, and that's very full and driven firmly, but well fielded there at mid-off. Had 4 written all over it. That's 3 runs saved in the end. They get through for a single. What have you got for us today then, Dave? Anything come through?
No, I've just that's what prompted me to read out the email address, because there'll be many people, I'm sure, who would have been at Trembridge last week, so for obvious reasons weren't sat at home and in a position to send emails or hear the address, and there'll be different people listening and watching today, I'm sure.
Green back over the wicket to Hamid, another half volley which is gently driven into the covers for no run. Well, I was with you at Trembridge for day 1 against Warwickshire, plenty of people getting in touch on that day, and what a game that turned out to be in the end. I mean, for most of day 1, Notts were well on top, and then some rearguard action from Warwickshire, big first innings lead, and I guess the mistake from Warwickshire to enforce the follow-on. Wide half volley which Hamid looks to give the kitchen sink to, but gets a big inside edge and the ball trickles away to mid-wicket. There is no run, slightly early on the shot there. Hamid, end of the over, Notts 69 for none.
We could certainly have done with you on the final day, where it was a case of just watching the extended net out in the middle. Hamid had a century, Kyle Verreynne had a century, Duckett got 90 odd, Clark got 80 odd. It was it was clear from a very early stage what the outcome was going to be. We're very grateful to Jack Haynes for joining us during the morning session, and Ben Slater in fact coming up for the afternoon session just to help get us through the day, because we love these matches, don't we? We love bringing the county championship to the audience near and far, but sometimes there can be a long old day as Josh Hull comes in wide of the pegs and this goes through to the keeper. We sometimes get to a point where just about every noticeable thing on the ground has had a mention, and not a lot going on elsewhere, bar just updating the odd score, some games having already finished, and
been down memory lane.
Yes, veer away obviously on 1 or 2 tangents, and it was just nice. A couple of players popped up just to share the day. 69 without loss. Of course, it's May Day. 1st of May. Pinch punch, 1st of the month and all that, as Slater drives this to wideish mid-off. White rabbits and all the rest of it for the superstitious amongst you. May Day is
you don't believe in all that, do you?
You
just
yes.
salute the magpies, though. I know you do that.
I do the White Rabbits. The White Rabbits was on the old social media this morning. I don't know why or what it's for, but it makes some people laugh. Isn't it a nautical distress call, May Day?
Yeah. Not just nautical. Pilots use it as well.
It's spelt different though, isn't it? Is there a French spelling as Hull bowls, or have I dreamt that? This is chopped to backward point, says he, going off on his first tangent of the afternoon. Slater mistimes this, cutting it to backward point. There was a May Day in a Bond film.
Yes. Which one was that?
Another very good question.
Get in touch.
As you know,
send us an email.
As you know, I generally come with half the information.
Get the conversation going.
I think there was a May Day in a Bond film. Maybe one of his love interests. We must be due a new one, mustn't we? I don't know.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
Slater on 29 out there in the middle, and he's going to get to at least a couple. It might go for 4 here. I think this has got the strength to go for 4. They'll run 4 if it doesn't, but it has, out towards the scoreboard at deep mid-wicket. And Ben Slater, having passed 5,000 runs for this particular decade, is now well on to head towards his 6,000th. That was a lovely shot, nicely controlled. And Josh Hull has gone for a few, hasn't he, early on here?
Yeah, he's been too full or too short on occasions. Felt the odd nice delivery. I guess that's a lot of what you get with Josh Hull from what I've seen over the last couple of years. He's very much a wicket taker, but can leak runs.
Comes in again, tall, left armour, full of promise. Balls to Slater, plays this from the crease. Again, just giving the impression that it kept a whisker low. I don't know if it did or not. It was just the way he jabbed down on it. Just making sure it runs back to the bowler. The score is 73 without loss. Always forget that there's a scoreboard away to our left on the Spike Milligan Road over there on that side of the ground. Is it Spike Milligan or Sarah Milligan? It's one or the other, isn't it? Is it the Milligan Road or Milligan Road?
It's just Milligan Road, but Milligan. I don't know quite who it's named after.
Hull from the Bennett end. Balls again, and Slater's taken the uppercut route here, like a boxer, giving a little uppercut. The chin of the opponent, he's lifted that down in the direction of the car repair garage over on the Spike Milligan Road. 4 runs, lovely shot from Slater. He's gone to 33, Hamid 35. Not the first time that we've seen this pair just sort of keeping pace with each other. It's what the coaches like, isn't it? If they can have an equal share of the strike and the run scoring, that's what goes to making them an effective partnership. 77 without loss after 19 overs. Questions for Ian Holland to certainly contemplate.
Well, they're going over 4 and over now after a slowish start where they had to weather a little bit of an early storm from the Leicestershire bowlers. Some good deliveries which tested the outside edges of both bats. Ben Green, ball in hand, continues into Hamid, who leaves one alone just wide of the off stump. That ball going pretty much straight through. No real movement there from Ben Green.
Real sporting hotbed this, isn't it? We've got a Premiership Rugby Union ground just behind us. We've got a pretty little Division 1 football ground.
League 1 football ground now. Thanks for that. Leicestershire fans will all be sending you emails shortly, I'm sure, Dave, as Green is in, and that's a half volley driven square by Hamid, but fielded there at backward point. It's been a horrible footballing year. The women also finishing bottom of the WSL. They'll have to go into a playoff to see if they can remain a WSL club or whether they're also going to be relegated.
Yeah, that was very much tongue-in-cheek. No need to send the hate mail. They'll be back at the first time of asking. I'm sure.
Let's hope so.
Brighter days are ahead, you Foxes fans. Don't worry about that.
Green in and pulls back his length a touch, and Hamid just flicks the ball to square leg, jogs through for a quick single. Yeah, I mean, there was, I think it was in the year 2000 where it was a sporting capital of Europe because the Foxes, the football team, won the Worthington Cup, as it was called then.
Oh, 2000,
the
right back.
Yeah.
Was that the Tranmere win? Tranmere Rovers,
yes,
I think?
That's right. Matt Elliott with a couple of goals
in
that one. They'd also won it 3 years previously. The county had won 2 championships in the late 90s, and the Tigers just used to win every year. As Green just bowls a rank half volley to Slater, and it's put away beautifully past mid-off. No need to run for that, just hold the pose, Ben Slater. Races away for 4 more.
Just gone ahead of his partner now, 37 to 36. In fact, sometimes, you know, and it's the same wherever you go. Sometimes you beat the scoreboard to the punch, and sometimes they beat you to it. It's actually gone to 41, and it's 82 without loss. Good crowd in.
Yep. Slater into his 40s, and nice to see the crowd applauding. Some nice stroke play as well. Leicestershire fans appreciating good cricket as Green bowls and Slater leaves alone outside off. So Slater 41 from 60 balls. Hamid 36 from 59. The run rate 4.13 now. Just hear the clanking of some cutlery beneath us as
it's not for us.
they prepare for lunch. That's another decent delivery there from Green. Just forcing a defensive shot from Slater. End of the over. Notts 82 without loss, 20 overs bowled in the day's play.
Yeah, so even I can just about work out they're going at just about 4 and over, just over 4 and over. Yeah, the players' balcony. I don't know if it's the Nottinghamshire players at this end, immediately underneath where we are, would be out on the balcony, 1 floor below. So the cheers for the boundaries that have been rattled up by Hamid and Slater, very evident, very noisy from this end of the ground. There'll be a bowling change. Josh Hull out of the attack, as I said in his last over, a little expensive. Josh Davey coming back, 6 overs, none for 22 at the start. Former Somerset man, former Scotland international, comes in and bowls on the pads of Hamid, and he just drops it on the leg side and sets off like Usain Bolt, determined to make the most of that. But Slater bellows no to him, and I think that was probably the right call, because Lewis Hill doing the fielding keeps them to 182 83 without loss. I think it's probably safer to look to the board to our left, because that's showing 83. The main digital board has only just turned over.
They are quick on the manual scoreboard here.
Idyllic conditions. Hope it's the same wherever you're listening or watching, as Slater makes the most of a ball that's full of width, but pitched up far enough for him just to caress it through the offside. Really elegant stroke by Ben Slater, and away for 4 runs. Very much enjoying his morning's work. Slater used to 45 not out, and Notts are 87 with the openers still together, having been put in.
Yep, lovely shot there. Talking of Josh Davey in his international career, 33 ODIs, 50 wickets at an average of 22, economy 4.89. Very good figures indeed. 31 T20 internationals, 37 wickets, economy just over 8. So very respectable stats there in Scotland colours.
Slater on 45. And again through the offside. He's going to have to run this time, I think. It may be dragged back by Green, who's scampering after it, loses his cap, and again they'll get a 3. That's at least 4 times they've run 3 this morning. It might even be 5, but either way, they're making the most of every scoring opportunity. 90 without loss. Speaking to a number of Nottinghamshire fans who'd crossed the border this morning, showing passports and everything on their way in, and 1 or 2 of them hadn't been here before, which was a little surprised, and they were just commenting on the size of the playing area compared to Trent Bridge, and you can almost get 2 Trent Bridge outfields on the one here. Huge distance between the offside and the leg side boundary rope, as this one shapes away from Hamid and goes through to the keeper. Yes, compactness, tightness, close proximity to stands gives you one sort of cricket match, but wide open spaces brings something different into play, like the threes that we're seeing this morning. And you've got to get the fielders right, haven't you? Because traditionally you'd say, go out to long leg on the fence, mate, but you don't want to be too far back here.
Exactly, yeah.
You've got to make sure that you don't leak the extra run by being right on the rope here. I mean, that's 37. Davey bowls from the far end, and it goes through to the keeper. Our umpires are Richard Illingworth and Surrey Shanmugam. Match referee, I think I saw Phil Whittercase out there, who's no stranger to these parts.
A former academy coach here back in the day.
Your former academy coach?
Yes.
Good
along
man,
with Russell Cobb.
Seem to think
Lloyd Tanner was another one.
Yeah. Seem to think he got a nasty one in the face as Leicestershire wicket keeper, one that clipped a bail and did a bit of facial damage back in the day. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run, end of the over, 90 without loss. Of course, famously, infamously, whichever, these two sides met in the final of T20 finals day at Trent Bridge back in 2006. We know all about the eventual outcome of that. Jim Allenby's final ball hit away for 6 by Will Smith, and all the furore over whether it should have been.
Still moaning about that, Dave.
No, I'm just pointing it out. But I was going to say, during that game, the reference was the wicketkeeper hitting the face. But during that game, Chris Reed actually lost a tooth. He got one that I think clipped a bail and knocked a tooth out. It had to be popped back in at a later date.
What a keeper he was. Ben Green continues round the wicket to Slater, who comfortably leaves the ball alone, outside off.
Yeah, I think he's in charge of Lancashire women's side at the moment.
Always welcome back at Trent Bridge, one of the absolute legends of the club in modern times. Green just, examines the ball, which isn't really doing an awful lot. Here comes, and it's just been pushed to mid-off. No run. Kept things pretty tidy as Ben Green, but hasn't really tested the Notts batters. So Richard Ray comes back in alongside me.
Tried everything out there. Moving seats, the works. Looks very, very comfortable at the moment.
Green bowls, and another comfortable leave outside off for Slater, and it was very wide of the off stump, but not wide enough to be signalled. 90 without loss Notts, which is the 22nd over of the day. Over rate's been pretty decent so far. Green still got 2 slips in place, bowls, and slightly fuller, and it's just been pushed wide of mid-off as Slater jogs through for a single. Impressive stuff from the Notts openers, Richard.
Yep, they've just gone about their business like the top opening batsmen that they are, really. Unfussily, they've put away the bad ball. There haven't been that many bad balls. There have been a few over pitched, or only one really short ball. Leicestershire just looking for searching at the moment.
Green back over the wicket to Hamid, and that's a lovely delivery.
Ball of the morning.
Missed everything.
Yeah.
I don't know quite how.
Ball of the morning, I would suggest. Did it go over the top of off?
It's
very
past
close.
the outside edge as well. Just
Oh,
just
just
over
bounced,
the top of off.
Yeah. Top of off and middle.
That's where he wants to be. Ben Green turns around, runs in, bowls, and Hamid this time off the front foot, defending comfortably into the offside. End of another over. Hamid onto 37, Slater 49, and Notts 91 without loss.
After just 22 overs, Nikesha's going to have a break, Dave, and I will see you through until lunch, which will taste very good if these two are still together, to the Nottinghamshire players. Four runs and over is a very solid start. No wickets down makes it so much nicer. So Davey just struggling for consistent line and length, comes in from the Bennett end and bowls outside off stump, too wide, and Slater off the back foot can just let it run down to third man and take the single he needs for his 50. It's come off just 68 deliveries out of 92 without loss.
It's well battered Ben Slater. It's his third 50 of the fledgling season already, and contained 8 boundaries.
Davey back over the wicket, of course, for the right-handed Hamid. Bowls, Hamid defends, straightish delivery, stayed on the back foot for the most part, just dropped it out into the offside.
whilst you were just getting the fresh air, Richard, and I disappeared down the first rabbit hole of the day. 1st of May today, May Day. Both Nikesh and I sort of vaguely remembered that was a character in a James Bond film, and of course, particularly with me, my stupidity ended at that point. But lots of lovely correspondents have been in touch.
Outside off stump again from Davey, but not quite wide enough for Hamid to carve it away through the offside. Got in position to do so, but got it quite high up in the back, kept it down and played it out into the covers in the end.
In no particular order, thanks to Nick Morrell, Mayday was Grace Jones' character, Dave, in A View to a Kill. Simon Aldridge, morning gents. Mayday was in the Bond film A View to a Kill with Roger Moore, enjoying the commentary as always. Thank you, Simon. There's plenty more, we'll give you a mention, we've got time.
Do you know where Mayday originated?
Well.
I do that. In goes Davey and bowls beautifully clipped away, almost sort of a clipped on drive from Hamid. It was slightly over pitch, managed to hit it straight, got in position, looked as though he was going to work it away through mid-wicket, hit it much straighter than that. Green sprawled across to his left at mid-on, couldn't get there. Hamid picks up 4.
We'll deal with Grace Jones first. Right. The Yellow Belly Rover, afternoon, Dave. The Bond film was A View to a Kill. Mayday was played by Grace Jones. Not's going well here. Talking of distress, the Foxes' bowling seems all at sea. Thank you very much, Yellow Belly. Just slightly touching onto the origins of Mayday.
Davey is in, better length, but again, there's enough width for Hamid played with an angle bat through the wideish gully area down towards third man and take 1.
Jane,
very comfortable.
Sorry, Ray. Jane's also been in touch, enjoying the cricket today, Dave. Mayday, a character in the James Bond film A View to a Kill, played by the actress Grace Jones. And then we wandered on to Mayday, 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 which is, I presume, what you were alluding to.
The French. It's French, isn't it? M''A, help me.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, it is. In goes Davey outside off stump, and Slater withdraws his bat. As in,
Ollie Sargent, afternoon all. Mayday originated in 1923 with Frederick Stanley Mockford, a senior radio officer at Croydon Airport in London, who coined the term as a distress signal for pilots and ground staff. It's derived from the French phrase Mayday, M''AIDER, meaning help me. Thank you very much, Ollie. Thanks to everybody for taking the trouble to just bat away my nonsense and enhance everybody's wisdom there. Knew it was in the Bond film, but Grace Jones, formidable lady. There's Ben Green, a formidable bowler, knots 97 without loss, and there's an edge and taken. Is it low down by Cox? I think it is, and Hamid has to go. Really good catch by the wicket keeper. He caught it just about a millimetre above where the worms reside. It's almost touching the grass. It was a very low edge which the keeper had to dive full length, wouldn't have carried to first slip, and Hamid has gone. 97 the openers put on. Hamid out for 42. Caught Cox, bowled Green. A very entertaining morning. They've not yet been batting for 100 minutes. In fact, they've around about 97 minutes of the morning. The first wicket goes. Knots 97 for 1. Hamid caught Cox, bowled Green 42. 70 balls, 4 fours for the Notts skipper, and the platform's certainly there for Notts to go on and post a decent score. But really good catch by wicketkeeper Cox.
Yeah, Cox has been absolutely outstanding with the gloves as well as with the bat so far this season. He's caught pretty much everything. I don't think anything has gone down so far, certainly not off the edge. And there have been a couple of good stumpings, including leg side stumpings off seamers as well. But my goodness, Leicestershire needed that one. He had one earlier, Ben Green, that just went through Hasib Hamid really, and only just over the top of the stumps, and just found just enough there to take the outside edge, and just carried it to Cox, flinging himself low to his right and just scooping it up, as Dave said, just a just off the ground. And not much to come now for Notts.
Through to the tail. Leicestershire celebrations understandable at that wicket, but what it has done has brought Ben Duckett out to the middle. Opens for England in his own idiosyncratic way. Doesn't wish to disrupt the Nottinghamshire opening partnership of Slater and Hamid, so comes in at 3 when he plays for the county. It is Ben Duckett, England's Ben Duckett, and he's out there. So we've got 2 left-handed Bens playing his 3rd game of the season. Pretty much contributed to his own downfall in both innings at Trent Bridge last week, getting out to the part-time spinners of Mosley and Yates in that match. Scores of 60 odd and 90 odd. Made 145 when Notts last played here in 2022. 2 slips. Green round the wicket straight away to the left-hander, who works this up to mid-on, and there's no run. Likes to be busy, doesn't he, Duckett? He likes to bring out the full armoury of shots round the wicket. He's likely to play the reverse sweep in his first over, as if he's been out there for an hour. Runs hard, likes to get on with it, but same as everybody, he's starting on 0, and this is where he'll be at his most vulnerable, and he's got away with a controlled, I think, guide down to 3rd. Went through sort of about where 3.5 slips would have been standing. There were just 2 slips in there. I think it was controlled down into the ground. 98 for 1, Duckett off the mark.
Yeah, they might have thought about an extra slip for the new batsman, but as you said, I don't think it would quite have carried. But Green probing away as he does.
Wearing 6, Ben Green. Floppy, curly, dark hair, blowing in the breeze as he bowls this next delivery outside off stump. There was a lot of width to the ball, but managed to find the seam and bring it back, and Slater just had to be careful, just made sure he knew where his off stump was and watched it safely through into the gloves of keeper Cox.
Yeah, lovely guy to talk to, Ben Green. He's got a place down near Market Harbour. I was chatting to him after the Surrey game. He said, no, I didn't want to be in the city. Country boy, me.
Bowls now, right arm, medium pace, and tucked away on the leg side. They'll come back for 2, and the significance of that is there'll be a burst of applause for the scoreboard reaching 3 figures. That's 100 for 1 on the first morning of this Division 1 game against their East Midland friends and rivals, Leicestershire. 100 for 1. Slater on to 52. Lost to Seba Mead at the start of this over, out for 42. 100 coming up in the 24th over. Just about a run a ball. Beg your pardon, a run a minute, as this one's left alone. Good over from Benny Green. Successful one, the first wicket of the day taken by Green. That's 100 for 1 here on the Leicestershire Foxes live stream on Sports Extra 3 and through the cricket page on the BBC Sport website and app. And everywhere else you can find us, or even on your smart speaker somewhere.
You've got a smart speaker at home, Dave.
I haven't.
Do you speak into it as they encourage you?
No,
play X and play Y.
I was brought up to speed with that on Wednesday when I did the Blaze match against Warwickshire, and I was sort of advised that the way I was describing the Warwickshire opening bowler, Alexa Stonehouse might have sent one or two machines into meltdown. It was Alexa Stonehouse had a lot of bowling duties to do on the day.
Josh Davey then, 8 overs for 36 in his second spell as he comes in and bowls round the wicket very wide to Ben Duckett, who steps out with bat raised as though he's going to crack it away through the offside, but decides at this very early stage of his innings, discretion the better part of valour, and lets it go through.
Those that I haven't upset with that reference, the square leg umpire is Surrey Shanmugan. That's another one of those, isn't it? So I'm led to believe.
What a
Surrey Shanmugan?
to
that one of those smart
speaker?
devices?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think so. This is Mr. Howell's bringing me up to speed with that.
Davy bowls outside off stump, little bit short. Duckett not quite sure how to play that one, whether he was going to go back and try and carve it away through the offside, probably a touch too straight, and ended up sort of half forward, half back, just pushing it out to mid off.
Mr. Howells is basing himself down on the south coast today for the Hampshire Glamorgan. Oh no, he's at Taunton, isn't he? Somerset Yorkshire.
Okay.
He's at Taunton, where Yorkshire are 84 for 3.
Davy is in and bowling. That one's drifting towards middle and leg, and Duckett can work it away off the back foot down towards fine leg as much as long leg. Running around down there is Josh Hull, and Duckett takes his single.
Sorry, I've found wickets hard to come by this season, as Richard would know. But this morning they've got Sussex 87 for 6 at the Oval, so a couple of bowling points for
Pitch
Surrey.
looks very different to the pitch we played on.
4 wickets to Jordan Clark.
Davy in, bowls, Slater leaves outside off stump. He looks in really good shape, Slater, to me. Everything is neat and close together and correct, and just looks in good touch, as though he's in control of his game at the moment.
And when he's gone to play an attacking shot, he's played it hard. He's normally a very elegant stroker of the ball, but today he's really gone hard. He's played a couple of uppercuts as well.
Yeah, he's been committed when he's gone for it, and at the moment it's paying off. Looks good shape. 52 off 73 as Davy is in and bowls to him, and he's playing that one nicely off his legs, more or less directly to Hull at long leg. Helped it around the corner again with a lot of time and almost walks the single. Moves on to 53, 102 for 1. Solitary aeroplane drifts overhead somewhere, perhaps heading towards the Leicester aerodrome.
Country's leading run scorer, Joe Clark, doing next. 449 runs.
Oh, great.
Century, an 80 and a 90 his last 3 innings.
Due a failure then, perhaps. In goes Davy and bowls on off stump. Duckett goes forward and pushes the ball out towards wideish mid off. Ben Green comes running to field and no run. 102 for 1 after 25. Then Duckett just a couple. Slater 53.
Jack Haynes, who's had a 3-figure score this season against Glamorgan, in at 5, and Verena also with a century this season last week at Trent Bridge against Warwickshire. He's due in at 6, so one or two of them have begun the campaign in reasonable form, and I don't think any of them would mind getting out there and having a lengthy stay in the middle today. Ben Green to continue. He's going to go round the wicket to Slater, who's on 53 from 74 balls. Hit on the pad here, might have been drifting down. That was always the issue, I guess, with the right armour bowling on the angle from round the wicket, bringing it into Slater. Umpire, from our perspective, didn't shake his head, but presumably altered a little nod
drifting
out.
Down.
I do like it when they at least give some sort of indication that they're not still mulling it over in their mind. I'd like to think that there's some communication to the bowler. This is wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. It doesn't have to say why it was missing, but at least if you say not out, then you know. Otherwise you just end up looking at the umpire and wondering if he's still debating it. 102 for 1. It's very much a feature of last week's game at Trent Bridge. I know, different game, different conditions, different sides and everything, but it was a game where we were treated by and large to the customary spinners over, the last over of most of the sessions. There's Green around the wicket and again, it's a little bit of movement, a little bit of shape, but the ball had long since past the keeper.
Holland so far in his captaincy hasn't been inclined to do that, which is quite refreshing, really. I think he might bring himself back on for an over or two before lunch. In fact, probably just the one over, possibly, depending on how long Ben Green takes to get through these couple of deliveries.
Yeah, just coming up to 10 to 1. It's Green in again. Doesn't take the most out of his approach. Usually skillful player. The umpire there threw me because I thought he'd signalled a no ball. He just thrust out his left arm as if to point at something on the Spike Milligan Road, or to gesture to.
They do this,
or pass a signal
just
to
come,
Richard Illingworth.
Yeah, two to come.
Yep.
Yeah, Green in the opening game against Sussex bowled up the slope, but into the gale as well. About 40 overs.
Comes in once more around the wicket. He's got some nice shape on this, hasn't he? And Slater can only turn it to leg. And that's 5 dots in this over, which is no mean effort, really, considering that Ben Slater's been playing fairly fluently, fairly freely. I don't think he's sort of taken root and he's playing for lunch here. I think he's having to respect the skills of the bowler. Mead out for 42, the only success so far for Leicestershire. Can they add to it? Green to conclude the over. Width cut to point, and there's no run. So it is a maiden to Ben Green. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12, and that's a terrific performance from him before lunch here on the first morning. 102 for 1. Notts asked about first by Ian Holland.
And it will indeed be Holland taking over from Josh Davey. So just 3 overs in his second spell for Davey. And they weren't particularly, as I say, sort of consistent. Just at the moment, probably trying almost a little bit too hard, Josh Davey. Holland brings himself back. He'll probably have 2 overs from that end of the ground. Round the wicket he comes, a very characteristic run and bowls straight, perhaps a little bit short of a length by his standards. Doesn't do too much. Duckett, he may be conscious of the approaching lunch interval, doesn't try and work it away, just plays it straight, rehearses a few more tracking shots afterwards. 9 overs, none for 38 for Josh Davey. First spell, 6 overs for 22. In goes Holland, bowls, and on driven, just lent into just a firm push, really beautifully timed by Duckett. And all Davey could do at mid-on was turn and jog after the ball to the boundary at the Bennett end. No follow through at all. It was just, you could barely hear this lovely mellow sound of the ball off straight out of the middle. Didn't have to follow through, just firm push. That was all it was needed. All about timing from Ben Duckett, his first boundary. Holland is in to him, and this time drifting towards middle and leg, and Duckett just works it down towards backward square. There is a backward square down there. John Tattersall, and Duckett almost walks the single. Moves on to 7. 107 for 1.
Interesting to see how he plays in this innings, Ben Duckett. I think there was, I know there was more than a hint of frustration at missing out on a 3-figure score last week. Out for 60 when well set, out for 90, the same.
Holland is in, outside off stump, left by Slater.
As I said, this is a ground where he's had success in the past. Wondered if he might also be just sort of measuring his match time, and might have got a pass to sit this one out, but none of it. Wanted to play here, wants to play as much as he can before the international summer.
Holland is in, outside off stump again, pushed across Ben Slater, who again leaves. It was a little bit too wide to play, he decided. He remains on 53.
Yes, there's been 1 or 2 England players that aren't in the IPL. You think Harry Brook and Joe Root, and sort of picking their matches, aren't they? Just the odd one or two here and there.
Holland is in, bowls, outside off stump, Slater leaves again. End of the over. Should get 2 more in before the lunch interval. 107 for 1, which will take us to the 29 over point. But it'll still be level or something. I don't know quite how they calculate it, but it will, will be good.
There's something new to befuddle us this season, isn't there? That the bowling side have to bowl 8 hours. Be bowling for 8 hours for the over 8 to actually kick in. You can be minus 12, and if the innings only lasts, or you're only bowling for 7 hours in the match, it reverts to 0.
Is that right?
Yeah. I wasn't aware until last week. You've got to be bowling for 8 hours in a match now for the over 8 to kick in. Another new bit of tampering by the authorities. This was a check drive by Ben Duckett. I just thought for a second that might... they take a single.
They did.
Yeah. I was watching the fielder. It very nearly flew on the full to Josh Hall. But sort of checked his drive, and it was in the air a long way towards him. Shouldn't really have got a run there then. That's why I was surprised and asked. Sort of hit it straight to Hull, very nearly carried to him. Green round the wicket bowls. This is hit crisply by Slater straight to the same fielder. A reminder, if you want to get in touch on the old emaily thing, bracecricket@icloud.com. If you want to add to the number of correspondents who've already got in touch, and I'm sure there are ways and means. The Ways and Means Act very much in full force if you want to get in touch with Richard.
RichardRay23@gmail.com finds me if email is your choice of communication.
108 for 1, Green round the wicket, again driven straight by Slater, down the ground for 4. Takes him to 57, and takes lots of think when it goes up to 112 for 1.
Again, didn't have to overhit it, didn't try to overhit it, didn't try to. No great flourish, just timing, and that fast outfield and placement did the rest.
It's been the way generally over the last few years, the last 6 years. If Hamid doesn't get you, then Slater might. Usually one or the other, if not both, has gone on and got a decent score on the board, and he's playing some lovely strokes here, and that may be the pick of them this morning. He's just waited on the back foot and caressed Benny Green. I say he's caressed, he's actually smacked the pants off that one through the offside out towards the meat side of the ground, and it...
Yes, if that was a caress, I wouldn't like to be smacked by him. Wow. Beautifully timed, but punched, wasn't it? Just
rattling along now. He's on 61 out of 116 for 1. We're 3 minutes away from lunch. If we can get a nice bit of symmetry with not scoring 120 in 120 minutes. Oh, and he's had a little fiddle at that. Of course, Leicestershire's still in this contest, in this session, and if they can add another wicket or two, they'll go off with a spring in their step. Of course, we've also mentioned it, one of the rule changes that is coming in, but not until the 1st of October. If a wicket goes down now, in the early part of the final over of a session, the incoming batter will have to go out there. But as I say, we'll have to get used to that for next season as Green bowls. This goes through to the keeper. I do like it when a wicket goes down, and there's a bit of movement there as Rich doing a little bit of snake charming with his arm indicates. 116 for 1, but if a wicket goes down at the start of the final over before lunch, they generally troop off, don't they? But
they do.
As from next season, that over will have to be completed. 116 for 1, end of the over. We're seconds away from lunch, but we've got one more over to be bowled.
We will definitely have it. I haven't mentioned the Friends of Grace Road yet because they started opening in the mornings, but they've reverted to opening in the afternoons. They will be popular today, and a little bit of news: return for the 2026 season as in goes Holland, bowls outside off stump, cut away by Duckett to the boundary for 4. That absolutely set up and begged to be cut away to the point boundary for 4, and it was. Even in the last over before lunch, Ben Duckett wasn't going to turn that particular gift down. It's a cake to mark the visiting county that has returned to the menu with the Friends of Grace Road, and in this case it's the quote cut and butter cake. In goes Holland, and Bowles bounces a little bit on Duckett, plays it well back down the pitch to the Leicestershire captain. Apparently it is told that the illustrious Nottinghamshire Women's Institute Catering Committee devised the cut and butter cake, a delicious fruit loaf, for the Nottinghamshire County Show held at the Newark Showground every May. It appears in Angela Greery's 1994 local recipes book and follows a similar fruit cake recipe from Southwell or Southall, dated 1890. Holland bowls, and Duckett very carefully covers up nice high right elbows. He pushes that one to mid-on. Anyway, that is one of the many cakes that is available from the Friends of Grace Road. That will be after lunch. I think usually a 2 o'clock opening, and you are encouraged to nip down and see them on the bottom floor of the meet over there. In goes Holland and bowls, and forward, leaning forward, is Ben Duckett, playing it carefully out to mid-off. Ben Green is the fielder. No run, 120 for one. Dave wants that score to stay the same for symmetry's sake, but well, the next 3 deliveries are going to have to be dots if that's going to be the case. AJS Patel has gone wider at second slip. He's standing at third, really, as in goes Holland and bowls. Dot ball on off stump. Duckett just leaning forward again. 12 or 15 to Ben Duckett now. 12 or 14, I beg your pardon. Slater 61 off 88. Has looked in supreme touch this morning. He's leaning on his bat and watching as Holland, elbows jutting, runs in round the wicket and bowls to Duckett, inside edge and down onto the pad, and he wasn't sure for half a second where it had gone. Looked around wildly almost, but it hadn't run backwards, and that indeed will be lunch. And I think we can most definitely say it has been Nottinghamshire's morning, put into bat by Leicestershire on a greenish looking pitch. Well, Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid played beautifully in seeing knots through to 97 before Hamid got an edge to a good delivery from Ben Green that was superbly caught by Ben Cox, diving low to his right. Hamid went for 42 off 70 balls, hit 4 fours, but Ben Slater's still there. He's 61 not out off 88. Ben Duckett has joined him. He's 12 already off just 16 deliveries and knots in the bright sunshine here at Uptonsteel. Grace Road in Leicester will be very content with their morning's work. 120 for 1. Nikesh and Dave Bracegirdle and myself, Richard Ray, will be back with you in about 38 minutes time, I would think. You'll hear me do a brief update for BBC Radio Leicester in the next minute or two, just to bring them up to date, but hopefully you can rejoin us again after the interval. delighted with their morning's work. They are about to resume on 124-1, that after being put into bat by the Foxes on a slightly green-tinged wicket. It was an understandable decision, and I'm pretty sure Nottinghamshire would have done the same, but as is so often the case here at Gracie, as Rehan Ahmed calls the ground, appearances can be deceptive, and the odd one moved a little bit. Leicestershire will probably feel they could have bowled a little bit better for the most part, but the movement wasn't really there, and Ben Duckett in particular, and Hasib Hamid, did pretty well in the circumstances. Hamid, the only wicket to fall, he was caught by Ben Cox, the wicket keeper. Very good catch low to his right off the bowling of Ben Green for 42. 97 for 1 at that stage, but Duckett is there in his place. He's 12 not out off 16, and the man who played through the entirety of the morning, Ben Slater, is 61 not out of 88. Josh Hull, the left arm medium fast bowler, is going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion end. He's going to be going up the slope and bowling to Ben Slater with 2 slips behind Slater, very wide, dragged down really, and Slater had nothing to do with it, and Hull immediately sort of looked back at his footholds as though he'd slipped going through, but well, it is very different bowling up the slope from coming down the slight slope here at Uptonsteel Grace Road. And that is from the Bennett end. Nikesh Ragani from BBC Sport, Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, and myself, Richard Ray, BBC Radio Leicester, are your commentators. Nikesh and I to start proceedings this afternoon as Hull is in and bowls short and wide and chopped away out towards deep extra cover. There is a sweeper out there on the offside. Jake Weatherald in front of the Uptonsteel stand over there. Popular seats, not quite as... There was a lot of people walking around them, but whether a few people have moved to find some shade because it is beautiful weather out there. It is almost, I can almost use the word hot, Nikesh.
It is certainly very hot.
It is up here.
And yeah, it's hot up here with all the glass in the commentary box. I've got the window open, of course, but not much of a breeze coming through. Lots of fans finding shade at the Bennett end, I can see.
Could be hot work for the Leicestershire bowlers as Hull, leaning slightly in his run, bowls on off stump, best ball of the over so far. A little bit of shape perhaps away. Duckett deals with it solidly, plays it out towards mid-off. No run. Already sort of changes behind the wicket though, because the 2 slips are now 1 slip and a gully. Hull looking to sort of swing it away from these 2 relatively diminutive left-handers. Neither Duckett nor Slater are big men. In goes Hull and bowls down the leg side. Nice carry through to keeper Cox, but it went on down the leg side. Duckett flicked at it, tried to help it on its way. There are 2 men out on the leg side behind square, deep backwards square and sort of long leg. Long way from the bat. The pitch, as we've been saying, is cut pretty much in the centre of the big square here at Grace Road. So it is a good 75 yards either side of the pitch to the boundary. A little less than that directly behind the batsman or the bowler. In goes Hull again, spears it down the leg side very full, looking perhaps to swing it in. Gestured at by Duckett. Couldn't get anything on it. Ian Holland, who was bowling before lunch, he started his second spell. Looks as though he's going to continue, judging by the amount of warming up he's doing. Ben Green was probably the best bowler of the morning for the Foxes. Picked up the 1 wicket to fall and kept it pretty tight. Hull is in short and wide, and Duckett chops it away with all the time in the world to Weatherald. It was so short and wide actually that he didn't put his full weight into the shot, just made sure he kept it down. Didn't look very impressed with that over, Ben Duckett.
No. Knots just ticking along. 122 for 1 now. That single. Duckett on to 12. It's a bit of a floppy hat kind of day, Richard, and Ben Cox has got the white floppy hat on behind the stumps. I don't think anyone else has. Bright sunshine, hardly a cloud in the sky, not much of a breeze as well, which can be an issue when wearing those floppy hats out there and running around in the outfield. If ever there was a day, today would be it. Ian Holland then continues from the Bennett end, round the wicket here, and that's a thickish outside edge from Duckett, down towards deep third, and they think about 2. Settle for a single.
A little bit airy. The drive and the shot. Got away with it. Sort of feel as though sometimes with Duckett, concentration is the only thing that's going to get him out, really. Just these little lapses. Such a good timer of the ball, such ability. Sometimes gets a little bit carried away with himself.
Holland continues, and it's been well defended back down the track by Slater. Slater on 62 from 90. Wonderful partnership at the top of the order, if you are just joining us, between himself and the captain Hasib Hamid, worth 97 in just over 23 overs. They had to do some hard work early on against the swinging ball, but dug in and then reaped their rewards. Holland back in, and that's a lovely looking drive there from Slater, but it's well fielded at mid-off, and there is no run. It might have been Ben Green there. Just a gentle push off the front foot on the up. See lots of away support for Notts today as well, as that one's left alone outside the off stump by Slater. Outnumbered, of course, by the Foxes, but there are quite a few supporters down there with Notts caps on.
I think it's one of the counties where there is a reciprocal arrangement for members as well, so they get to sit in the members' seats, whether at Trentbridge or here. If you see what I mean.
Holland back in, and Slater drives powerfully and through the covers for 4. There's a brute force really in that shot. Sort of almost a half cross-batted drive on the up. Seeing the ball well here, Ben Slater. Moves on to 66.
Yeah, dismissed from his presence. Was in the slot. Holland tried to give it room to swing.
Holland once more, another one just feeding him in the slot, half volley just outside off stump. This time more of a classical straight batted drive through extra cover for 4 more. You can't bowl there to Ben Slater. Ian Holland takes his cap back from the umpire in a sort of frustrated manner, and so he should be. Notts on to 131 for 1.
Yeah, same as this morning, really. Foxes not bowling perhaps as well as they could do in the circumstances, and it does look very straightforward for top quality batsmen like these two, the Bens, Duckett and Slater, to tuck in, and it's feeling like almost already a case of how many. Josh Hole then to continue from the pavilion end. Up the slope he goes and bowls very full and a little bit of swing. Duckett getting in position to drive, took his bottom hand off the bat because he ended up reaching for it a little bit and sort of jammed it down into the ground, and it all went a little bit pear-shaped. He rehearses his shots. Remains on 14. Hole bowled just the 4 overs this morning. 4 overs, none for 29, all from the Bennett end down the slope. Now having a go up the slope. So looking to swing it away from the left-handers. got away with it in his first over. Just the 2 runs from it. In he goes and bowls a bouncer down the leg side. Duckett sort of swats at it, really, as though he's trying to get rid of a troublesome fly. A certain amount of lack of conviction. It was a gesture almost of contempt, really, from Duckett. He missed it. It went through to Cox behind the stump. Sometimes Rishi Patel sports a sun hat. As you say, Cox the only one at the moment. He's usually the first into it. I suspect he might be required to do a fair amount of standing up to the stumps, even to the seamers, before too long. Hull kicking up his heels is in. That's a better line and length on off stump, just outside, and it swung away. Duckett played down the wrong line. He played down the off stump line, missed it by a good couple of inches, but he did play and he did miss.
Hull just needs to find that consistency. It's very inconsistent in the morning session. Still going at nearly 6 runs and over through his spell. Too many boundary balls. Just needs to find a spot and be there or thereabouts.
In he goes and bowls outside off stump, and it was too wide to play, really, but Duckett went for the slightly flat-footed cut. Missed it again. He's just going through a slightly skittish phase, if you like, post lunch, still getting into his work. Leicestershire hoping he edges one while he's in this phase before he starts middling them again. Consecutive plays and misses of 2 very different kinds by Ben Duckett. HS Patel has gone very wide in the gully now, as Hull is in. Good delivery on off stump, and Duckett treats it with respect, just blocks it back up the pitch to Josh Hull. I would imagine Hull will have bowled to him in the England nets, or I know he made just the one appearance against Sri Lanka, but I think Duckett was around in the England setup when Hull made that appearance, which feels like ages ago now. He turns in and bowls onto the legs, and Duckett can work that one wide of long leg. Should be 2.
Oh,
yes, there's a fumble out there, and as a consequence it definitely is 2. Is that John Tattersall down there? He's one of the best fielders, from what I've seen so far. He's one of the best fielders in the side, but the outfield isn't as smooth as some. It's much better grass than it has been for a few years, but it is quite hard and a little bit tufty, the grass, in patches. And that just might have got a bobble, possibly even on one of the new, or one of the irrigation channels that were dug over the winter. It was an independent contractor was brought in to do it. The ground staff just had to sort of work their way around him while he was doing it.
It's going to be Ian Holland continuing then from the Bennett end. Round the wicket to Slater, who drives again. Another full delivery. This time there is a sweeper out there on the cover boundary, so it will just be the one. Was that to sort of improve drainage?
Yes, I believe so. You can just sort of see the channels. The turf was taken off and relayed, but you can see the edges of it.
Holland back in. There's another drive there. Well, half stopped by Green at mid-off, but they're going to get back through for a couple. Put a hand on it, but didn't quite stop the ball dead. Good shot, well fielded. Not a particularly great delivery from Holland. Last 4 balls that he's bowled have all been driven by Slater and been quite wide of the off stump, so allowing the left-hander to get his hands through the ball. Here is Duckett back on strike, and that's a better delivery, just pulling back his length. Duckett guides the ball to deep backward point for a single.
Sussex continue to struggle at the Oval. They're 118 for 7 against Surrey, obviously, after 30 overs. Glamorgan going nicely, 100 for 1 at Southampton after being put in by Hampshire. And Yorkshire won 2-4 for 4 after being put in by Somerset at Taunton.
Holland back in to Slater. Attempted cut, but it's a bottom edge into the ground, and there is no run.
I suppose the danger is if the pitch does slow down a little bit in the sun. They were looking to get more pace in it, Leicestershire, but it hasn't been particularly obvious from what we've seen so far that it can be difficult to get the ball away, and you get a sort of situation where you can stay in but not score quickly.
Holland with another shortish delivery, and that's wide of the off stump. It's been chucked away in between the two fielders on the boundary, and away for 4 more.
On the other hand, if you bowl out there, it's going to go anyway, isn't it? And the run rate is still pretty impressive, 4.2.
Again, it just sat up nicely, didn't it? It's not whizzing through the ball. No great pace, of course, from Ian Holland either. There's no zip at all from this surface, so get anything slightly short and the batters feel they've got more than enough time to rock onto the back foot and pick their spot. Here he comes again. Holland corrects his line slightly. That's in the air and drops just short of backward point. It's away for a single out to the sweeper. That was Ajaz Patel at backward point, not a million miles away from him. And I guess you could put that down as a half chance for Leicestershire, 142 for 1.
He certainly created a slightly false shot, didn't he, Holland there? Whether it just slightly stopped on him in the pitch, whether it was just a case of mistiming. So it wasn't at all far from Patel. Far enough though, as far as Slater is concerned. 76 to him now. Hull with the slip and the gully is in over the wicket. Ooh, that bounced a little bit more than Slater expected, I think, there. Decent delivery from Josh Hull. Thickish outside edge as he defended that one, but made him hop a little bit. No real reaction from behind the stumps. Friends of Grace Road, they said they'd be opening around about 2 o'clock, so they may well be open now for their customary excellent selection of cakes. In goes Hull and bowls, good line and length, and Slater respectful, especially after that previous delivery. Blocks it away off stump out to Ben Green at mid-off, including the cut and butter cake, which apparently has its origins in Nottinghamshire and has been produced just for this game.
Cake of the match.
Cake of the match returns, absolutely. They did it, the Friends of Grace Road, about 3 or 4 seasons ago. They produced a cake for each county that originated in that county, or the recipe originated in that county. Hull is in and bowls. That's a decent shot for leg before, but it's high to me, and Hull didn't really go up. I didn't think it had got up as much as Slater expected it to, but I think it may have got up enough, so to speak. Let's have a look. Didn't look a bad shout, that, actually. Might just
slightly
nipping down.
Yeah,
nipping down. It didn't get up as much as he expected. He was kind of jumping into the air when it hit him on the pad, but I don't think it might not have been too high. Hull is in on off stump, just pushed by Slater out into the gap at point. Weatherald comes in from the point boundary and one is taken. Yes, I remember the last time Nottinghamshire were here, which was 2022. Whether they were doing it then I'm not sure, but I remember them producing an apple-based cake on the basis that Bramley apples originated in. The first Bramley apple tree may still exist. It's in Nottinghamshire. Cooking apple.
All this talk about cake, Richard, and unfortunately I'm trying to be good.
In goes Hull. Bowles helped on its way off his toes by Slater, down 2 fine leg. There is a fine, by Duckett, I beg his pardon, down 2 fine leg. There is a fine leg, so it is just the single. Slater is slightly the taller of the two left-handers. Hasn't seen much of the strike post in the last couple of overs anyway. Ben Duckett, 19 off 20 is he on now? Yes, 20 off 30 for him. Slater 77 off 103. It's a really good strike rate for Slater as in goes Hull. Bowls to him and he has a little fiddle outside off stump, then he hangs his head in disgrace with him. He's cross with himself and rightly so. There wasn't too much foot movement. He just bounced and swung away from outside off stump and he just couldn't resist dangling the bat. There could have been only one real result there, and because it was not an attacking shot in any way. He's gotten away with it. Much better over that from Hull. Even so, 7 overs, none for 35 now. But he's found a bit of rhythm going up the slope.
Ian Holland then will continue into his 11th over. None for 45, his figures so far. Running in towards us, and Duckett is forward in defence. There is no run.
So you're not allowed cake, or you're not allowing yourself cake?
Not allowing myself cake.
I think the French
You're tempted, aren't you?
well, they'll have plenty of business, I'm sure. It looked a very nice
From you?
selection. Over the years, they've had a lot of business from me.
Holland in, and that's full and driven by Duckett. Not quite off the middle of the bat, but he's got enough of it to send it to the boundary. Over down towards long off for 4.
Right, I can see a queue in there already, so they are definitely open.
I remember last year you went and kindly got us some cake. I remember, I think it was a Gloucestershire match here at Grace Road, and lemon drizzle was very, very nice. I remember. Holland back in, and that's been hit again. Full delivery, and it was slightly uppish this time. Just for a moment, Holland, his eyes would have lit up, thinking he might get half a chance, but ball drops well short of him and crashes into the boundary once more.
50 partnership between Messrs Slater and Duckett of just 67 balls.
Tends to be what you get when Ben Duckett makes his way to the crease.
And the Notts 150 as well, 34.3 overs, better than a run a minute.
152 for 1. Holland back in, and Duckett drives through mid-on this time. And that's going to be 4 more. That's a much better shot as well, because it wasn't quite up there as a half volley, but he just leant on it, Duckett, and all timing on that shot. Beautiful stuff from the England opener. Notts on to 156 for 1.
It's most un-Holland-like. I don't think I've ever seen him concede 3 consecutive 4s. Last season, his run rate in terms of runs conceded per over was 2.1, I think.
Here he is once more, and he pulls back his length, and Duckett just works the ball into the leg side, gets through for a single. So 13 runs off the over so far. 1 ball remaining. There's certainly been a A lot of good bowlers that have been taken apart by Ben Duckett at international level as well. Here he is to complete the over. Holland, and that ball left alone by Slater just outside off. It's an expensive over. Holland's figures now read 11 overs, none for 58. So very un-Ian Holland-like at this stage. Knots on to 157 for 1. The overall run rate, just about 4.5 runs and over. Richard Ray will be taking a short break. Dave Bracegirdle back in alongside me. And Dave, you must be enjoying what you're seeing. Nice little partnership here between Duckett and Slater, and at a good rate.
I think Richard's gone to get his whites on, see if he can get a bowl from the far end. There's Josh Hall from this end. 7 overs, none for 35 for the big England Test player. Bowls to Duckett, just drops this on the leg side. I mean, that was just all too easy in the last over, wasn't it? Those 3 straight 4s in a row from Ian Holland. I wouldn't have thought it'd be too long before he opts to take pace off the ball.
Ajaz Patel will be the go-to. I thought that last shot, the on drive from Duckett, was beautiful, wasn't it? Just lent on it.
Need some character, some spirit in the field just to keep everybody's heads up as Hull comes in and bowls, and again it's worked away. I'm not sure it was meant to go there by Slater. He's got a couple of runs down to long leg. I think he too was looking to get it somewhere in the V, but Slater moves on to 79. Knots up to 160 for 1. Sun very bright now, and I don't know what it's like for either Slater or Duckett when they're facing from this end, but certainly for us, the reflection off the marquee at the far end, and certainly the glint off the car bonnets and windscreens at the far end, very noticeable. Hull bowls pitched up and again driven back by Slater this time. Anything you can do, Ben Duckett? Well, I'll try and match you, says the other left-handed Ben. It's a lovely shot straight down the ground, and I've seen a lot of Ben Slater obviously over the years. I won't say rarely, but this is Slater at his best or somewhere near.
And as good as, you know, big sixes are in the Blast and in the 100 and all these competitions around the world, there is nothing more aesthetically pleasing than a straight drive, I don't think.
No tinkering with the field. I mean, as Nikesh was alluding to, there is a case, I guess, for getting mid-on and mid-off just a little deeper and a little straighter, maybe. This is thudding into the thigh pad, just drops on the leg side. The captain's got just about 1,000 things to think about at the moment, and he's got his own bowling from the far end. That I've seen him go for 58 from 11 overs, but a lot of those runs have come from the last 2 overs, haven't they? And he's got to sort of look after things with regards to the field setting. Obviously keep Josh Hall's spirit up as well, because he's going for runs, gone for 42. He's only halfway through his 8th over. Desperately need a wicket. Slater's on 83 now. Bouncer, goes high over the top of Ben Slater, and it's a good job that Ben Cox wasn't a 1/4 of an inch shorter than he actually is, otherwise that would have been for some things. Buys or wides or even no balls. It was dug in short. Went very high over Slater, didn't it? But stays as it is. 164 for 1.
It carried on rising actually after it passed Slater. I guess if you're willing to bend your back, there is still a bit of carry in this pitch.
Comes Hull in again, pitches this one up and gets driven away through the offside for 4 more as a consequence. That's probably why he was trying to bang it in just short of the halfway mark, really, just to prevent Slater playing those shots. Very, very impressive indeed. For Notts fans, I guess for general cricket fans, Josh Tong's on the ground. He was out there bowling with Notts bowling coach Kevin Shine. during the luncheon interval, and so too Fergus O'Neill, and both, hopefully, as far as knots are concerned, will be available for selection for the match against Surrey starting a week today. 168 for one. Slater on 87 now, Duckett on 34, and there is going to be a change from the far end, but it's not going to be pace off. It's going to be Josh Davey coming back for his third spell.
Yep, third spell for the Aberdeen-born seamer. I talked about the energy in the field, Dave, and I mean, what do you do in this situation as a fielding side? It's hot. Batting side are having no issues, just piling on the runs. You can't really see where the next wicket is coming from. Maybe some of the listeners have got some suggestions as to what they do on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon for their club. Get in touch with us. Visit bracecricket@icloud.com. Maybe we'll pass it on to Ian Holland if it's a good suggestion. In comes Davey round the wicket. Too much width to Duckett, who cuts over the top of backward point. There is protection down at deep third, so it will just be a single.
You can have too many cooks spoiling the broth, can't you? I've played in a lot of club sides over the years where there's 7 or 8 people who fancy themselves knowing as more than the captain. There's always one or two who'll shy away, but yeah, a good alternative, a good plan is always welcomed, I think, by the skipper, but certainly they do need to have one or two backups from what happened in the first 20 minutes after lunch, because that was one-way destruction, really.
Davey back in, and that's very, very wide, and umpire just takes his hands out of his pockets as if to tease us that a wide is going to be signalled, and then decides not to award any extras. Good take by Cox, diving away to his left once again. I think they might opt to just go for some short stuff from Josh Hull, just get him to bang it in for a couple of overs and see if that does anything. Could be the way to go. In comes Davey once more, and it's a better delivery, just squares Slater up. He gets a leading edge along the ground, but into the covers, and there's no run.
Straight away, I think, in common with a lot of grounds up and down the country that we've seen over the last 2 or 3 weeks, this looks a belter for batting on once you're in, doesn't it? They left a little bit of greenish hue on there, but the day being warm and dry, I don't think that was ever really going to be a significant factor. There was a little bit of movement early on from Ian Holland at this end, but they didn't find the edge, and since then it's been a batting masterclass, really.
Davey back in, and it's left well alone outside off stump by Slater.
Just quickly, Joe Root, playing in this match for Yorkshire, is out. Dismissed soon after lunch. Yorkshire 140 for 4 at Taunton. Sussex 158 for 7 at the Oval. Obviously against Surrey in the other Division 1 game. Glamorgan 125 for 1 against Hampshire. Remember, Warwickshire sitting out this round of games. They crept up to the top of the table by 1 point from Somerset, but they have played a game more.
Davey bowls, and well, that's just a wide half volley which has been driven towards the sweeper at deep cover.
He's thrown the bat a lot, hasn't he, Slater? At some that, under different circumstances, admittedly, might just have been shouldering arms to that one or leaving it alone, but he's certainly got his eye in today, and he's very much looking to see ball, hit ball.
As is Ben Duckett. No surprise there. Here is Duckett back on strike for the final ball of Josh Davies' over. Davey running in from the Bennett end towards us, bowls, and Duckett just glides the ball down towards deep third, and there's a good bit of fielding out there on the boundary. Wasn't all too far away to his left, but Duckett helps himself to a couple of runs. Can't quite see who that was down there on the boundary, but a nifty bit of footwork, and it was Steve Eskenazi went feet first, interestingly.
He got there, didn't he? He got there. Started off first hour and a bit of the match in the slip cordon, but now out on the boundary edge and did well there, saved a couple of runs, took it 37 from 38 balls faced. Doesn't really feel like he's been going at a run of ball, but of course he got those 3 4s in a row from Ian Holland, and you get 12 from 3. That's certainly going to pep up your own individual scoring rate. Bowling change. Benny Green, who's got the only wicket to fall, that of Asiba Mead, is going to come back into the attack to replace Josh Holt. 8 overs, no maidens, none for 46 for the tall left armour. Slater is 2 big blows away from a century, and first ball from Green has beaten him there, just coming again round the wicket to the left-hander, and maybe just got one to straighten up a little bit there. I think Slater was undone by the angle, and it just slipped between bat and pad through to Ben Cox, who's got the floppy sun hat on. 172 for 1. That's for 120 at lunch, so they've added 52 in just over half an hour since the resumption. Green bowls. This is turned nicely to mid-wicket by Slater. He'll go to 89. That's right, isn't it? Math's never a strong point, but yeah, they've added 52 already since lunch. 53 now with that single.
Yeah, not messing around, and this ball now to its 38th over. Not doing an awful lot.
Now there comes a point which we see in every match up and down the country if there's a lengthy partnership where might just be 1 or 2 polite inquiries of the umpire. Can you just check? We think it's gone out of shape. Green bowls, and Duckett whips it away onto the leg side out towards the Spike Milligan Road, and that'll go for 4. Fielders in hot pursuit, but they're beaten by the timing there as much as anything from Duckett. Gets 4 through the leg side, and he's into the 40s. Lovely stroke. Scoreboard's momentarily confused. It's got Ben Slater on strike, so that's going to have to do some tinkering. But it is Duckett who's gone to 41, I think. Joe Clark doing next. Been sat with his pads on for a long time. Nice looking shot again, and well fielded by Josh Holt. Big fella, a long way to drop down to his right. And he's saved 3 runs there.
He's what you call a big unit, Josh Holt.
Played just the 1 test, didn't he?
Yep. Controversial pick in many people's eyes at the time. Certainly based on his stats.
Yeah. Green again. Oh, this is down the leg side for a couple of somethings. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a leg by. Yes, the umpire is already making the pre-signal that they do, and now he taps his knee, Surrey Shanmugam, to indicate it's 2 leg buys. So Slater not entirely trusting of either scoreboard at the moment, because the manual one away to our left is going backwards at the moment, trying to get the right score, and the digital one has got Ben Duckett on strike. So I'm not entirely sure what the score is, but we'll get there in the end, I'm sure. Another shot into the leg side, nicely fielded, and there's no run. The manual one's saying 170 for 1. I'm not sure that's right. The bigger one, the digital one, saying 177 for 1. And the live stream, those of you watching the pictures, lovely camera work from the excellent crew out there, that says 180 for 1. So between them they'll find a common denominator, yeah. I'm sure. It's the end of the over. We know that. We know we've counted to 6.
Well, Cricinfo is saying 180 as well. So there's 2 out of the 4. Well, that's, and there you go. Yeah, the manual scoreboard is just ticked over. I'm going to say, and so is the digital one now.
I think that's connected to the scorers, isn't it? So we can expect the ones in front of us, I think, to be right. We're there. 180 for 1. Luke Littler winning again last night. I don't know if you saw that. Beat Luke Humphries. Trying to keep across the snooker and the darts and the footy, and Everything
A
else.
little bit disappointing from a Leicestershire point of view. Mark Selby going out so early at the World Championship.
The Jester.
Jester from Leicester. Right, here is Josh Davey once more. Bowls to Duckett, who drives, but only as far as mid-off. There is no run. Luke Littler, what a rise he's had over the last few years.
And we do love to berate young successful people. I think he was booed throughout, and he's going to. I mean, he brings it on himself, but he is going to have to get used to that. No.
I don't think he minds it. Well, Phil Taylor was booed for quite a
20
large
years,
chunk of his career. Yeah, just kept winning. Davey then in his 11th over bowls, and Duckett guides the ball towards backward point on the bounce. No run. There's 2 backward point fielders actually in place.
Looks like there is a plan of sorts now. He's bowling with a little bit of width to Duckett. They've stuck, as Nikesh says, 2 sort of backward point fielders in there, and there's a wideish third as well if it goes either side of them or between them. It's that pitched up ball. He's got to be careful that Duckett doesn't drive it back past him along the ground. We've already seen he likes that shot.
Davey bowls, and Duckett on the front foot driving. It's fumbled at cover, and that's the skipper, I think.
Yes.
Ian Holland.
Oh no, I think he's got up number 12.
It's Johnny Tattersall. Yeah, we
did
saw
me
the
as
2,
well.
didn't we?
Yeah. I would have made the same call. We could see the number 2 of the shirt as he was sort of remonstrating with himself. Johnny Tat, the former Yorkshire player, spent most of his career at Headingley as a keeper batter. And of course they've got Lewis Hill as well, Ben Cox. Not, of course, got Joe Clark and Ben Duckett if an emergency forced them to look towards another keeper.
Davey into Slater, and that's a lovely delivery past the outside edge. Slater just having a poke at it, getting stuck in the crease. And these kind of deliveries and moments have been few and far between for Leicestershire today.
Duckett's just gone past Hamid's 42 now. He's on to 43. Been a good couple of weeks for Ben Duckett. 60 odd, 90 odd. I think it was 62 and 93 at Trent Bridge last week. Just tuning up nicely for New Zealand.
Davey back in, and another good delivery there to Slater. This time he wasn't quite having a poke away from his body, Slater, but just played down the wrong line. It's through to Cox behind the stumps, and there is no run. But personally, I don't think there's any doubt about Duckett's place at the top of the order, although 1 or 2 have mentioned that his place might not be guaranteed. But as you say, in the runs at the start of the season, choosing to prioritise the championship, pulling out of his deal at the IPL to play some red ball cricket. And he's scoring runs. There's not much more you can ask. Davey back in, and off the front foot this time. Slater just pushes the ball out towards deep point. Takes the single. End of the over. Notts on to 182 for 1.
I'm getting a ticking off here from Sean Goodman. Thank you, Sean. Me saying White Rabbits this morning for the start of the month. You should only say that, Dave, when there is an R in the month. Now, if saying White Rabbits is nonsense, where did this bit come around that you should only say it if there's an R in the month? Now, that's absolute.
Do you not say it when you're like walking under a ladder or something?
I don't say White Rabbits when I walk under a ladder. I say, I hope you're not going to drop that, mate. There's Ben Green round the wicket to Slater. He's on 90, we think. The screens that we can see are both in unison. He lets this one go through to keeper Cox. 90 to Slater, 43 to Duckett. They've, quick as a flash almost, added 85 for this second wicket after Hamid and Slater added 97 for the first. Should only say White Rabbits if there's an R in the month. There's Ben Green, bowls again to Slater, pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. Now, I thought that fielder was number 11, and we don't seem to have got a number 11, so did I get that wrong? It is the number 11, isn't it? There might be a sub-fielder on there in the floppy sun hat. 182 for one. We'll get there. Slater's faced 122 deliveries for this score of 90 and whips this away on the leg side. There'll certainly be a couple. The way they've looked to push for 3, they'll open negotiations and then settle for 2. So it goes to 92. Duckett 43. These are two of the two of the top 6. The only 2 of the top 6 that haven't scored 100 this season. Around them, Hamid, Clark, Haynes and Verena have all registered 3-figure scores already, and that was very much a this goes through to the keeper, the next ball, a pattern last year in Nott's successful title win. I think they had something like 8 or 9 different Centurions, 8 or 9 different bowlers getting 5-wicket hauls, and sort of making stats help and fit. We also included Calvin Harrison in that because he did both on loan last year for Northants. Of course, he's gone there permanently now. This next one is just getting up onto the shoulder of the bat. Slater sort of flinched at it a little bit and played it down into the ground. Very fine player, Calvin Harrison, but Notts with Liam Patterson-White, Farhan Ahmed, Calvin Harrison, and very rarely do you see 2 out of that 3 play in the same match, let alone all 3. And Darren Lehman, a big fan of Calvin Harrison, so after the loan spell last year it was agreed he'd move permanently. Lovely fella, very good cricketer, Calvin Harrison. Next one beats Slater on the outside, and I don't think it's the nervous 90s, but he's looked more jittery in this over than he has for some time. 184 for 1 at the end of it, just 2 runs from that over from Green. He's 10 overs, 1 for 29. Nott's 184 for 1.
8 runs away then from bringing up that 100. Ben Slater. It would be fully deserved the way he dug in at the start of the day alongside Hasib Hamid. A few early deliveries beating his outside edge, but he kept his head. And then once the ball stopped swinging, managed to cash in. He's been really well supported here by Ben Duckett. Well, I say supported, Duckett's been the main scorer in this partnership. 43 at a run a ball, and it is Duckett who's going to be on strike here at the start of this new Josh Davey over. Davey coming round the wicket, bowls, and it's been driven gently, only as far as mid-off, and there is no run.
I tell you what, Ben Cox and Rishi Patel, keeper and slipper, I mean, right old natter. It was all through the last over, and it's continued into this. Obviously no idea if it's cricket related or about the last time they went to the cinema together. I've no idea, but they're having a right old blather, aren't they?
Maybe they're making plans
to
go to the cinema.
Maybe.
New Michael Jackson films out.
I like the sound of that, to be honest.
Yeah. Davey in, and it's been guided away by Duckett to deep third. So we'll bring Slater back on strike, unbeaten on 92. Are you a big MJ fan?
No, not a big MJ fan, but can hum along with the best, with most of the tunes.
Some classic tunes in there, aren't there? Billie Jean.
Feed the world, make it a better place for
Yep.
you and for me and the entire human race. Ben the Rat. Before your time. Remember Ben the Rat?
Don't think so.
Ben, the two of us.
Davey in, and I think an inside edge onto pad from Slater. We'll wait for the signal. Umpire signals leg by, so no bat involved. Get through for 1, and Slater remains on 92. Most of MJ's career, actually, his peak career was before my time, but as I grew up through the 90s and through the late 90s, he was still very much relevant. So I think the first film I ever went to see at the cinema, actually, my cousin, who is 10 years older than me, I think I was probably 3 or 4 years old at the time, as Davey makes his way in and then just pulls away. Duckett wasn't quite ready, so we'll try again.
False start.
So yeah, I was 3 or 4 years old, I think, and my cousin was meant to be watching me for a couple of hours.
Took you to see Nightmare on Elm Street.
Took me to the Odeon Cinema in Leicester on the bus. My parents knew nothing about this, and took me to see Moonwalker, Michael Jackson.
Right.
I don't remember anything about it, but there you go. Oh, that's a lovely delivery past the outside edge of Duckett. Bit of extra bounce on that occasion from Josh Davey.
We all have different ways of watching films these days, don't we? I've not been to the cinema for a long time, but
it is nice when there's a real sort of epic movie that comes out and you think, yeah, that would look really good on a massive screen with all the surround sound effects and all the different sort of types of cinemas you get now with, you know, various different sound systems. Davey in, and Duckett just works the ball to mid-on for no run.
Well, the week before last week, Notts had their bye very early on in the season, and myself and the good lady jumped on a ship for a few days, and they had a cinema room, a day at sea. We went in there, and Song Sung Blue. Now we thought it was going to be the Neil Diamond life story. There's lots of Neil Diamond references and whatever, but it's a terrific film, new film out, Song Sung Blue. It's got all the Neil Diamond music, although he's not in it.
Davey back in, and Duckett defends the ball just forward of point and jogs through for a gentle single. And he's nicked the strike again with Slater unbeaten on 92. Notts onto 187 for 1.
You know, a bit like Mamma Mia. It's all the ABBA songs, but ABBA aren't in it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But no, I'd thoroughly recommend that, Song Sung Blue. If you like the Neil Diamond music. For us, it just passed 2 hours, but anyway, more from or a word or two on what we've seen so far from Nikesh, and then Richard Ray will slide in.
Notts continue to march on here. 187 for 1. Duckett edging towards a half century, as well as Ben Green continues from the pavilion end round the wicket to Duckett, who drives only as far as mid-off, and there is no run. Richard,
you look up and suddenly Duckett's on 45 or 48 sort of thing. It's a run rate's actually increased post lunch. Overall for the innings as a whole, it's 4.6 now. It was 4.2 at the lunch interval. So Slater's, they've just put a little bit of a check on him as Green is in outside off stump. Duckett cuts it away out in front of square. He's got almost too much of that in a way, and it is fielded out there at deep extra cover by Jake Weatherald, who we thought, if he'd gone off, Dave, for heat exhaustion after his century, could have been the first ever Australian to leave the field in Cardiff in April for heat exhaustion, but it wasn't heat exhaustion as things turned out.
We did have that with Dane Patterson, the South African, with Notts one day. It was just too hot for him.
Green is in and bowls. There's a nice shape to that one, in swing and a little bit of shape. And Duckett is solid behind it, pushing it back up the pitch to the Leicestershire all-rounder.
We know you were very much within earshot, but we didn't want to disturb you. The number 11, we noticed come on, but weren't sure who he is in the covers in the floppy sun hat.
It's Sol,
Okay.
your old friend In goes Green and bowls again, lovely shape to it, but beautifully played. What a way to go to a 50 for Ben Duckett. It was in swing from Ben Green, and Duckett just stood up in the crease and punched it back straight past him on drive of exquisite timing. And he has gone to basically a runner ball half century without any obvious effort at all, frankly. Just class.
Yeah, Sol Budinger had #1 at Trent Bridge, or with his time with Notts, so I just naturally assumed.
He did here for his first season, but he's switched to 11 for some reason. I'm not quite sure why. Green in. Duckett is looking to drive. He just adjusted his line, Green, and he gives Duckett a bit of an arch look there, because Duckett was almost looking to play the same shot, a very straight drive, and it wasn't quite there, and rather clothed it out into the covers. It sounded odd if you had picked it up on the effects mic. Kane didn't certainly come out of the middle at all, and Green just gave him a little bit of a look over his shoulder. Green is in, and Duckett is forward and has to work the ball back to Green, slightly cross-batted as he does so, but he has so much time, you just sort of feel it's up to him what he gets here, really.
The other thing on that, in fact, he's now going off the field. I was going to say he has been on for much of this session, but he is now going off, and coming back onto the field is Ajaz Patel.
I'm surprised we haven't seen him bowl yet.
Well, he's been off the field, I think, most of this session, so
hopefully he's okay. He was out there all morning, wasn't he? So
yes, yeah.
Perhaps he's hopefully taking time to prepare himself.
Yeah, Notts really got away straight after lunch, didn't they? They've added 79, and we've not yet had an hour since the resumption after lunch. Josh Davies going to continue the round the wicket ploy to Ben Slater, who's on 92. He comes from the penny 10. That one jags back. They're asking umpire Illingworth, and can certainly see why there's a little bit of frustration out there. Keeper and slip with hands on head. Duckett will just have a little word. Beg your pardon, Davey will have just a little
very woody,
word.
didn't it? As though it came off the inside edge.
Around the wicket. And
didn't though. Hit him outside the line.
Yeah.
It might well have gone on to hit their stumps, but it hit him outside the line.
Not so bad. So I was saying a few minutes ago, 4 Centurions already this season. They've had a number of players as well dismissed in the 90s, and this has been a sticky, really for the first time in the innings, last 2 or 3 overs for Ben Slater. Davey troubling him with that delivery, this one wide enough to be left alone. 193 for 1 Notts. Patel is on the field, and he's also on the ground, quite literally, because he's taken a moment or two between deliveries here just to lay down and roll around and stretch and do some curls and all sorts of fancy aerobics. Poor from Leicestershire in returning the ball to Davey. They couldn't get it from A to B to C and into the bowler's hands, so he has to go and scamper after it at the far end. Sun continues to glint off the bijou marquee at the far end, and those car windscreens. Davey bowls. Slater can only fiddle this to Patel at backward point, and there's no run.
To a certain extent, Davey has settled into what Leicestershire did well last season, which was bowl tightly if they weren't taking wickets and keep some sort of control of the scoreboard, but sort of feel the damage has been done, really. 193 for 1 off 42. It is very much a holding job now.
No devilment in the surface, is there at all? But, when this pair are done, Clark Haynes and Verena, all in very good form so far this season. Doing as the next 3. Slater gets some contact on that ball. Again, it was from round the wicket by Davey. Might just have taken a little bit of pace off it. You could see it arrowing in towards the middle stump. But Slater defends into the offside, fielded by Stevie Eskenazi. Good crowd in. A lot of people, of course, will started a 4-day long weekend. Certainly the cricket lovers of Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire that are able to come along will have penciled this one in as soon as the fixtures came out. David round the wicket once more, wide of the pegs, and it goes through to the keeper. And of course the start to the season hasn't been particularly favourable to the Foxes. Was it 2 home games out of the first 6?
Yes. Yeah, and then the 2 in June are both at home, so quite white.
Yes, it sorts itself out. Notts this year only play Yorkshire once and Sussex once. Should have said that the other way round. But their match is 13 and 14. Last away match of the season's away at Sussex, the only time we play them this season, and the final game of the season is Yorkshire at home. It is odd how the fixtures are compiled, put together, as very loosely Slater gets it down to long leg. Fielder down there. The Australian Weatherald loses his floppy sun hat as he comes round and makes the stop. A couple of runs takes Slater to 94. An hour into this afternoon session, and some drinks are being brought out for as many people as can get one. Sometimes, so last week the umpires were very strong on that, shooing the 12 men off the field if they thought it was, if they were taking liberties. They were coming on too often with drinks and what have you. Get off, come on, get off. I think they should just...
Actually, umpire Shinmugam doesn't look impressed, does he?
No.
He's standing there doing the old double teapot as the 2 Notts 12th men come on with the drinks and towels for the batsman. But it has only taken about a minute.
Yeah.
It is a hot old day.
I can see all sides of that. They have been out there for an hour after lunch in warm weather, running up and down. They've got their helmets on, but I don't see a lot wrong with the way they do it. I know that overrating Test cricket is absolutely appalling, and we'll underline that and full stop at the end, but I don't mind the way that after an hour's play in a 2-hour session they have a coordinated drinks break for everybody, and that would have been an ideal time just to have a minute.
Green around the wicket to Duckett, in dip again, and played firmly, almost on the move by Duckett as far as mid on, where Ian Holland pondering his decision to put Nottinghamshire in, perhaps, is fielding. I think it was a general consensus. It looked to be the right thing to do.
It's the way most sides go.
It did. But the pitch has offered very little. Or at least Leicestershire haven't gotten very much from it. Never judge as in goes Green, another in swinger from round the wicket. Again, Duckett covers up, plays it back up the pitch. We'll wait and see what the Nottinghamshire bowlers get out of it.
Yes, the last time they met, Leicestershire got 440 batting first. Notts got something like 550 batting over second half of day 2, all of day 3, and the Foxes slipped away meekly on the final day.
Green in, bowls down the leg side this time, flicked the pad. I'm pretty sure the signal would have been for leg by. It wasn't taken cleanly by Cox, diving salmon-like away to his right, and got a glove to it. It went down. It wasn't taken cleanly, but there were no great hands in the air, or perhaps that was a catch. Suggestion in the body language from the Leicestershire players.
Point of that reflection back was just purely that this game may well focus on what Leicestershire do with the bat on days 2 and 3.
Green is in again. The in swinger again. The firm push to mid-on from Duckett, who is walking around his crease. Cox is seen something, and he's demonstrating something to Holland. He's trying to catch Holland's attention. That wonder whether they'll think about perhaps a short straight mid-on or something like that. Not at the moment though, as Green is in. Bowl slightly wider, swung in the air, but it's going to drop short. We had to reach for that Duckett. Got a sort of thick outside edge in it. It's spiralled away towards deep point, but Weatherald has been saying that is a long old boundary out there, 75 metres perhaps, and it must have landed at, I would say, at about something like 50, something like that. He was well short, a good 10 metres or so short of it by the time he started running in. So it was a bit wild from Duckett. Moves on to 52. Slater on 96 as he shoulders arms to a green delivery that is swinging back in, and again it's a good leave. It's close enough to prompt a few oohs and ahs, particularly from Rishi Patel, but very few deliveries that go past the bat don't prompt a big ooh and an ah from Rishi Patel. End of the over, 196 for 1.
Now Leicestershire getting some, in fact it's just a helmet coming on, and Sol Bodinger I think is coming on to have another spell fielding. Just thinking of Weatherald there, he's got the Asiba Mead style white floppy sun hat, because every time a Mead runs after a ball his sun hat goes flying off in the breeze, and so does Jake Weatherald, it seems. Yes, going to be a bowling change, and we're going to have some twirly-whirly stuff from the far end.
His head shaved is Weatherald, so there's not much holding it on other than it being a tight fit. It's a big moment really now for Leicestershire. This is the first time Patel has played in front of his new home crowd, and he will be hoping to impress, and it may be that there's a little bit in the pitch for him.
He's not played for the Foxes before, has he? This is his first stint. No,
oh, sorry.
Yeah. In previous seasons, this is his first campaign. So we've got some slow left arm from over the wicket, and straight away got a bit of purchase there, but Duckett was waiting on it and just chopped the ball down through second slip, and that's the century partnership that they're now applauding. 97 for the first wicket between Slater and Mead, and now 100 and counting for Slater and Ben Duckett, the two left-handed Bens, for the second wicket on 97 for 1. Brings Slater back onto strike on 94. Played so freely during the morning session, 61 not out at lunch, really piled on the runs straight afterwards, but been kept contained and quiet over the last 4 or 5 overs. Gets a single here, away on the leg side. Another run out to Weatherald.
Well, the first 50 came off 67, the second 50 off 59, so they have actually speeded up just a fraction, but Duckett's done a bit of the hard lifting there.
Patel bowls, and Duckett trying a bit of an ugly slog in truth, and that's what got him out when Rob Yates came on for that token over before lunch against Warwickshire in the first innings of the last match. Just tried a bit of an ugly mow and hit it straight to mid-on. Patel in again, down on one knee, attempting the sweep this time, and Josh Hull, as if he was trying to grasp an eel on a riverbank there, and 2 or 3 grabs before he finally corralled the ball, nearly got away from him. You don't want to gift Duckett runs, he's perfectly capable of getting as many as he wants all on his own. Patel bowls, Duckett hits it on the bounce back to the bowler, and senses a touch of frustration over the last 2 shots. Likes to keep the board moving, doesn't like to be contained at all. Next ball, and he goes on the reverse and very nearly drags it on. Just managed to get some part of the battery's anatomy on it, and it runs to the other Patel at slip, and there's 2 singles and then 4 dots, with Duckett attempting meaningful attacking shots for all of them but not getting anywhere, and he'll just be mentally just thinking about what he's going to do against Patel next time he faces him. 198 for 1 at the end of the over.
Yeah, the first one looked just to grip a little bit, but it was quite slow, the turn. That was the problem at Cardiff really. There was slow turn, but it never got any quicker, if that makes sense. There was very slow turn from quite early on, but even if you couldn't pick it, it was so slow that you could adjust and play it off the pitch. Green into his 13th over from the pavilion end, bowls a little bit wide to then Slater, and he cuts him out to the backward point boundary for 2. Did they pick up 2? Was it Duckett picking up 2 in the end there? Or was it just the one, wasn't it?
Just the one to
I just
Benslade.
wondered what the applause was for. But I'm not quite sure. Maybe the good throw. A decent throw. Slater. Then on to 96. So once he's back on strike, we'll get Dave back on.
Oh, don't know about that. But
No? Is it bad luck? Have you talked a few out?
I have.
With those in their 90s. Duckett is now on strike as Green is in to him. He looks to drive without getting to the pitch of the ball, has to check the shot slightly, doesn't get it out of the middle, pushes it firmly out towards Hull. Is it a deepish mid-off? 199 for one with that single. Leicestershire at the moment just sort of trying to get a little bit of control back on the scoreboard, which they have not got at the moment. Green is in and bowls quite gently, but again, line length, a little bit of shape back into the left-hander. Duckett, against his instinct, you feel, blocks it. There's something about his defensive shots that say, I've got to play this like this way, but really, if I wanted to, I could biff it over mid-wicket or what have you. There is no mid-wicket. Well, there is, but he's quite square. In goes Green and bowls to him, and it hits the pad. There's an appeal for leg before it goes through to Cox. Cox sort of appeals for the catch, just in case it had been a little inside edge onto the pad. But in neither case was the appeal answered in the affirmative. Hit him well outside the line. He was on the move when it hit the pad, and although it was taken by Cox, obviously there was no bat on it. Otherwise,
yeah, no, I think you're spot on all accounts. It's just an inch to get forward.
Too high as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hit him outside the line.
But it's good stuff from Green. He's sort of keeping Duckett honest at the moment. In he goes, and bowls very wide, and whether he just rolled his fingers across it, tried to get the one moving the other way, but he misdirected it. Duckett thinks it was a wide, and points accordingly to umpire Shanmugam, but probably won't endear himself to the umpire by doing that, really.
He's only got little arms, can't reach it.
Feels it should have been signalled wide. It started wide and went wider. Green is in, outside off stump, pushed just wide of Budinger in the covers, and Budinger trots across to his right, and that is the single that not only moves Ben Duckett on to 54, it also moves Nottinghamshire on to 200. The 200 is up, and it means he keeps the strike as well. 200 off 46 overs for the loss of just the one wicket.
Eskenazi, the latest Leicestershire player, to go and have a little comfort break, returns to the field, and Saul Budinger trots off. It was last Saturday or the week before, people telling me that he got a big 100 in the Notts Premier League in a match at Collingham.
But it was quite quick.
Yes, he's a sight to behold when he's in full flight.
He's really unlucky, really, because he had a very good season last season, and he played pretty well pre-season. As I say, just the way the overseas signing worked out, the late decision by Hanscom and the signing of Weatherald.
We've had 46 overs so far, 50 remain on this, the first day, and Duckett on strike on 54 with Ijaz Patel bowling. Duckett down on one knee, gets it out onto the leg side, and it's too far away from Weatherald to be cut off, and Weatherald knew that his hat was going to fly off this. it was a curious one. I don't know if you can see with the window in line, the corner of the window there. He was actually running towards the ball with both hands gripping his hat on his head just to make sure it didn't go flying off.
Might just need a size smaller,
yeah,
Jake, but anyway.
I've been saying that for the Notts skipper for years. Next ball cut away into the offside, this time by Duckett, and that might go as well. Does have these little moments where he'll play a number of dots and then break loose. Because he struggled in the previous over against Patel to get him away. There were 4 consecutive dots, but he's always had a little bit of a think about what he was going to do, and he's played a leg side shot that's gone for 4, and now an offside shot that's gone for 4, and don't be surprised if he comes dancing down and hits it back over the bowler's head, just to sort of make the wagon wheel look even more impressive from his perspective. 208 for 1 Nottinghamshire as Patel bowls. Again he's down on one knee, and again he's going to test Weatherall, who doesn't really get into sprint mode, so he doesn't have to wedge the floppy hat down over his ears this time.
This is a real problem for Leicestershire now, because if he hits Patel out of the attack, who bowls next? The seamers are going to have to go back to seam on a hot afternoon, and of course that's probably partly in Duckett's mind as well.
Noticed last week both Eskenazi and Rishi Patel had bowls at Cardiff. I don't know if that was, when the game was effectively meandering towards an inevitable conclusion, but as you say, Patel only in his second over here. Bowls now, and Duckett reverse sweep, and he's made contact, but there is protection out there way to our left, so as Duckett lines up as a left-hander, that's on his offside, but he again just quickly got into a position to play it as a right-hander. As we've said many times, grew up playing hockey as much as cricket, so supple wrists, and tell me that's partly why he's so good with the reverse and the orthodox sweeps. Such supple rather than subtle, supple wrists. It's pushed into the offside. Fielded
like
by
the pinball wizard.
Yeah, exactly like the pinball wizard, by Johnny Tattersall doing the fielding. We're inching towards 3 o'clock, so the afternoon is progressing nicely. It's the 47th over of the innings, and now the ball is Patel is stood next to the umpire, and I think the umpire said anything has to go through your skipper. So is that Ian Holland that he lobbed it to?
Ben Green.
Yeah, it didn't look like Holland, but I just wondered why else he would have thrown it to Ben Green. But it was lobbed back, and we've had the final ball of the over, which Slater defends. It's been in the 90s for a long old time. It doesn't matter because Duckett's doing the business at the other end, but Ben Slater would just love a bit of a long hop just to get the milestone out of the way and take a fresh guard and get going again.
Yeah. As you say, with Duckett going like this and the run rate creeping up, ever upwards, 4.6 now. Holland is examining the ball askance, holding it at a distance. It is how many overs old now? 47 overs old, and it is often around this time that the Duke starts to look a bit strange, and indeed he is now going to offer it to the umpire to see if it goes through the gauge. Has umpire Shanmugam got the gauge, or is umpire Illingworth?
I can never understand why they don't have one each, much the same as why
Come the end of the day
why they don't both have a light meter. There's always a great deal of
it clearly goes through anyway.
Yeah. I mean,
umpire Illingworth just didn't look interested from the start, did he? Really?
I mean, they are both equals out there,
yes.
But there's no way that Shanmugam was going to make a decision on changing the ball there without bringing umpire Illingworth into the conversation.
No.
I shall make way for Nikesh.
As Ben Green goes around the wicket, outside off stump, chopped away by Ben Duckett out to the deep extra cover boundary. Weatherall quickly to the ball. Good throw from the Australian, and Duckett wisely eschews the risk of taking a second. Not sure whether it was his scream of wait or Ben Slater's. Slater though on 96 now as Dave heads to update BBC Radio Nottingham, hoping that the two events coincide, i.e. Slater going to 100. Green is in, bowls to Slater, looking to drive away, but wasn't quite there, and it was a little bit cross-batted, a little bit of a swat, almost, whisper the word, from Ben Slater. Hit it down into the ground, and Eskenazi made a comfortable stop in the covers, but just getting a little bit angsty, perhaps, is Ben Slater as the landmark approaches. And as Dave said, there's been a few Notts players out in the 90s in the season so far, so he'll want to get into the three figures. Obviously, in goes Green and bowls outside off stump. Well, there's a bit of a gift, but it's only going to be one, chopped away by Slater, but straight to Weatherald on the point boundary. So one is taken. Slater on to 97, 215 for one. Duckett has charged on to 96. 97 for 97 the score was on when he came in. So Slater must have been well into the well, he'd gone past 50 actually. So Slater was past 50 when Duckett came in. Green is in, outside off stump, taps it down into the offside. Sort of interested in a single, but not really. Got a little bit too much of it. Pushed it out into the offside. Ajaz Patel in the end was the man who picked up. A few more clouds around. Above, obviously above. Uptonsteel now. But
very high above.
Very high, and of the distinctly unthreatening variety. Green is in, wristily worked by Duckett, but only as far as sort of backward point, and didn't quite time it, and Patel almost jogged up from gully to field. Saying to Dave, it just feels as though it's up to Duckett really what he gets here. He might get bored or lose concentration and hit one up in the air, but
yep. Might play one shot too many, but looking so settled at the crease at the moment.
It looks as though he's got infinite amounts of time. Nicely bowled by Green. Again, that in-dip, a little bit of shape back in, and Duckett stepping across, trying to work it into leg side. Chips it in the air for a few feet, but lands an awful long way short of Ian Holland at mid-on. So Green, 14 overs, 1 for 40, has been by a distance, I would suggest, the pick of the Leicestershire bowling attack. He does what he does, and has done it pretty well. Only one moment of real reward though, and he can't keep going forever, although he does bowl a lot of overs. It's why he came here. He wanted to play red ball cricket and be involved. I didn't quite realise how involved he'd be as a bowler. He's racking up the overs, and he wants to come off, he's saying. So his spell is done for now.
Here is Ajaz Patel then from the far end to Slater, who just defends the ball into the leg side. Won't mind doing it in singles here. Ben Slater just dearly like to get to that mark, and there is one of those singles, or are they going to turn it into two? No, they're going to settle for one. Ball flicked out towards deep backward square leg, and it will just be the one. They set off for the first one very, very quickly, and just perhaps waiting for a misfield potentially in the outfield. Wasn't to be. Slater on to 98, but it's Duckett back on strike. Patel bowls, and Duckett hits one in the air over the top of backward point, and away for 4. He wasn't in full control of that one. Ben Duckett rocked back, trying to play the cut shot. Bit of a top edge on that, and the ball spins away to the boundary for 4 more.
Could so easily have gone to Tattersall, who's on the sort of 45 for just that shot really. The top edged cut just over his head, well, a couple of feet over his head, and certainly not by design.
Patel back in, reverse sweep from Duckett, only as far as deep point for another single. Brings Ben Slater back on strike, and beaten on 98 from 143 balls. Still got a slip in place, has Patel, who comes in, bowls, and Slater looks to steal a single into the offside, but it's fielded there at cover by Ben Green, so no run. Patel into just his third over. He's already conceded 21, and he comes, and Slater defends the ball into the leg side for no run. He'll remain on 98. Knott's now 221 for 1. Seems to have settled in and around the group pretty well, Ajaz Patel.
Yeah, I think he's an amiable enough individual. Seemed very nice to talk to. But I suspect he's pondering in his own mind his decisions given the pitches he's played on so far and the number of overs that he's had to bowl in essentially a containing capacity, really. I guess he would have probably thought that at the start of the season that would perhaps be his role, to contain as much as to take wickets, but perhaps wouldn't have anticipated bowling quite as many overs as he has. So Ben Green has indeed gone off. Those were his spikes you heard in the effects mic going over the concrete path between the pitch and the pavilion, and Ian Holland is coming back on to replace him. 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 40 for Green, so he's gone at less than 3 and over, and he has nothing to reproach himself with the way he's bowled so far today. We're over the halfway point of the day, but Notts 221 for 1. And have Leicestershire down, and if they can finish the day at what, at this rate, it's going to be over 400 odd, isn't it? For 3 or 4. It's a heck of a position. Holland round the wicket, outside off stump to Ben Duckett, and there's room for him to chop it away into the offside. He's hit it well in front of square, and I think the fact that they are hitting in front of square out to the sweeper, who is at extra cover rather than cover, is an indication of the lack of pace really in the pitch. They're having to wait for it to a certain extent.
Yeah, just sitting up nicely, isn't it? Has been doing that really most of the day.
Ben Slater looks around him on 98, outside off stump, cut away, but again it's gone straight to the sweeper on the offside, so it will be just the one. Slater onto 99. Seen a few 99s in my time. Most heartbreakingly, probably from Leicestershire's point of view, that of Ben Mike, who was on 99 not out when Leicestershire lost their last 2 wickets at Lord's against Middlesex 2 seasons ago.
Yep.
Holland into Duckett. Ooh, little inside edge, as that one did nibble a little bit, and he's looking to work it on the offside. Inside edge onto the pad, down at his feet. Tom Scriven, 99 at Canterbury against Kent last season. That would have been, in both cases, it would have been a maiden first-class century. I'm sure their day will come. But I guess they both probably wonder if it ever will. Both young enough. In goes Holland and bowls, and wristily cut, delicately cut, but not past Ajaz Patel, who dived across to his left at gully. There's Ajaz Patel at gully, deepish, and Rishi Patel at backward point. Probably isn't 10 metres between them, and in terms of the angle, there's probably only a couple of degrees, but third man now goes between the two of them, so they've decided, Leicestershire, to try and absolutely cut off those shots of Duckett. In goes Holland and bowls to him. He's solidly forward on off stump. Holland himself picks it up and pleasingly keeps hold of the ball, just gives it a polish himself, doesn't waste time by throwing it to a teammate. Cox standing up to Ian Holland now, of course. Helmeted as Holland is in and bowls short and wide and crashed away off the back foot by Ben Duckett. Bit of work for Weatherall to do, running up the rope towards the meet from cover towards extra cover. And Duckett in the end takes 2, which will please Slater because it means he will be on strike at the start of the next over. Duckett then on to 76, 225 for 1, Slater 99. As I said, Ben Slater had gone to his 50 off 68 balls when Hasib Hamid was out, and Duckett came in after 23.1 overs, so safe to say that Duckett has outscored his teammate, playing around the opener, if you like.
In the 90s for about 40 odd minutes, isn't it?
Feels that way.
Right, here he is on 99. In comes Patel to Ben Slater, who works the ball to mid-wicket. It's fielded there inside the circle, so no run. Jake Weatherald, another one with the floppy white hat on.
Leicestershire squeezing.
Patel back into Slater, who drives and can't beat extra cover. Still no run. Notts 225 for 1. Here comes Patel. And Slater can only defend with a flick of the wrists into the leg side. Wonder if there's much chatter from Ben Cox there, standing up to the stumps. Patel in, and Slater is forward with a classic defence.
Determined not to give it away.
Spelling a very tight line here is Ajaz Patel, who bowls, and Slater flicks the ball, but again can't beat short mid-wicket. It's a well-timed shot.
Eskenazi there. 8
Slater
single saving fielders.
just taking his time as Patel comes in, bowls, and Slater chops this one away. There's a slight fumble at backward point. They get through for the single. And that is a wonderful century from Ben Slater, his 16th in his first-class career. Off comes the helmet, the salute to all 4 sides of the ground. And a warm round of applause from both the fans and his teammates on the Notts balcony. Splendid effort.
152 balls, 15 fours, 211 minutes, strike rate 65.79 for Ben Slater. So even though he did get a little bit tied down in getting to the landmark, still a pretty impressive effort. And he says, looking to wind up the Nottinghamshire supporters for the former Leicestershire batsman.
Former Leicestershire, former Derbyshire.
Yes. Well, he's probably
completed the East Midlands.
Yes, tour of the East Midlands. Ian Holland then is into Slater. Oh, that jumps on him a bit, but he cuts it away impressively down to wide-ish third man. Got a little bit of extra lift there, Ian Holland, but as I say, Slater got on top of it nicely, laced it away, but only as far as third man. Duckett really not far behind him now, 76 off 84. Strike rate of 90 as Holland is in and bowls to him on off stump, looking just to land it on off, and perhaps a little bit of straighten it up from around the wicket. Duckett leaning forward, guiding it to the sun-hatted now, Rishi Patel, at backward point. 227 for 1. Holland is in and bowls, a little bit wider this time, same sort of delivery, i.e. a little bit of shape in through the air from the arm and then try and hit the seam and straighten it up. Did to a certain extent, which is why Duckett clothed it slightly as he tried to drive it away through the offside. But by his standards, Holland has been extraordinarily expensive. In he goes and bowls, same delivery, but there was width this time. It was a fraction shorter as well, so Duckett could stand up and drive it away out to the sweeper. But it did go more or less straight to Weatherald, who's been busy out there. And it was therefore just the single. 227 for 1. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Sports Extra 3. You're listening to the Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire. Commentary being brought to you by Dave Bracegirdle, Nikesh Ragani and Richard Ray. As Ian Holland, Leicestershire's captain, round the wicket, bowls fuller this time, inviting Slater to drive. He was careful, he checked the shot slightly, guiding it as much as driving it out to wide-ish mid-off. Hull moved across to his right to field. And you heard the call of weight from Ben Slater. He remains on 101. Sun, thankfully, goes behind a bit of cloud.
You can see Dave out there on the balcony to our left, and his shirt's blowing in the breeze. So there is a bit of a breeze now.
As Holland is in, fullish outside off stump, not taken cleanly by Ben Cox, but it is cleaned up by Ajaz Patel, and there is no run. Ben Slater would like a drink. He's earned one. It's the end of the over. 228 for 1. It's a warm wind though, which is hasn't always been in recent days. We've had a lot of easterlies which have really lowered the temperatures, but not today. It's a caressing, warm breeze out there. 228 for 1. 77 Duckett, 101 Slater. Knots all over Leicestershire at the moment. And that laughter you can hear, not supporter. Could sit in his shirt as he walked past the FX mic. Thoroughly enjoying his day at Grace Road. Has the queue for the cake gone down yet? It has. They were queuing round the block of the meat.
Right, here is Ajaz Patel. Will we see Slater take a few more risks? Oh, he's been wrapped on the pads and given. And it's Duckett, in fact. Big wicket there for Ajaz Patel. Duckett gone for a really well played 77 from just 88 deliveries. But it was fairly full, it was straight. Duckett looking to play it into the leg side, misses it completely. Finger goes straight up. And Leicestershire finally have their second wicket. Notts 228 for 2.
Yeah, it was almost a sort of attempt to pull sweep. Maybe didn't get it. It was a little bit short. It was a seamer, I think. He didn't look to spin it. It looked to me as though it pitched on leg, but then, if anything, just sort of
nipped towards off,
swung back a little bit. So I'm pretty sure he does bowl the odd seamer, and I think that was one of them. So Duckett looked a little taken aback to be given out, but although it was possibly slightly shorter than Ajaz Patel would have liked, I think he did him a little bit there.
Just skidded through, didn't it? As well, that one. Ajaz Patel.
77 off 88 with 11 fours.
Joe Clark, the new batter. Doesn't get any easier for the Foxes bowlers.
No. What was the partnership then? From 97 to 228. So 128 plus 3 is 131 for the second wicket. Yeah, Clark then comes to the crease, having scored already 449 runs this season at 74.83, with a highest score of 136. 1 century and 3 50s for Joe Clark. An old adversary as far as Leicester are concerned. I remember him being at the centre of a very controversial moment at New Road, Worcester, when he was given out and was actually off the pitch when he was recalled. He was sort of halfway up the steps to the pavilion. That was in Mark Cosgrove's day, because he was livid. Laid back character, Mark Cosgrove, but not that day. We went into an Indian restaurant in Cardiff. In the lobby, big Mark Cosgrove shirt. They'd sponsored him one season during his time at Glamorgan. He's remembered
free meals for the season, I guess.
He picked a good one. It was a smashing meal we had, because he knew his
It's not a bad
stuff.
thing to do, is it? Try and get sponsored by a nice Indian restaurant.
Yeah, and if that's the deal, when you can come and eat free,
Yeah,
because he will have got the most of it. The best of the
Absolutely.
deal.
Patel then into Clark, who's reaching for one and reaches well, drives out towards deep cover. There's a bit of a chase on here. Ball won't quite reach the boundary, but Clark off the mark with an easy couple.
That was a tester for Weatherall's niggle. Clearly he's fine, because he had to sprint quite a long way there.
Question is, can you take your family in as well? Do they get a free bill?
At that stage he was childless. I think it was, yeah.
Patel in, and Clark is on the front foot defending.
He may have been Mrs.less. Not at that stage. I'm not sure he was actually married in his time at Glamorgan.
Maybe take a couple of his teammates along, I'm sure, as Clark is off the back foot, defending into the leg side. No run.
Yeah, could have got expensive for the restaurant.
Yeah. Well, if I was a teammate of his, I would have been down there. Patel in, short and wide, and cut away towards deep third. It's going to be Weatherall who runs around from deep point to cut it off. Another couple off the bat of Joe Clark.
Jazzy, as he's known by his teammates. Hey, Jazz.
Patel to complete the over into Clark, who just pushes into a gap there. Forward of point, jogs through for a single. He'll retain strike with knots now 233 for 2. I always get asked that by commentators who are coming to Grace Road, be it for a women's international or a county game, whatever it might be. Where can I find a good Indian restaurant? And you're spoilt for choice in Leicester, aren't you?
You are.
There are so many.
Yeah.
Kind of depends on your taste. Do you want something a bit more South Indian? Do you want something quite rich from the north of India? You know, your butter chickens, your paneer masalas, that sort of thing? Or do you want dosas, idlis, those types of things? Very much South Indian. Spoilt for choice in this neck of the woods.
Do you want a super posh place in the city centre? Or
Yep. Or one of these
the
bar and
splendid
grill
ones?
type places.
Yeah, exactly.
The bar and grills, though, often the best.
I agree. Clark then is going to be up against seam for the first time in the shape of Ian Holland. 2 slips behind Clark as Holland goes in, bowls to him. He works it nicely off his hip down to fine leg 4-4. It sounded a bit woody, but no. Well, woody, yes, as in woody off the thigh pad. Thigh pad might have been involved, but there's plenty of bat as well. Bastian McGunn signals 4 to the scorers. Clark 5 off 5. He's not letting the run rate fall. It's dropped a fraction. It's 4.4 now, but goodness me, that is pretty good going for the first day of a county championship. Cox is standing up now to Clark, who perhaps was just shuffling out of his ground, as in goes Holland, bowls to him. He goes back, just works it out towards mid-wicket. They sort of accelerate a little bit as they realise that Josh Heller's got quite a lot of ground to make up to the ball. Indeed, he is the only single saving fielder on the leg side at the moment. He didn't have far to go though, so Clark and Slater settled for the 1. Holland's going to go round the wicket to Ben Slater. General post in the outfield, left and right hand combination, as Holland is in outside off stump, nicely, classically, coolly, calmly, casually steered away off the back foot by Slater out to the sweeper Weatherall, and 1 is taken. Slater onto 102. Might just take him a while to sort of switch back into free scoring mode, but Leicester have bowled a little bit better to him in the afternoon session. They've kept things a touch tighter, but I don't know if you can bowl tightly to Ben Duckett. If he's in the mood, he's going to score
Absolutely.
quickly, and did.
If they can get another 2 or 3 here before tea, the scorecard would look very, very different.
Yeah, 260 for 5 or something like that. Leicestershire would be very happy with the way they'd come back into it. Long way to go to there, though. In goes Holland and bowls, worked off his legs by Clark. Out between Weatherald and Josh Davey running round at long leg. Weatherald runs in front of Davey and fields, but a comfortable 2 for Clark. Yeah, but just looking at the lineup, Haynes, Varane to come in the middle order alone.
They bat quite deep knots as well, don't they?
Everybody does these days. In goes Holland and bowls, thick inside edge as Clark is forward, as it comes back to him a bit, pops up, but certainly no short leg at the moment. Yeah.
Well, I guess Leicestershire have got a couple of number 11s there.
Well, Patel batted very well. He looked very comfortable in Cardiff.
I saw the 6 that he hit straight.
Yeah, absolutely. Clearly got a good eye, so he's no mug, and he's due at the moment to come in 11. Holland is in. Clark defends, leaning forward solidly on off stump. End of the over. 14th of Holland's effort in this innings so far. And he's got most un-Holland-like figures of none for 72 from those 14, at an average of over, in terms of runs conceded, of over 5. May or may not be too keen to do an interview at the close of play. We talk about his impact on the game so far, the decision to put...
Might pass the buck on to somebody like an Ajaz Patel. Especially if he takes another wicket or 2 here. Here he is. Patel just pushes one wide, and that's been cut away by Slater out to deep point for just a single.
No turn at all there, was there? Just straight on.
Patel round the wicket to Clark, who drives, but only as far as extra cover, and there is no run.
Well, they're talking about everybody batting. The Sussex tailor hasn't half wagged. They were 114 for 8 last time I looked.
Another delivery just outside off stump, defended away by Clark, no run.
They're now 229 for 8. Don't tell me Robinson's getting runs as well. He is.
Patel floats up the next ball, and Clark once more defends, no run.
Jack Carson has a 50 and is still going, and Robinson has 34 of 52.
Patel bowls and Clark drives only as far as mid-off. Another dot ball. It's good to see Side's able to do that.
And Finn Hudson-Prentice got a 50 as well, so yeah, very much the case of the tail wagging.
Yorkshire, though, all out for 162. Somerset 17 for 1 in reply, as Clark takes a stride down the wicket and then defends a very full ball back down the pitch. End of the over. Knocks 242 for 2. Glamorgan still going along nicely in Southampton. 219 for 1 against Hampshire.
We've got 9 overs until tea, so going to be about half an hour late, I would think. Dave's back.
And it is going to be Ian Holland to continue from the pavilion end. Holland into Slater, who's unbeaten on 103 bowls, and that's past the outside edge of Slater. Ben Cox standing right up to the stumps. Welcome back, Dave.
Thanks, mate.
Noticed a bit of a breeze out
Yeah,
there. You were standing
yeah.
out there on the balcony. Is it a warm breeze?
I was trying to protect you. Yes, well, it's warm and it's quite a strong breeze. It's pleasant, I guess, for sitting and watching.
Plenty of shady spots on the far side of the ground at the Bennett end and over to the Uptonsteel stand to our right as Holland comes in, bowls, and that's been defended away by Slater into the leg side, and there's no run.
Didn't have the benefit of a replay stood out there on the balcony of the Duckett dismissal, but it looked worthy of a shout, certainly.
Yeah, it was pretty plumb. It was actually
Yes.
a seam-up delivery from Ajaz Patel, which sort of pitched on leg and hit him around middle and off. Just skidded through with a bit of extra pace as Holland bowls to Slater, and he's again beaten past his outside edge. Ball keeping slightly low, it's just outside the off stump.
Can I just lean across you and plug my laptop in, because it's on it's running out of gas, shall we say?
That time of the day.
We'll give it a bit of love.
Slater then ready, faces up and leaves the next ball from Holland outside off. Not still 242 for 2. If you are just joining us here on Radio Leicester, Radio Nottingham, Sports Extra 3, or on the BBC Sport app or website, welcome to you. Nikesh Ragani, Dave Bracegirdle, Richard Ray, your commentary team. Leicestershire winning the toss earlier, deciding to have a bowl first, and Notts cashing in with some runs here. 242 for 2. Ian Holland back in, and it's been punched away by Slater out towards deep cover. There's a sweeper there, so it will just be the single. Earlier Hasib Hamid was out for 42. The score was 97 for 1 at that stage. Then a wonderful partnership between Ben Slater, who's still there and beaten 103, and Ben Duckett, who was the last man out for 77 from 88 balls. Joe Clark has now come out to join Slater, and here he is facing up to Holland. Clark defends to mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over. Notts on to 243 for 2. 56 overs completed in the day's play.
Wonder what time of day it was, or the score, or how many overs since Slater entered the 90s. He's on 104 now, but crikey, he was forever in the 90s, wasn't he? He's not really kicked on since reaching 3 figures. Doesn't matter, he's still there, and Notts will be hoping he's still there for a wee while longer, but it just fairly raced from 50 to 90, and it's probably an hour he's been in the last 10 runs. He's on strike now. Ajaz Patel is going to continue his slow left arm. New Zealand international, bowling from the Bennett end. Left armer to left-hander, one slip waiting. Slater does drive through the offside now. One word from Bracegirdle about Slater getting stuck in the mud, and he slams it through the offside for 4 to get the board moving again. 247 for 2, so not 3 runs away from a first batting point. As Richard mentioned, what I'm holding in my hand now, the cut and butter cake.
He has.
Okay.
If you want to give it another plug.
I don't know if plug's the right word. I've not really read through it all, but 1 or 2 lines sort of drew my attention. The fact that the Kingdom of Newark gets a mention certainly caught my eye before anything else, and the word cake, of course. 247 for 2. Slater on to, I think it'll be 108. Yes, now it's just gone over on the manual board. The one remaining slip, Rishi Patel has come out and just being moved to a catching position at mid-wicket when he stands still, and Slater turns this next one through the square leg umpire. So Friends of Grace Road extend a warm and friendly welcome to to the ground. To all Nottinghamshire members and supporters, this is obviously of particular relevance to anyone listening in the ground, but for everybody else you can just get a flavour of the message that's being put about. Extending a warm welcome to all Nottinghamshire members and supporters as Clark cuts this into the offside. Wetherall's out there. Clark's run the first one quickly and Wetherall's got to the ball quickly, so there'll only be a single. Today we're providing a cotton butter cake as the Friends of Grace Road cake of the match. It's told the illustrious Nottinghamshire Women's Institute Catering Committee devised the cotton butter cake, a delicious fruit loaf for the Nottinghamshire County Show held annually at the Newark Showground near me, the Kingdom of Newark. Showground there every May. This is it into the offside and through the offside. Cries of catch, but has pierced the ring nicely, Slater, for a second boundary of the over, and that's the 250 up and the first point for either side in the match. Notts 1, Leicestershire 0. I was going to say it says on the board, it doesn't at the moment. It's saying not nil, Lee nil, L-E-I nil, but that'll change in a moment. Unsure of the dates of the original recipe for this cake, it appears in Angela Greary's 1994 local recipes book and follows a similar fruitcake recipe from Southwell, or Southwell, dated 1890. Nevertheless, a very traditional recipe, and so it goes on, but that's available on the ground at a superb value for money price of £3.50 per slice. I like the sound of that, folks. Jazz Patel bowls, and he's gone again, Slater, but there is protection out there in the deep, so it'll only be a single this time, and Slater gets down to the non-strikers end, 254 for 2, and he's on 114. Like a bit of fruitcake?
Not particularly, but any kind of cake. I'm just swerving by at the moment.
Oh, sign of an athlete. Floated up and Duckett drives into the offside. Beg your pardon, Joe Clark drives into the offside. Ben Duckett's been and gone. 254 for 2. Clark entered this round of match as the leading run scorer in the country. He only needed half a dozen balls to get into double figures to keep that run going. This is his 7th innings of the season. He's had a ton. He's had 2 90s, an 80, a 30 odd and a 12, so he's already into double figures to keep that stretch going. But his last 3 innings, 100 against Glamorgan in the second innings, and as I say, an 80 and a 90 across the match last weekend against Warwickshire. So he's in fine form, fine fettle. Joe Clark, the country's leading run scorer ahead of this round of matches.
Yeah, looks untroubled at the moment as well. We see a change in bowling. Josh Hull with ball back in hand from the pavilion end. Do you think, Dave, with the situation as it is, 254 for 2, you just tell Hull to bend his back for 3 or 4 overs, try some short stuff?
Yep.
Put a couple of men out on the boundary?
Yep, definitely.
Here he is, Hull, and starts with a foolish delivery, outside off. It just gently swings away and left alone by Slater pretty comfortably.
He has been a touch wayward today. Obviously I don't see enough of him to know if this is a typical performance, run in hard and get it down the far end as quickly as he can, and if he strays in line and length every now and again, so be it.
I think he does, from what I've seen over the last couple of years. Tends to spread around a little bit, but can bowl you those magic deliveries as well in between. Here is Holt, slightly shorter, and Slater on his toes just works the ball out to deep backward square for a single.
If there's one piece of kryptonite for the Notts batters at the moment, it's the score 115 that Slater has just landed on. Both Hamid and Verena last weekend were dismissed on 115. There you are, small crumbs of comfort for the Leicestershire followers that are with us. He's played beautifully today though, Slater, albeit, as I say, he got bogged down in the 90s and the early part of the 100s, but a couple of boundaries in the last over from Patel might just get him going again between now and tea, which is 7 or so overs away.
Here is Hull, and that is short, but a little bit too wide of the off stump. Punched away by Clark, but fielded at backward point, no run.
Yeah, threw his head back, Joe Clark, after it had been fielded in Clearly he felt that he'd missed out there. Former Worcestershire teammate, former Worcestershire pair, behind Joe Clark in Ben Cox. The two both members of that Worcestershire side that won the Blast in T20 at finals day. The first and only time that Worcestershire have been successful. Both played a big role in that.
Hull charges in, away from us, goes full on the pads of Clark, who works the ball pretty comfortably down to fine leg for another one.
These days Joe Clark is Nottinghamshire's T20 captain, the Outlaws T20 captain in the Blast. Their plans for the season have been hit over the last week or two. Peter Siddle was coming, the Australian quick, and now he's had to take an enforced absence of the game, cited as personal reasons why he can't come. But
here is Hull. It's a slower delivery, which is defended by Slater into the offside. No run.
Safe to say he played in the same Legends tournament as Samit Patel, who,
that's right, as
a consequence, was given a domestic ban by the ECB for this summer. So Peter Siddle won't be coming, and the other overseas was George Linder, the South African batting off spinner, all-rounder, talented player. Just been called up to play for South Africa in a period that coincides with the start of the Blast, so he'll be missing for that.
Hull full and driven away by Slater, gently to the cover sweeper. Weatherald, another single taken. End of the over, Notts on to 257 for 2.
Leicestershire, I'm sure, will feel, well, it's not just you, because of course it happened to Peter Hanscom and the Foxes just before the start of the season, when the popular Aussie wasn't able to come over as scheduled, as expected. It does happen to a lot of sides, obviously injuries and international call-ups and what have you, but you lay down your plans early on in the winter, and then
yep. Well, Rehan Ahmed, of course, wasn't picked up in the initial IPL auction, but he's gone out there as a replacement for the Delhi Capitals.
Is he playing?
Well, he hasn't played so far. They are in action today. I'll check their scorecard in just a second, see if he's in the lineup.
Ajaz Patel is playing. He's got a wicket to his name. Bolster Slater just defends this on the leg side, and there's no run. This is the 59th over, so 5 overs and 5 balls now before the scheduled tea break. Just a whisker past 20 to 4, so we are in sort of overtime as Slater just shaped as if he was going to smash that high back over the bowler's head and down to the far end to the cricket centre, but then checked himself and just pushed it into the offside.
No, not in the lineup today, Rehan, for the Delhi Capitals up against Rajasthan.
This is down the leg side, and this might be another lot of 4 byes. I don't know if anybody got anything on it. It's byes against Ben Cox. Ajaz Patel might have been trying something different. Certainly the communication between him and the keeper, if there was any at all, was a little awry. He just fired it down the leg side. Cox couldn't stop it, and it went for 4 byes. So Nottinghamshire grateful to see their total advance to 261 for 2. It was 120 for 1, remember, at lunch. So they've had a run-laden afternoon. Slater pushes this square of the wicket on the offside. He's been there since the start, of course. Opened the batting at 11 o'clock this morning, and he's within 5 overs or so of making it through to tea. Patel bowls. Slater turns this to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Joe Clark has 14 men out. Seba Mead for 42. Good catch by Cox off the bowling of Benny Green, and Ajaz Patel had Ben Duckett for 77, giving out LBW. And Slater defends the final ball of the over. 261 for 2.
Another successful session for Notts. They're saying, Richard and I, at the fall of that second wicket, or just shortly after, if Leicestershire can nip out another 2 or 3 before tea. That could make the scorecard look very different indeed, but Notts with other ideas. Slater carries on, and Clark has come in to join him, and has looked every bit the top scorer of this county championship season so far.
Just a moment or two before this over starts, a number of people have taken the trouble to get in touch. Alistair, the pitch is really slowing down in the last hour. Bob, shame on the Duckett dismissal. Lovely knock. Century was there for the taking, though, in high MO. That's, in my opinion, I think. Nick Morrell, if I were a gambling man, and I am, I'd have bet on Duckett getting out, being unnecessarily aggressive against Patel. Often brilliant, but rarely finishes the job. Thank you all. There's another one from the Yellow Belly, I'll read in a moment.
Josh Hull back with ball in hand. Comes in, bowls, and Clark is on his toes defending this one for no run.
Dave the Yellow Belly. Dave from the Yellow Belly. A big shout out to Grantham Town, please. They take on Newark Town in the UCL Premier Division North playoff final tomorrow. That means I'll miss out on seeing the cricket from Grace Road. And also the Blaze, who are away at Durham in the Women's One Day Cup. Enjoy your day, Yellow Belly. Yes, big match there for 2 local rivals, Grantham and Newark, in that playoff final. And the Blaze, watch them on Wednesday, thrillingly chasing down 300.
Comes Hull, and that's a very short delivery, and it's signalled wide in the end, and it was well over the head of Joe Clark, so fair enough. 262 for 2. Talk me through the Blaze, Dave. You probably had these discussions over the last year or so. I mean, why are they the only women's county that isn't called Nottinghamshire, or you know, the same as the men's team basically? Why are they not named after the county?
Okay, I'll come off my long run like Josh Hull is.
Is that because they play their matches sometimes outside of Notts? I'll get your answer on that in just a second. As Hull comes in, bowls full outside off, and that's pretty close to being a wide as well, but gets away with it.
So this was a team that had its roots and everything else, and to be fair, the majority of the players from Loughborough University, and they were Loughborough Lightning then. Then the Loughborough bit got dropped, they were the Lightning, and then moved lock, stock and barrel, almost literally, to make Trent Bridge their home, their permanent home, and matches were, as you say, being played across the East Midlands at the time, because it was the feeder side for several counties.
Hull in, and Clark is up on his toes defending into the leg side for no run.
So they've played matches at Lincoln Lindham, they've continued to play at Loughborough, they've played at Queen's Park Chesterfield, and as well as grounds in Nottinghamshire, including Trent Bridge. So that's as it has been. However, the word is, not as good as a wink to a blind donkey, that come the winter, there might be a further change. They might evolve further from Loughborough Lightning to the Blaze to perhaps come in line with the other 17 counties. We'll have to see. I'll leave it at that.
Hull in, and Clark works the ball off his hip down towards fine leg, helps himself to a single.
Or it may be that I just listened to the wrong people and get the wrong sort of info, but I think those discussions are ongoing, and just maybe this winter it might happen. But they've spread a lot of love across the region for women's cricket, and will continue to do so. And whether they are called Nottinghamshire Women in the future or they're called the Blaze in the future, they have managed to pick up and attract a lot of fans. But of course, those in Derbyshire and Leicestershire now have their own county teams.
Hull to Slater, and that one keeps slightly low. Slater does well just to work the ball to fine leg for a single.
Where are we? Was this the 60th over? So 4 to go after this one. 262 for 2. There's one or two mischievous types this morning were warning that might be the odd shower in this part of the world about after tea. Well, after you're a local.
Doesn't look like there's anything coming anytime soon.
No. nonsense. It'll be lovely.
Here is Hull back into Clark. It's full outside off. It's driven very nicely out towards deep cover. There is protection there though, so won't be 4. Will just be a couple more to Joe Clark to finish off the over. And Notts after 60 overs are 266 for 2.
I think the Leicestershire bowlers might appreciate a bit of heavy cloud cover around about the taking of the second new ball in whatever it is, 20 overs time, if that coincides. This one's not offering a great deal of assistance for anybody. Sol Budinger getting his match fees worth. He's out there again as a fielder. Doesn't know where he's supposed to stand. Asks the skipper, and then has to sprint from short fine leg to the far end of the ground to mid off. He's going all the way. He took his floppy sun hat off earlier, and has got the turn behind square start of a new over by Slater. No run. He's got the rather more than highlights. His hair is Bondi Beach blonde at the moment. 266 for 2. Patel round the wicket again. Slater just works it by the square leg umpire, fielded by he's Nottinghamshire's number 26, and it's fielded by Leicestershire's number 26, Rishi Patel, the only survivor of the meeting here 4 years ago for the Foxes. This ball is pushed into the offside by Slater. They'll get a single, comfortably judged in the end. 7 of this starting 11 for Notts played 4 years ago, and only 1 of Leicestershire's side. Shows how much of a change has been here with regards to the incoming, and Notts have just tried to just add to the solidity that they had from people that have been at the club for some time now, as Clark, who's one of them, drops it on the leg side. He came at the start of 2019. Slater came midway through the 2018 season, initially on loan from Derbyshire, and the deal was sort of made permanent at the end of that year. Patel bowls, Clark pushes it back to the bowler.
I guess he's a little bit like the Blaze of men's county cricket, isn't he? At the top of the order there. He's completed the East Midlands. Slater. Yeah, just 2 matches on loan for Leicestershire. Of course, he started with Chesterfield. With Derbyshire, Chesterfield lad. This is dropped on the leg side, 267 for 2. Can you think of any others? Samit did Derby and Notts, didn't he?
No, he was born
in Leicester, so there is that kind of connection.
I think there's only 2 others, unless anybody wants to.
Done all 3.
Yeah.
Shiv Thakur did Leicester and Derby. Didn't do Notts.
One's going back to the turn of the century, a fast medium fast bowler who did the rounds, and one is a current player at one of the counties, but he's not playing in this match. 267 for 2.
Harry Gurney's not played for Derby, has he?
No. Here's Josh Hull. I'll put you out your misery after this ball.
Here is Hull. Bowling to Slater, short and pulled away out towards deep square leg. It's fielded by the sweeper, and another single added to the total.
Zach Chappell.
Okay.
Playing for Derbyshire, of course. He started with Leicestershire, had a spell with Notts, now with the other one, and round about the turn of the century, a bowler, Andrew Harris, AJ Harris.
Very good knowledge.
Well, it's been looked up. I mean, I think when both Slater and Chappell sort of achieved it, we sort of trawled through the history books. There may be others, but I've not been able to find any.
Here is Hull. Oh, and that's a nice delivery to Joe Clark, just getting him pushing it one outside off. It's through to Cox behind the stumps for no run. Well, there's been plenty of Leicestershire and Notts players, haven't there?
Yep.
You keep stealing our players, or you used to anyway.
Nobody forces them, as we say. Nobody forces them.
Broad, Gurney, Taylor.
Nobody's forced Eskenazi to leave Lords, or Tattersall to leave Headingley, or Holland to leave Southampton, or Rishi Patel to leave Chelmsford.
Very Very true. But
Nobody's
whenever there's
forced
anyone
them.
doing well at Leicestershire, well, certainly when they were rock bottom of Division 2, as Hull goes full, and that's beautifully clipped away for 4 out towards long on by Clark. Was in the slot, but put it away really nicely there. The right-hander, who's into his groove here, moves into the 20s. It's always, oh yeah, when are they going to knots? When are they going to knots? And it's been
why
a
do
bit
you
of a
think they
trend.
moved? Why do you think Stuart Broad moved and
Well, they
Harry
wanna play at
Gurney
a test
moved and
ground
James
for a
Taylor
Division 1
moved and
county,
Greg
don't
Smith
they?
moved?
I understand. I understand, but still frustrates the fans here locally. Though now with, I guess, not just Division 1 status, but the way the England setup is, as Hull is in, goes short to Clark, who just ducks underneath this one quite comfortably. There is no run. Somebody like a Rehan Ahmed, who of course was born in Nottingham lad, and came through the Leicestershire Academy. I guess he doesn't necessarily have to move county because he's highly thought of by the England white ball setup. He's got an incremental contract while he's already playing for Leicestershire. So, you know, I guess he feels he probably doesn't have to move county to get that recognition. So times have changed a little bit in the last few years.
I wonder if the Ahmed family are here. Fahan was in the Notts squad, didn't make the 11.
Comes Hull, and well, that's past the outside edge of Clark, who just has a little poke at another one outside off.
I wonder if Rayhan's watching and listening in the dugout at Delhi.
Maybe not right now, in the middle of a match.
Hey
Wouldn't
there,
be a good
Rayhan.
look, would it? I'm sure he's keeping across all the scores.
So be able to go back and have a little look at the live stream later on, should he wish.
He would have had a few overs here today, wouldn't he? This situation, Notts 272 for 2. Here is Hull once more. And Clark defends leg side. Big shout of no. End of another over.
The end of the 62nd, so we've got 2 overs left before tea. Ben Slater was he 61 not out at lunch, 62 not out at lunch, something of that order. He's now 119, so he's been going along at just about the same rate this afternoon as he was this morning, though this is a longer session between lunch and tea, of course, to get the overs in. We were only 29 overs in the morning session, 35 in this one, and as I mentioned, it did go, I would say, an hour between reaching 90 and getting to about 105. Patel to bowl to Ben Slater. First of the 12 pre-tee deliveries has been erased from the tally with a dot on the leg side.
Slater was 92 not out when I went off commentary at past.
Patel bowls, and this is drilled to mid-on. I mean, it might not have been as long as that, but it certainly
2,
felt it, didn't it?
He didn't get to his century until 3:15. So that was 45 minutes being stuck on, from 92 to 100.
272 for 2, and he's got a short one here that he's pulled out on the leg side. The only fielder out there is Weatherald, so that was my first port of call, but he was instantly jogging back to go and fetch the ball. It was short of the rope. We haven't had a 6. It's a big old playing area, but he took the aerial route there, a bounce or 2 over the deep mid-wicket boundary. And Ben Slater goes to 1, 2, 3. Just do this next ball, and then I'll have to update BBC Radio Nottingham as we close in on the tea break. Patel bowls and Slater a push into the offside. 276 for 2 knots.
Yep, one more over remaining in this session then. Notts comfortably winning both sessions of the day so far. Ben Slater on to 123 as Ajaz Patel continues, and it's been driven out towards deep extra cover. There's a bit of a chase on here, and does really well out there on the boundary. I think it was Johnny Tattersall with the chase. Saves a couple of runs. One more over remaining after this delivery from Ajaz Patel. His figures 1 for 44. 146 now off nearly 10 overs. Made that 1 for 47 off exactly 10 overs. In fact, well, they are just going to take a single, but what's happened down here at long off, can't quite see who the fielder is there, but as he's gone to field the ball, he has fallen almost flat on his face, and well, Knott's just settled for the single, and rightly so, because this looks to be quite a serious injury. Lots of Leicestershire players rushing over to see what has happened there. Physio goes out as well. So either looks like a very nasty one, or just one of those which your teammates might find quite funny. Wait and see exactly who it is and what the state of the injury is there. Knott's bringing up the 50 partnership between Slater and Clark. Slater with 24 of them, Clark with 21. They've been out there for 64 balls, 42 minutes, this pair. Umpires now go over just to see what the situation is. And if it is one of those which your teammates find quite funny, there's not an awful lot you can do in that situation apart from take a few deep breaths. We've got some of the Leicestershire players just mid-pitch, not overly concerned with what's going on. There's Josh Davey down there. Looks to be back up on his feet. Is he going to come off? Well, if he has got any kind of muscle tweak or some kind of muscle pain, then that would be the right thing to do, especially with just 1 over left before the tea interval. What is happening here? Are the players getting ready to come off for tea? It looks as though the umpires are, I think, getting back into position. We'll just wait and see for a moment. Looks as though Davies definitely heading off with the physio. He'll get some treatment on whatever the injury is. He just kind of fell over really as the ball went to him. Might have slipped a touch on the outfield and tweaked a muscle. Hopefully it's not as serious as it first looked. Dave Bracegirdle back alongside me for this final over. Dave, you didn't miss an awful lot,
no.
Apart from the injury to Josh Davey, who's headed off the field towards our right.
Took my eye off it. What did he do? Slip as he came in to field the ball?
Yeah, he slipped, and I'm not quite sure if he's tweaked a muscle or he's sort of landed awkwardly. For a moment it looked as though it might be one of those injuries which your teammates find quite funny, and there's not much you can do about it, but it looks more of a muscle injury at the moment. As Josh Hull has ball in hand, he'll bowl the final over before the tea interval from the pavilion end. Into Ben Slater. It's short, it's wide outside off, and it's left well alone by Slater.
Get him assessed, I guess, and of course, as we know, in the current period of the game, substitutes and the use of them very much a hot topic at the moment. We've seen Sol Budinger as a frequent 12th man today for Leicestershire. He certainly wouldn't be approved, I don't think, as a like-for-like replacement for Davey should he be unable to continue in the match. Can't remember who else was in the Foxes squad.
Here is Hull bowling. That's very full, and it's dug out into the leg side by Slater. No run. It's been a bone of contention, hasn't it, the new substitute rule.
Is it Sam Wood? See the
left armour. see what the situation is with Davey first before seeing if there is a need for that to arise. Here is Hull. Another short ball that's been crunched away. Powerful pull shot, but there is protection out there at deep mid wicket. So just another single to Ben Slater. Made a lovely sound off the bat.
Yes, there was a lot of energy expanded in scoring that single, wasn't there? Trying to wallop it into the middle of next week. Only got one run.
So Clark on 21, back on strike. 3 balls left until the tea interval. As he just looked to block out, get safely through. Here is Hull into Clark, who gets a thickish outside edge past backward point and away for another single. A few decent deliveries as Josh Hull, but quite a few loose ones in between.
If there's anybody in the Notts ranks who might have forgotten their kit or needs to borrow kit or whatever, it's always Joe Clark. You know, he's the one that you'll often see in other players' shirt numbers. You think, oh, look, who's that? Oh, no, it is Joe Clark wearing so and so shirt and what have you. I'll come back to the point in a second.
Here is Hull back into Slater. He's wrapped on the pads. There's a big shout from behind the stumps for LBW. Nothing from Josh Hull,
No.
And there might have been a big inside edge on that, I think.
It's not been lost on me that Fergus O'Neill is on the ground. He was part of the squad. He's having all sorts of punishment down here. He's going to be bowling, I think, with Kevin Shine during the interval, and he's all logoed up, number 33 Clark. So he's borrowed all of Clark's gear. Perhaps hasn't brought his today, or doesn't want to get it hot and warm and sweaty.
Hull back into Slater, and another one off the pads, but this time ball was heading down the leg side. They helped themselves to a leg by. That previous one on the replay did look like an inside edge from Slater. So 1 ball remaining until tea. No, in fact, sorry, I've lost count. That is it. So 64 overs bowled in the day's play. Leicestershire electing to bowl first here against Notts, and Notts cashing in on a nice hot sunny day at tea. They are 282 for 2. Joe Clark on 22. The bulk of the scoring today has been done by Ben Slater, who will resume after tea on 127. So we'll take a short interval here for the tea break, and please join us on the other side.
Yeah, indeed. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Once more from Uptonsteel Grace Road, home of Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Third and final session on the first day of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire. Nikesh Ragani, myself, Richard Ray, your commencing commentators. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham will be with us soon when he's updated BBC Radio Nottingham with the good news that Notts are 282 for 2, that after being put in to bat by the Foxes on a greenish looking pitch, but Leicestershire not able to get too much from it. The star of the show, as far as Nottinghamshire concerned, Ben Slater, who's resuming on 127 not out. Joe Clark is the man with him at the moment. He's 22 not out. The two men out today, Ben Duckett, leg before wicket to Ajaz Patel for 77, and Hasib Hamid, that was a while ago this morning. He was caught by Ben Cox off the bowling of Ben Green for 42. So contributions all round as Joe Clark and Ben Slater head out to the middle. We had a cloudless sky for much of the day, but it has clouded over. It's high cloud, there's no suggesting it's going to rain, but actually thank goodness the cloud has come over, because it's been baking hot this afternoon, and it's now just pleasant. Walking around the ground during the tea interval, general consensus, Nikesh, says this is the best championship crowd that has been for a good few years at Grace's.
I noticed that as I was driving in this morning. Bit of a queue to get in the car park, and it was absolutely packed out this morning, the car park. A few people have sort of maybe nipped off early to do school runs and whatever else they might have to do, but yeah, certainly still a lot that have remained here for this final session. Some Nottinghamshire fans, as we mentioned earlier, have made the trip down south, but plenty of support for the Foxes too, as Ajaz Patel gets us back underway. He's into Slater, who works the ball round the corner to 45, and there is no run. Leicestershire in desperate need of a couple of wickets here soon, otherwise this scorecard could look very daunting indeed by the end of the day. Next ball, he's off the front foot, is Slater, slightly squared up, bit of a leading edge, but along the ground to Patel in his follow through. Patel racing through the over, and he comes again, and Slater defends to square leg, no run.
I have to admit, in terms of over rates, Dave has told us about this 8-hour business. It was completely news to me. That wasn't widely announced.
Patel floats up the next ball outside off, and that's been driven away down to long off for a single.
Apparently you have to bowl for 8 hours before an over rate is relevant. That's what he basically said. Which,
interesting.
But that's four sessions, isn't it, essentially? So
what if you bowl a team out?
Well, yeah, I'm scratching my head a little bit, but anyway. What the crowd are seeing is First Division batsmen thriving on a flat pitch, basically.
Patel into Clark, who drives, and fielded there at short extra cover. There's no run. Slater on 128 now. Clark 22 not out. Good little partnership developing between these two as Clark punches the next ball off the back foot into the covers. Patel starts with a tidy over there, just one from it.
I don't know if you did the scores just before tea, but Sussex still only 8 down, 274 for 8. Yeah, what a recovery. 114 for 8.
With Ollie Robinson and Jack Carson
yeah,
to the 60s.
Impressive stuff. Oh, wicket is clearly, well, the pitch has still clearly continued to offer something at Taunton. Yorkshire 162, Somerset 63 for 3. And Glamorgan put in by Hampshire 262 for 1. So if anything, they're going slightly better even than Nottinghamshire. Ben Green pick of the Leicestershire bowlers today is going to take up the attack for the Foxes this afternoon. From the pavilion end, round the wicket he goes, bowls down the leg side, having praised him to the skies. He spears one down the leg side, and Slater gestures at the ball, doesn't get anything on it. So the unfortunate Josh Davey had to leave the field in the over before tea, having slipped as he was looking to chase the ball down, and it looked to us as he walked off that he might have a groin injury. In goes Green and bowls, back goes Slater and defends to mid-off. Out there in his place is Tom Scriven, the sort of Leicestershire very competent lower order batsman, but essentially a bowling all-rounder really. And Davey is also a sort of very competent lower order batsman, so in terms of replacement they're not entirely dissimilar. As Green is in and bowls, back goes Slater and turns him off middle and leg out towards deep square. Coming in is Lewis Hilterfield, and one is taken. We haven't had an official announcement as yet that Scriven is a match replacement for Davey.
Well, they might well be
trying
to treat Davey and see if there's any way that he could get out there, but it didn't look too good, did it?
No, he was down for a while. It was just the way he walked off, it looked greeny to me. So 284 for 2 now. Electronic scoreboard's a bit slow today. Don't know why that is. Green back over the wicket to the right-handed Clark. Bowls, and Clark defends on the back foot, just drops it out towards just forward of point. John Tattersall comes running in. Already recognise his body language, so to speak, as you do with players when you see them sort of week in, week out. He's slightly splay-footed walk, slightly Charlie Chaplin-esque, which I like. Not the sort of Chaplin-esque, but that it's slightly different to some of the others. It makes him therefore instantly recognisable. Green is in to Clark, a tempter outside off stump. Cox, who's standing up, doesn't take the ball cleanly, but no harm done because Clark let it go through anyway.
A bit like a duck, that walk.
A little bit. A North Yorkshire duck. That's not what you want as a batsman, is it? Thinking about it. So I won't ever say that to him if I get the chance at any stage. Green is in straighter, and Clark could have tried to cover drive that away, just blocked it firmly rather than cover drove it out towards mid-off where Josh Hull is the fielder.
Tom Scriven is presently on the field as an official injury replacement for Josh Davey.
Well, there we go. There is the official confirmation over the PA that Scriven has taken over in the match from Davey and will be able to both bowl and bat. Unfortunate for Davey.
Practicing his bowling during that tea interval as Patel begins a new over, flights one up towards Slater, who is forward in defence.
My thanks to Martin Brunt for the lemon drizzle cake, which was mostly eaten by his dogs.
Comes again, Patel floats one up onto the pads of Slater, who flicks the ball away out towards deep mid-wicket, takes the single.
So that's Bertie and Norman, but in fairness, I did pass it over. It wasn't, they didn't pinch it or anything. They're irresistible Springer Spaniels.
Patel in once more, and that's been pushed away just forward of point. Hull, the fielder, it's a long way down for the big man, so they sneak through for a single. You a dog person, Richard? Got any yourself?
Those, no pets, but those, they're very lovable animals. Springer Spaniels.
Patel in, and forward in defence is Slater. got a Shih Tzu Poodle mix.
Oh, right.
6 years old. Middle age, but still acts like a puppy. As, Slater is back defending this one from Patel. No run. Good to see some canine friends in at Grace Road today.
Yeah, I saw a few of them as I walked around the ground. A couple of terriers.
Patel in once more, and Slater is defending off the front foot this time. Another dot ball, so a couple of runs off that over from Ajaz Patel. Knots moving on to 286 for 2. Ajaz Patel, of course, hails from Mumbai in India. And took a 10-for in an innings in a test match for New Zealand against India in Mumbai. What a story that was.
Yeah.
Slightly different conditions here at Grace Road.
It's what he's found so far, really, in the UK, as in goes Green and bowls to Clark, who defends on the back foot again, just blocks it out to mid-on, as he's bowled on 3 pretty flat tracks so far. Ajaz Patel at the Oval in Cardiff, and now here in Leicester. Not offering him too much. Green is in and bowls outside off stump. Doesn't move at all. You wouldn't necessarily expect it to. It is now, 67 overs old, the ball. Leicestershire did have the umpires look at it sort of around about the 50 over mark. Since then, they've given up, really, I think, in terms of showing it to the umpires. It went through the gauge straight away. In goes Green and bowls. A little bit of shape to that one, but it started outside off stump, wasn't going to come back in, and was basically ignored by Joe Clark.
Looks a bit like an 80s throwback kind of Australian cricketer, doesn't he?
Yeah, there is something of Magnum about him, isn't there, with the tash and
the mullet.
Slight mullet. Lovely chap to talk to. And he goes, bowls outside off stump, thick outside edge. Clark went at it with quite hard hands, and it wasn't so very far from Patel as he dived across to his right in the gully. Couldn't get anything on it. I think it probably would have been just wide of it, just short of him anyway, as well as wide, but he did induce the false shot there to a certain extent. Ben Green. Clark on to 24, 287 for 2. Green continuing to go at less than 3 and over. Round the wicket he goes and bowls to Slater outside off stump. Straightens a touch, but was a good 1.5 foot outside off stump and went that little bit further. Slater, who's playing himself in again, really. He wants to make this a really big one, perhaps. Beat the 190, I think he got for Leicestershire against Lancashire. In goes Green and bowls, squares up Slater a little bit. I think he was looking to hit that certainly more leg side than it actually went. It ended up running back past the stumps, not missing them by very much, and they snuck a cheeky single. Both Holland and Hull had a bit of work to do from mid-on and mid-off to get across to the ball. Holland got there, but Slater picked up 1. So he's going to keep the strike, moves on to 131. His high score in first class cricket, 225, not out. Ben Slater.
Here is
Sure
Patel.
who that was against.
And, he's back and punching this one, Slater, out towards deep cover for a single. I think I'm right in saying, Richard, the season blessing took place this morning at Grace Road, the multi-faith event that they have towards the start of each season. Blessings haven't kicked in yet for Leicestershire anyway.
Yeah, so that didn't work, did it? It worked for Nottinghamshire.
In comes Patel. Round the wicket and down the track is Clark. He's hitting this one high over the bowler's head. I think it's bounced just inside the rope. And it's going to be signalled for. It was a lovely looking shot from Joe Clark, just getting to the pitch of the ball.
Richard Denning was asking for confirmation. Tom Scriven says it bounced just in front. Yeah, Slater's 225 was made in 2022 at Chester Street, obviously against Durham.
Tell you what, he's got the pitch to be able to do it here, and the conditions. Once more as Patel is in to Clark. Next ball is defended towards mid-on, no run.
In his fantasy slip cordon, he has Margot Robbie keeping wicket.
Nice. In comes Patel, and that's worked around the corner by Clark for a single. Well, she is Australian, so
yeah, she probably can.
Some calibre.
She probably can. Jack Grealish at first slip.
Okay.
Karina Kopf, who I've never heard of, at second slip.
Patel into Slater, and that's been defended away for no run.
David Beckham at third.
Some conversations going on in between deliveries there. Wonder what they'll be talking about. Patel floats one up, and it's driven by Slater out towards long off for a single. So end of another over. Knots on to 295 for 2.
Well, I saw that, I don't know which film Margot Robbie's been working on recently. Quite a high profile one, obviously, being Margot Robbie, but the whole cast they had to keep very fit for it, so it's probably some sort of superhero film or something. But they had to do, among their exercises was a plank, and they had a competition each day to see who could plank the longest. As Ben Green comes in from the pavilion end, bowls round the wicket and defended on the back foot by Slater, out into the offside, no run. Margot Robbie won it every day. She could plank for well over 4 minutes.
Wasn't Wuthering Heights, was it?
I think it could have been, but I don't think so. I think it was a bit late. I think it's more, they do their sort of, the films don't come out when they've been working on them sort of for a couple of years sometimes, don't they? But I don't think it was. Green is in, bowls, nice shape to that one, inside part of the bat for Slater, but Leicestershire very much on the defensive now, and he pushes it just wide of Hull up mid-on, and Hull almost walks to the ball knowing that Slater and Clark were always going to complete the one, which they did. Slater onto 134 now. I was just impressed with her, there was a picture of her sort of, she's good at everything apparently.
Probably can keep wicket then as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what, yeah, she clearly has the abs to do it. Green back over the wicket to Clark, fullish on off stump, inviting the drive, gets it. Hull makes the stop, diving or falling across to his right. Doesn't really do diving, Josh. He's sort of falling. What did Buzz Lightyear say? Falling with style.
With style.
Yeah, he falls with style rather than flies.
It's like Tower Bridge being lowered, isn't it?
And he rather bounced off him, and as a consequence, Clark was able to pinch a single. He moves on to 30. Green round the wicket to Slater, outside off stump and left. There's a bit of sort of shape, but from the arm, and a comfortable leave taken by Cox to his right. Takes his cap out from tucked into his waistband and pops it on. Ben Cox, he's still staying back there. Patel has gone from the gully position to mid-wicket now, which more sense to the left-hander. Might chip it in the air, unlikely, but you never know. Oh, and plays and misses, just sort of plunges slightly down the wrong line. It was still the in shape from Ben Green. Slater sort of played down the line of off stump, and it was just outside. So A little moral victory for Ben Green, not that you would know it from his somewhat lugubrious expression as he doesn't exactly plod back to his mark, but there's not a great amount of spring in his step as he goes in and bowls to Slater, and that is turned off his legs to mid-wicket where Patel duly feels, but it was along the ground all the way. 1 for 45 for Green of 17. He continues to keep some sort of rein on the Nottinghamshire batsman and gets an approving pat from Ian Holland, but his work post-tee is done now, so Holland's signal to Scriven. Come on, sub. Be the greatest sub ever. You're going to come on at the pavilion end.
They could do with some fresh legs out there. Ajaz Patel there continues from the Bennett end, and that's past the outside edge of Clark, and there's a stumping appeal from Cox as well. Don't think Clark dragged his foot out of his crease. Umpire says no.
A couple of stumpings already this season for Ben Cox.
Patel floats the next ball up, very full. It's driven down to long on. Slight fumble down there as well, but doesn't cost an extra run. It's Scriven with the fielding. Bit of a jinxed position down there at long on, with Davey picked up his injury and Scriven fumbling that last delivery. Patel back into Slater, who works the ball towards mid-wicket. Another misfield. It costs Leicestershire 2 runs. It was Eskenazi there at short mid-wicket. 300 up for Notts as well. 300 for 2 midway through the 71st over. Going at 4.26 runs and over. Patel in. And a little shimmy down the track from Slater, who then defends the ball. Patel back in. Slater works the ball into a gap there, past mid-wicket. Out to Weatherald on the boundary, who swoops down on the ball well, keeps it down to just the 1. Final ball of Patel's over. He's into Clark, who defends. That is 4 from the over there from Ajaz Patel. Notts on to 301 for 2. This certainly wouldn't have been in the script when Ian Holland won the toss and decided to have a bowl first this morning. Notts did well to dig in early on through Hasib Hamid. Ben Slater. Slater still there, of course. Unbeaten on 136. But had to face some pretty decent bowling early on. The ball was swinging around. A few past the outside edge. A couple of close leaves from Hasib Hamid. Then after about 20 overs or so, just started to kick on and up that run rate, and they've looked pretty comfortable ever since.
A bit old school. Tom Scriven, who obviously wasn't in the side at the start of play, hasn't marked his run, hasn't put the spray paint down, which all the players seem to want to do these days, often with a tape measure. So he's had to pace out his run from around the wicket.
I love that.
Hasn't actually sort of scraped a mark with his spikes, which would have been even
disappointing,
better.
Yeah.
But he's noted which of the many spray marks his is closest to, perhaps taken a note of that. Round the wicket he goes and bowls to Slater. A nice delivery, good length, a little bit of shape in to Ben Slater, who is half forward, inside part of the bat, pushing it out to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Yeah, when you look at the sort of some of the scores elsewhere, the inevitable question will be pitches. Are they now too good? If good's the right word, are they now? In goes Scriven outside off stump, and a slightly tired. Not waft as such, but attempt to get it away through the offside from Slater. He wanders down and taps at the pitch. The pitch was blameless. Has been largely blameless, to be honest. But Hampshire putting in Glamorgan, and Glamorgan are 278 for one. Down at the utility bowl, in goes Scriven, bowls, and onto the legs of Slater, Midland leg, and he's kind of crossed it. He didn't work it away. Ben Slater trying to turn it into the leg side. All he could do was sort of shovel it back down the pitch. All he did was shovel it back down the pitch to Tom Scriven. Big chance for Scriven, something to prove really after being left out at Cardiff and then left out again here. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. Again, Slater tries to drive it away off the back foot, crash it away through the offside. Ball doesn't do too much, and goes, if anything, a little bit low, but he essentially just misses it. Again, it looked slightly tired. How many balls has he faced now? 221.
Maybe getting slightly tired out there.
Scriven kicks up his heels and bowls onto Slater's legs. That's where he likes it. He plays it down to deep backward square. Lewis Hill runs across from mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket that is, picks up, falls in so doing. Doesn't really change anything because Slater and Clark were always going to take two, and two they took. Nottinghamshire's club photographer comes up from the terrace alongside us. Always looking for new angles, the snappers.
It's got a lovely sort of cover there. His long lens.
Scriven is in and bowls, touch short. Back foot defensive shot from Slater out into the offside. Eskenazi with his orange-soled boots scrambles across the field. And he too takes a while to pick himself up and gets a consoling pat on the back from Ian Holland.
Not quite a camouflage cover, but sort of similar colours. I think it's more of a sort of nature scene, some trees and greenery.
And maybe also snaps birds and things like that. Wildlife needs a disguised long lens.
Perhaps so. Patel then with ball in hand once more, as the sun just pokes its head out once again from in between the clouds. Patel into Clark, who works the ball to short mid-wicket. No run.
Leicestershire's photographer John Mallet down at the Oval told me that one of the Surrey photographers had some sort of special lens he was telling him about.
Patel floats up this delivery. There's a bit of turn there past the outside edge of Clark.
It was a little bit of bounce and turn.
He's been firing in most of his deliveries, but floats up another one after seeing that turn from the previous delivery. This time Clark is forward and just pushes the ball into a gap on the offside for a single.
John asked his fellow snapper, well, how much was it? £18,000.
Whoa.
Just this. He said, I might not.
Patel continues round the wicket to the left-handed Slater. The ball's defended away leg side, no run.
Have to sell a lot of photographs to afford an £18,000 lens.
Absolutely. Patel fires in the next ball, and Slater is punching off the back foot down to long off. Another single taken. Clark back on strike. Knots 304 for 2. And Clark just again flicks off the back foot, but straight to short mid-wicket. And there is no run. So end of the over. Knots still 304 for 2. Slater on 139. Clark unbeaten on 32.
The two batsmen confer in mid-pitch. Dave Bracegirdle will be back, I think, when he's done his 5 o'clock, if he has a 5 o'clock. Nikesh has to depart, so it'll just be me for a few minutes. As Scriven mopping his brow, he's only bowled the one over, but let's say it's warm work out there. Round the wicket he bowls to Ben Slater, hits him on the legs as he shuffled across there. It's running down towards long leg. It will be leg byes, but umpire Shanmugam is already walking away, so Scriven knows his fate, that he's not going to win the leg before decision, but he shuffled a long way across there. He went a long way across Ben Slater. Have a look at the replay. Yeah, it was worth the shout, but it was slipping down, I think. Height wasn't the issue. Round the wicket with the in swing. Pitched on was sort of hit him in front of leg, but was almost certainly going down. Scriven in. Clark's walking down. Scriven sees him coming, bangs it in a little bit shorter and wider. Clark cracks it away, but straight to Tattersall at backward point. I feel he missed out a little bit there. Joe Clark, that is. 32 or 56 deliveries for Clark. Slater 140 now off 226. Scriven is in outside off stump. Delicate late cut down to the finest of third men. Would have been straight through, no more than second slip, maybe even between first and second slip, but no slips in. Really delicate little touch from Joe Clark. Last minute. Didn't miss wicketkeeper Ben Cox's gloves by very much, but it was a sweet little shot. Cleverly, delicately played. And Clark onto 36. Knew exactly what he was doing. It went exactly where he was playing it. Just wide of Ben Cox. Scriven in again to him. It's wide again. He's cutting, this time wider of third man, and it could be another 4. It is going to be another 4. Poor Ben Green chasing up the rope from third man, having chased the other way to try and stop the one down to fine leg. Couldn't get there. Consecutive boundaries to Joe Clark. So, having had a sort of quietish period post tea, just beginning now to pick up the scoring pace a little bit. Clark onto 40 from just 58 deliveries. Leicestershire have never really had control over the scoreboard. Oh, and that's a horrible wide one. Brilliant stop. It's signalled wide. Cox, who is standing up to Scriven, who banged it in short and wide. Cox stuck out his right hand, hopping into the areas he did so, and just about got his gauntlet to it to save 4 wides. But that wasn't the greatest piece of bowling that Tom Scriven has produced. So probably just a little bit annoyed. Signalled the wide by umpire Shanmugam, but could have been worse. Scriven is in, tucks up Clark a little bit, but he turns it towards square leg. Could be a second. No, they both shout at each other as Eskenazi, beg his pardon, it's Rishi Patel out there getting there before Eskenazi, getting his throw away. So just a single then to Clark, who moves on to 41. 316 for 2. With the wide and the leg by, 11 off the first 5 balls, well, the first 5 legitimate deliveries of the over. 1 to come because of the wide, of course. Round the wicket goes Scriven, bowls to Slater, who cuts it hard down into the ground. Really good work by Tattersall, running across to his left and reaching out, grabbing the ball as it bounced up and keeping Slater and Clark in their respective creases. End of the 74th over. The scoreboard has had enough for now, so glancing at the manual scoreboard as well, 316 for 2. That never breaks down, bless it. Sometimes the old ways are the best, or at least less likely to break down. Little hiatus while Ajaz Patel sets his field for Clark. He's got shortish extra cover, and a shortish cover actually as well, as he bowls to Clark, who goes back and on one leg. Plays it firmly out to Tattersall at mid-wicket. Eskenazi creeps a little closer. He's about three pitch widths back at a shortish extra cover, as tossing it right up is Patel. Clark steps out, had to reach for it rather, and slapped it down into the ground. It bounced very nicely for Eskenazi to make the stop. So not the most edifying piece of cricket you'll have seen for a while. Again, he has to reach for that one again a little bit. Joe Clark, and can't pierce that two-man field in the covers. Patel this time the fielder, as Patel, Ajaz that is in, bowls foolish, and Clark conventionally this time just clips him through very straight mid-on out to the long on boundary for 1. Ben Green the fielder. Patel stays round the wicket to Slater, who could pick up 2 or 3 runs there. In fact, he could make it 4. It is going to be 4. Scriven sprinting back, can't chase the ball down. It was a little bit edgily played through the vacant slip area by Ben Slater, pushed across him by Patel. But right for the replay to see how much, to what extent he knew what he was doing. It was a false shot. He was reaching for a bit. It looked a touch tired from Ben Slater. And Tom Scriven goes back to sort of shortish third man slash gully, hit in the air and out. No, dropped by John Tattersall, and he was turning to walk. He went for the drive again. Slater slightly tired shot on the drive, on the full, low down to Tattersall at extra cover, and he couldn't hold on. Well, Slater was actually turning to walk off there, and Tattersall, the wicket keeper, can't quite believe he couldn't hang on to that. Got to him on the full. It was low down, but he seemed to get both hands underneath it, and it just popped out as he went down. So the first chance that hasn't been taken. There haven't been many chances created, Dave.
There hasn't, Joe. Rather, I was just in transit from next door doing my commentaries for BBC Radio Nottingham. Just saw it go to ground. Here's Tom Scriven, the sub, into bowl to Joe Clark, and Clark has had several deliveries wide of that off stump that he's opened the face and guided it down to third, and he tried to do the same there, and that one just came back on him, inside edged it past the stumps, takes the single nonetheless. Main scoreboard's given up in disgust. I think we've not had that in operation for the last over or so. I think it's 322 for 2, punishing partnerships throughout the day. 97 for the first wicket, 131 for the second, and this one is now on 94. Scriven round the wicket to Slater. That's into his pad. Would have drifted down the leg side had there not been a pad intervention, which brings another leg by to Nottinghamshire. 323 for 2.
It's back with us.
It's back with us, and it's currently the last ball is already showing. It's fair to say it's been 2 or 3 deliveries behind at times today. Maybe they've just given it a reboot and a bit of a kick up the backside. Got it going again as Clark again playing loosely outside his off stump. An extra bit of bounce from Scriven into the gloves of Ben Cox. We are in the 76th over, so whether Leicestershire are looking forward to taking a second new ball or not, they will at least have the option of being able to use it in around about 10 or 15 minutes time. Not a given that they'll take it, but we'll have to see. Scriven again with the width, and again Clark just guides it down very, very faint. Can do that when there's no slips in there, and it's understandable why there aren't any slips in there with a score of 320 odd for 2, but frustrating for bowlers, captain, fielder alike. And one solution would be to bring third man much finer, but then Clark's skillful enough just to steer it away on an angle of 45. It's difficult. You just can't give him the width there without the protection.
Both those shots was not the slightest hint of an edge about them. Both absolutely deliberate, delicate, and beautifully played.
Comes Tom Scriven again, running away from us at the pavilion end, and similarly, but this time he does find the fielder out in the deep, and the applause is for that century partnership for the third wicket. Notts romping along today. They split just in favour of Joe Clark, 48, and Ben Slater 43. Obviously a handful of extras as well in that century stand. Come up in 88 minutes, 142 balls. Notts have gone along pretty much at a similar rate of just under 4.5 and over, pretty much from the word go today, and it's getting the job done. Scriven again round the wicket to Slater, and again we've seen that before, into the field set deep, again understandably so, but they pretty much walk a leg by. One more to the total. Slater will keep strike on 144. He's reached 153 times previously in first class cricket, one of them of course for Leicestershire. At 168 not out for Notts at Trentbridge against Somerset, 172 for Worcestershire, for Leicestershire at Worcester against Lancashire. We went into all that earlier on, don't ask anymore. And a career best 225 not out at Durham for Notts 3 or 4 years ago.
Patel then round the wicket to Slater, who just reaches forward, pushes it to mid-wicket. He's just looked a little tired, Ben Slater, in the last half hour or so. Can he find a little burst of energy to see him through to the close, which is well over an hour away yet, you would have thought. Patel bowls again. Slater pushes it out towards mid-wicket. If they take the new ball, and the fact that Holland hasn't bowled, or Hull, suggests that they might. In goes Patel. Just may have bounced on him a little bit. Slater, who rehearses a hefty pull out to mid-wicket, looked just going to push it away one-handed. Again, unconvincing.
Because of course Davey took it this morning, and now he's retired out of the game.
Indeed, tosses that right up Patel, and Slater is not to be tempted, just steps forward and pushes it gently back up the pitch. The ball trickles towards Patel. Steps in and bowls again, gives it plenty of air. Again, Slater forward defensive out into the offside.
I hope he's okay. They sort of treated him with great caution, and then he walked off the field with the physios by his side. But
looked very like groin to me, the way he was moving. In goes Patel, a little bit faster, a little bit slingier. That might have been the seamer that it was misread by Ben Duckett earlier. But either way, Ben Slater didn't misread it and played it comfortably away into the leg side. But it was a maiden from Ajaz Patel. Only his second in 17 overs. 1 for 68, his figures.
Is that 17 unchanged either side of tee? Can't recall if he had a spell or not.
I think it could be, actually.
Yeah.
Can't recall anybody else bowling from that.
He certainly didn't bowl in the first
Benetton.
45 overs or so, did he? So it probably is. Going to be Scriven to continue. He's gone to run a ball so far for his first 3 overs. Sets off from just about the advertising hoarding, down on the ground at this end. One on the pitch, not the boundary advertising hoarding. That would be Wes Hall-like. First ball again offers him a little bit of width, but Clark steers it to backward point and there's no run.
Sussex's 9th wicket pair continue. They're taking the score well past 300 now, 320 for 8. Carson 92, Robinson 80.
Yes, Nikesh told me what was going off, and I said, I bet John Simpson's guaranteed to have got a good chunk of those. Scriven bowls again with width, and Clark cuts it away on the offside, and of course John Simpson, as we then discovered, had failed to trouble the scorers, as they say. Unusually. Such a good player, Simpson, isn't he? And gets a lot of runs for Sussex just when they need it.
Yeah.
Here, 330 for 2, the Nottinghamshire score. Got 2 batting points already, 20 away from another one. Scriven round the wicket to the left-handed Slater on 144. Drops this on the leg side. Nice bit of fielding by Jazzy. I think that's what they call him. I think that's what the shouts are. Ejaz Patel.
You are correct.
Joe Clark has crept up to 49. He's played 1 or 2 expansive shots, but by and large he's just made the most of whatever he's been fed. And is in very good touch at the moment. 100, an 80 and a 90 in his last 3 innings. 49 not out now, but Slater turns this through mid-wicket. There's a gap there, and he's going to challenge the fielders to cut it off. In fact, they can't. Just enough juice on it from Slater to beat the 2 fielders trying to converge on the ball. Lovely shot. That'll do Ben Slater the world of good, I think. Richard's absolutely bang on. He has just started to look as if the exploits and the exertion of the day just starting to take its toll, but there's nothing a batter likes than to be near a milestone. It'll just refocus his mind. He's 2 away from 150. Was fed one there in an area he likes. Scriven has already gone for 23 runs, and can't be easy coming into a game. Still a new thing, this. And bowls and beats Slater on the outside. It's a good delivery. They're all still sort of getting used to it, aren't they? Have Leicestershire had a sub before?
Off the top of my head, no, I don't think they have.
Lyndon James replaced Fergus O'Neill in the Glamorgan match to take the Nottinghamshire statistical accolade, if you like, their first injury substitution in this little trial period. We understand they're going to reassess after this block of matches. This one comes in from Scriven. Slater didn't know where it was, but jabbed a bat down on it, then did 360 degrees trying to find the ball, set off running, and Clark just had to again quickly bellow to his partner to stay there. It's the end of the over, and Ben Slater's going to get, I think, a drink and a change of gloves here, which he again might just appreciate. Although Surrey Shanmugam's giving the young sub Travis Holland, the 12th man there, a glare as if to say, what are you doing out here? But he's let him proceed on his journey out to Ben Slater and just let him towel off. But he is getting in there, look, the umpire. Look. He's telling him. Well, he's telling him something.
They're clearly under instruction to stop to reduce the unnecessary, some would consider an unnecessary delay. I'm sure Ben Slater doesn't consider it an unnecessary delay.
And of course, what goes round comes around. You know, this time tomorrow or Sunday or whatever, Jake Weatherald or Rishi Patel or Ian Holland or Lewis Hill or whoever might be 150 not out, and they might just appreciate a moment between overs just to change their gloves and towel down, and likewise I'm sure Nottinghamshire wouldn't begrudge them that. It's just part of the game, isn't it?
Both batsmen then now approaching a milestone, that for Clark, something he's very used to this season, let alone throughout his career. He's on 49 at the moment, a century and 3 half centuries already to his name. Patel is going to go over the wicket to the right-hander, who is getting a delivery on leg stump that he pushes out to mid-wicket. Good work by the tumbling Tattersall, who will be still stewing over that dropped chance off Slater on 144. Patel decides to strengthen his leg side by bringing in a short-ish, straight-ish mid-on. He is in a close catching position about 4/5 of the way back. And 2 pitches width. In goes Patel bowls, and he is immediately in the action. I think that's Eskenazi there, almost loses his cap as he tumbles to his right, his sunglasses. You wouldn't want to lose those fashion accoutrements, which for most players they seem to be. They don't. Many of them don't wear them. In goes Patel, and again Eskenazi dives to his right and makes this half stop, which is completed by Tattersall. And again, Eskenazi loses the sunglasses from the top of his cap. There is a bit of cloud around now. The sun is popping out from time to time. Eskenazi rues his back slightly as in goes Patel, and there is the single. Gift really for Clark. Outside leg stump. All he needed to do was just turn the bat face, push it away through the vacant square leg area down to Lewis Hill and take the one that brings up his 50. It's come off 73 balls and includes 6 fours.
Enjoying a very good start to the 2026 campaign, Clark.
In he goes Patel, and pushed by Slater out to mid-wicket. Well, he came into the game having scored 449 runs, so that's now 499. To be at the 500 point is a pretty good effort. 1,000 by the end of May, that always used to be a thing, but it's not easy when you haven't got many games to get them in. In goes Patel, drives, tries to flick the ball onto the stumps as he reaches across. Ball misses them, but it rolls to a stop a couple of feet beyond them, so Slater can't pinch. A single, end of the over. That is 79, so one more with the old ball, and then Holland has the choice. Just keep an eye on him, see if he starts warming up a little bit.
Travis Holland, the sub, who went off, or went on the field at the end of the last over, has found his way out of the middle again, but he's gone out there serving both sides because Ben Cox has given him a helmet and asked him to take it off the field.
With you. Thank you, young man, I'm sure he said.
3-3-5 for 2 Nottinghamshire. They lost the toss, but since then there's not a lot that's gone Leicestershire's way. The Mead out for 42. It was 120 for 1 at lunch, 282 for 2 at tea. Here's Scriven in again to Joe Clark. Gives it a decent biff up to Captain Holland at mid-on, and there's no run. Clark, I see, does have a century against Leicestershire before. I'd imagine that's in his Worcestershire days.
Yeah, it was quite controversial as well.
Oh.
He was given out during it and was actually off the field when he was recalled.
Scriven bowls again, hit crisply up to Holland at mid-on. Is closing in on 9,500 first-class runs. The average is just over 40, and for Nottinghamshire is past 5,500 runs in this innings, averaging just about the same, 40.5 for Nottinghamshire in his first-class career. Made his debut against Yorkshire at the start of the 2019 campaign. This one swings away from Clark, bowled by Scriven. Cox did well to prevent it going from byes. Has now scored more centuries for Notts than he did for Worcestershire. He's got 26 first-class hundreds, Clark, 13 for Notts. He got 12 for Worcestershire, and he got a first-class 100 for England Lions when he was playing for those early in his career. 26 first-class hundreds. Before your 30th birthday. Not a bad effort for Joe Clark. Drops this out into the offside, fielded by Jazzy Patel, and there's no run. Jack Haynes due in next. It's been feast or famine for Haynes this season. Century against Glamorgan a couple of games ago, but last week Norton won. So make of that what you will. Then Kyle Verena off the back of 115 on Monday against Warwickshire. Scriven to Clark, wristily whips it away. Down to long leg for a single. 3-3-6 for 2. Clark on to 51. Patel bowling, they've sort of made up a bit of the time, haven't they? It's going to be after 6 o'clock, but it might not be after 6:30. We might be done for 6:30.
I'm going to have to look up this new rule you've told me about, this 8-hour business. It was absolutely news to me. You'd think they'd circulate it a bit more. Perhaps they did.
There's Slater mistiming the ball back to the bowler. 3-3-6 for 2. It sort of stemmed from the fact that Warwickshire made whatever more Warwickshire made 500 last week, and Notts were -2 at the end of their innings and bowled out, and the follow-on was enforced. Travis Holland, for the third end of an over in a row, runs out, and he's given the umpire something. I wonder if that's
New ball.
There we go. There we go. I was going to say a light monitor, but yep, it is the new ball. Sorry, Shanmugam told young Travis whereabouts he'd deposited it. So yeah, there was a lot of concern that Notts were -2, but then our trusted scorer Roger Marshall gave us all the information. New ball has been taken. That regulations enforced this year. Unless you're actually bowling for 8 overs, it doesn't count. Say you can be -12, but if you've only bowled for 7 hours, it still goes back to 0. So Notts didn't get the chance, or they elected to bat on in the second innings. I suppose if in the old days they would have declared and just tried to race round a few overs quickly to get it back to 0. But if you've not bowled for your 8 overs, the over rate is irrelevant, whether you're behind or ahead or whatever. It doesn't kick in until 8 hours and 1 minute.
Ian Holland from the Bennett end bowls with a new ball to Joe Clark, who steps across and works the delivery off middle out towards deep mid wicket, where Lewis Hill, who's had a lonely vigil from he tends to these days. He doesn't feel very often close to the bat.
What are you thinking from this end? Josh Hall, or will Scriven keep going but with a new ball?
Scriven 5 overs in as Holland goes round the wicket and bowls. It looked to stay a bit low to Slater there. He manages to come down on it and pop it out towards Tattersall at point. I think they'll go with a different bowler. It could be Green, it could be Hull. Where is Big Josh looking around to see if he's warming up? He's down at long leg at the moment.
Yeah, Green's at mid-off. I've not noticed him.
No, neither of them.
Oh, there you go. Benny Green.
It is going to be Green, yeah. As he does a little dance for us. That was very obliging of him, wasn't it? Thank you, Ben, just to let us know. Holland emerges from the shadow of the floodlights and bowls on off stump to Slater, who goes back, pushes it wide of Green, sees that Green has got a bit of ground to make up to the ball, and calls Clark through for what was in the end pretty comfortable single. 149 now for Ben Slater.
A few Greens in the game, aren't there? Cameron Green, what's the other Australian Green, the spinner with Lancashire.
In goes Holland, bowls outside off stump. Clark has a little nibble, didn't do too much the ball, it was just a sort of 8 inches, 10 inches outside the off stump, but Clark couldn't resist having just a little feel for it. Didn't get anything on it, fortunate. It's
coming in ahead of the Blast, I think, to play in the next couple of championship matches. I think of his name, Chris Green, there we are.
In goes Holland and bowls, stepping right across his Clark. I could see 2 stumps by the time he played that one. Middle and leg, and he pushes it off stump out towards deep mid wicket. Not picked up cleanly by Lewis Hill, and so a comfortable 2. Yeah, Ben Green, Cameron Green and Chris Green. There are the 3 Greens listed in the Who's Who. Chris Green looks like a superhero in his picture. all tan and teeth. In goes Holland and bowls, and lovely looking off drive, and a very good diving stop away to his right. He would have been disappointed if he hadn't cut it off Eskenazi, but he's been limping around the outfield. He's got a grin on his face at the moment, but he seemed to have sort of been landing on his side a few times. There's clearly a bruise of sorts there, but a good stop by the former Middlesex man.
I have to say, Notts played at Southport a couple of years ago, obviously against Lancashire, and Chris Green really endeared himself to me by the amount of time he spent on the outfield and in the intervals with kids. He signed hundreds of autographs and posed for photographs and played in little family bat and ball games out there, and he couldn't have done any more from the PR side really to endear people towards him. I thought it was a really terrific bit of PR for Lancashire, but he obviously wasn't doing it for that. That's obviously how he is. Just tremendous.
I saw Shane Warne do it once. Actually, take out a table. It was a one-day game against Northants at Milton Keynes. Take out a table during the tea interval. Sit himself down behind it and line all the kids up and sign and sign and sign.
Yeah. If you're Shane Warne, you know everybody's after your autograph, and I'll do it at tea. Here's Green then, round the wicket, armed with that second new ball, which will come off the bat a little harder, and Slater has forced it into the offside to get his 150th run. They come back for two, and Ben Slater, for the fourth time in his career, drops himself a 150. Very good indeed. 325 minutes, 247 balls, 24s. That's 325 minutes then to an idiot. 5 hours 25, I think, if conversion rate's somewhere near. Should be. This is wide of the off stumping through to the keeper. It should be, shouldn't it, by 5:30.
I was going to say, he's been there from the start, so...
That's 6.5 hours ago, and in theory they've had an hour for intervals, 40 minutes for lunch and 20 minutes for tea. Great effort. 247 balls, 24s for Ben Slater. 95 balls for his last 50, and now he's tucking in with a lovely shot to celebrate the milestone. That's a very, very classy extra cover drive off the new ball bowler Benny Green through and across this lightning fast outfield for 4 more. His 21st boundary of the day, and not so. If the board is to be believed, and they're not, because they're not in sync again. The 3-4-6 for 2. The manual one saying 3-4-5, but we'll go with the other one. The point being that Notts are 4 runs away from another batting point. Be their third if and when they get there. And he's trying to get there in a hurry. Drives out into the offside, but straight to. Is that still weatheralled out there?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if he's got any friends in the team, but he's been on that boundary almost in a different postcode to everybody else in.
He'll have some friends in the crowd over there by now.
Yeah, there'll be the odd bit of advice being handed his way. Single anyway to Slater. Moves to 156. Not 347 for 2. Green now to Clark, and cries a catch. It was obviously over point and out into the deep, and there's only a single there. 348 for 2. I don't know if it flew cleanly over the man at point, but there was a brief bit of animation until they realised it was well out of reach.
There was some talk when Ben came on loan to Leicestershire about him signing on a permanent deal at the time. I think discussions took place, but Notts obviously didn't want to lose him.
Was that COVID mini season, wasn't it, as he guides this down to third? So there were only 5 matches in the Bob Willis Trophy, as it was called, and
I can't remember who the Notts openers were at the time, but he wasn't necessarily.
Hamid had just joined, and Chris Nash got the nod. They just let Jake Libby go to Worcestershire. Chris Nash had played or batted 3, I think, the year before.
47 balls, including 20 balls.
Just all Ben Slater's stats there that we've just given you, 349 for 2. And I think the feeling was that Chris Nash had played most of his career down at Sussex as an opener, so they were going to try that partnership, Hamid and Chris Nash. Let Ben Slater move here.
Holland around the wicket to Ben Slater. Little bit of movement back in. He covers up, pushes it back up the pitch to the Leicestershire captain.
But the season, as it was only a few weeks old, wasn't it? Through necessity, didn't start until into August, and it came back, and lo and behold, I mean, scored a century for Leicestershire against Lancashire. His first match back for Notts, he got a century against the Red Rose for Notts, and he's not been left out since.
In goes Holland, bowls, back goes Slater, wristily working it out towards wide-ish, mid-on, almost mid-wicket by the time Eskenazi hops across and fields, and he takes one. Hull has started to do some early stretching, so whether Green is only going to have a couple of overs with the new ball remains to be seen. He could just have been warming up. 350 up for the visitors for Nottinghamshire. Another batting bonus point. It's come in good time as well. 82.2 overs as Holland goes in, bowls a little short outside off stump. Good diving stop away to his left by Tattersall, who still looks oppressed by the thought of that chance. To me, I assumed as he Harrogate born, and obviously he's a Knaresborough lad, that he would be a big Leeds United supporter, and I was commiserating with him on last Sunday about the FA Cup semi-final.
Yeah,
don't like football. I think he's a rugby league rugby man, a rugby league aficionado. In goes Holland and bowls, looking to whip him off his legs. Clark went right across then, and he was probably hit outside the line. He was so far across. He was trying to smack it into the leg side, but let's have a look. I think he was probably outside off stump when he was hit. Let's have a look. See, he was. You could pretty much see all 3 stumps.
Yeah.
So frustrating for Holland, but a tactic that Clark is wont to employ to good effect, and did so on that occasion, in that, although he didn't hit it, he wasn't LB. A bit straighter again from Holland. Clark again playing him off the stumps out towards mid-on, but rather more circumspectly this time.
He's got a bit of a chase, hasn't he, Josh Hall, if he doesn't stop it in that position?
He has. He's got long legs. He eats up the ground.
Well, I was just thinking there's a big space there, and somebody has sort of had a word with the skipper.
But yes, there was a simple one to be had pretty much anywhere on the leg side, at least, as Holland bowls. He touched short, I would have thought, by Holland standards, and Clark goes back, defends on that occasion, then rehearses. A full end of the over, the 83rd, so just 13 remain to be bowled today. We'll be finishing round about 20 past, 25 past perhaps. 350 for 2 the score. Are you travelling each day, or
yes, over? Yeah, not too far. Back over the border. At Glamorgan, 321 for 1 at Southampton. Centuries, Ullah San is 115 not out. Kieran Carlson, 143 not out.
Yeah, he ran himself out in the 90s against us last week.
It's been a dramatic fall from grace, really, for Hampshire the last couple of seasons. Here's Slater again cutting out into the offside to Weatherald. Was that one of those motorbikes from that Outlaws chapter?
Appropriately named, given the visitors. Yes, sounded like something with a certain amount of horsepower.
Yes, Hampshire thought they were relegated when they were bowled out on the last day of the season before lunch at home to Surrey last year, and I was driving to football somewhere, and Kevin James called me, and I spoke to him on the phone, on the car phone, but spoke to him on the phone in the car, and woe is me and everything as this is hit back to Benny Green, and there's no run, and on the reverse journey on the way back home after the football match, not knowing what else had happened through the day. I had Martin Emerson, the BBC Newcastle cricket commentator for Durham, ring me. What did you think of that then? And he had to tell me that Durham had been bowled out for 60 at Headingley, so it wasn't Hampshire who went down after all. It was Durham. Another shot of authority from Clark into the offside for a single. 352 for 2.
Well, Sussex have finally lost their 9th wicket. Jack Carson made 105 before being dismissed. Ollie Robinson's still there, though. He's 83 not out there, 340 for 9.
That's a great effort, isn't it?
I mean, if they get another batting bonus point, if somehow they get past 350 from, what was it, 114 for 8?
Something like that. Great effort. They'll be bemoaning their fortunes at the Oval. Green bowls, and Slater drives straight down the ground towards us. We've had any number, perhaps into the teens, of straight drives for 4 today, but unless you can remember different, they've all been at the far end. There's not been that many driven straight down to this end, has there?
No, indeed.
Great shot from Slater. Goes to, is that right now? 159 if it is. Can't be right because they've got more than 352.
He's 159, yeah. 352. 163, you're right. There you go.
Green in again. And wasn't quite so full, and Slater found himself walking towards the ball completely off balance. A very inelegant looking attempt to play it, and very fortunate that the off bail wasn't clipped off.
Hasn't had much luck today, Ben Green. There's had a couple of absolute jaffers that have missed everything. That was another.
12 overs to go. Again, Slater has had a little period and perhaps seems to be coming through the other side, although that was a good ball. He leaves that one alone. It's ball with a lot of width, end of the over. 356 for 2, so 12 overs to go in the day. Joe Clark is on 56, Slater 163. Seems a long time ago. I suppose it was this morning. Asiba Mead out for 42. Ben Duckett, a typical Ben Duckett effort. He made 77. Another 5, 6, 7 overs, even in this light. Notts might be looking towards night watchman territory, and of course they did it in the first innings against Warwickshire last week. Sent Dylan Pennington out, I think for the first time as night watchman, and he got a first baller.
Holland is in bowls. Clark covers up, nice high left elbows. He pushes it out to mid on. You mentioned the floodlights earlier. Obviously always pretty much been able to use them here at Grace Road, but at Cardiff last week they've got new floodlights, and as a consequence, presumably because they're more targeted or something like that, they now have permission to use them during championship games. In goes Holland and bowls, and slightly inside part of the bat by Clark as he works that behind square on the onside. You heard the call to complete a second, and he does. They were all very excited about this, talking about it, and of course we didn't have a cloud for 4 days in April, so the irony was not lost upon our Welsh colleagues.
I can remember about 20 or so years ago, a day-night one-day game, the day the Trent Bridge ones were switched on. You might even have been there, and it was all over before it got dark. The match was all over.
Holland is in bowls. Clark slaps the wide-ish delivery away to the cover/point boundary, where lurks Jake Weatherald, almost in the shade of the trees over there now. One is taken.
He used to be a regular in the Trent Bridge press box, didn't he, back in a former life?
Long time ago. Scones at tea time. Them's were the days.
Been down at all this season, the 8 teas they've had, but I understand they've been replaced by Victoria sponges and fruitcake.
Oh, better, really. Outside off stump from Holland, bowling around the wicket. Slater, who's definitely got a second wind, cuts him away behind square on the offside. Scriven grabs it at the second attempt as he skids around from third man. Slater takes 2.
I was reading your bit of paper when I was sat in your seat earlier.
Because you saw the word Newark,
I
didn't
did,
you?
yeah, the Kingdom of Newark on there, yeah,
There
the
you
cotton
go.
butter cake.
Is that familiar to you, the cotton butter cake?
No. I did see the word Newark, though.
It's a sort of fruit loaf, they tell me. I think it's sold well. In goes Holland and is driven. Again, it's wide by Slater out towards the point boundary. It's Hill who gets there first. Hill, who is actually using his sunglasses. He has got them on because he is looking directly, almost directly westwards. We're pretty much looking to the southwest. It's only taken about 13 years for me to completely work that out. It's amazing how many of my colleagues aren't actually sure which direction their grounds are facing. Down the leg side from Holland, who loses his feet almost as Clark steps across. He may have been looking to try and sort of nibble one onto leg stump, bowling behind his legs, so to speak. Clark's fondness for stepping right across, but either way, it was a good few inches down the leg side, and
I'm
Cox
all right.
took it.
I'm all right with that in Nottingham, the north, south, east, west. But as you very well know, as much as anybody, there's lots of gaps in my knowledge about essential things we look at all day. I haven't a clue about the different types of cloud that we get overhead. There's some people that will tell you that's a cumulonimbus and that's a this, that, and whatever. I don't know those. I'm not very good, even for a country lad. I'm not very good with trees. I mean, this is a ground where I don't know. We've perhaps
All
got
sorts.
We've perhaps got 7 or 8 or 10 different types of tree. I couldn't tell you one, Rich. I couldn't.
Well, you know those are limes, don't you, down
No.
Milligan Road, because I often talk about them.
There's Ben Green round the wicket, balls and well, it got a good bit of bounce and carry through to the game. I don't think actually Slater went at it with any intent. No, so I'm not very good with trees. The different sorts of birds you sometimes see on the outfield as well. Just generally everything.
It's not
apart from the
completely
cricketers,
cricket related.
and I'm not very good with them either. But there we go. Can do better. It's perhaps too late for that. 362 for 2. Slater on 166. Driven this handsomely. Weatherall's got a run to his left in front of the meet. Will cut it off. Be a couple of runs. The meet being well, I presume it's the name of the cafe and the bar away to
yes.
our right.
It is.
It's not a sponsored name as far as I
No,
know. It's just the place to go and meet people, maybe.
Came from Ayleston Road.
What did the actual building?
Yeah, basically. When, I'll tell you a funny story in a moment. I think
Green
it's
was 6 past Surrey Shanmugam, our umpire at this end, and Slater defends.
when we had the storm earlier this season. It was the very first game when Durham lost the day.
Storm Dave.
Storm race girdle. Durham had a little bit of ground damage, not much. It was just some sort of scaffolding that was blown over, wasn't it, really, that made it unsafe. But I think many one or two Leicestershire eyes were cast towards the meet, wishing that had been blown somewhere down towards the city centre. The cost of demolishing it would be extremely high.
Green balls again, width, and again Slater quick to seize on it. Once more Weatherall called into action, does the fielding. They just get a single. I don't know who that is that's out there talking to Weatherall. Is it a teammate or one of the coaching staff? But he's been there most of the day, I seem to think, or a different member has. He's always seemingly had a friend out there to natter to.
It's somebody, one of the coaching staff, I suspect, but from this distance I'd need binoculars to tell who.
365 for 2, a run for every day of the year, and now we're into a leap year with another single on the leg side. 366 for 2 as Clark goes to 60. If either of these or both get to the point where they can start again afresh tomorrow morning, they'll have all sorts of things in their sights, on their radar.
Slater's not so very far now. He's 225, I think it is his best. So
yeah, away at Durham, shared in a massive partnership with Lyndon James, who got his maiden first class 100 at the other end. Again, this is left alone, goes through to Cox at the same time as Slater got his maiden double 100, just about at the same time, the same point in the match. Nice moment for them both. 366 for 2, the end of that over. So we've got 10 overs to go, 60 balls, a maximum of 60 legal balls. That'll get us to at about 25 past 6, you'd imagine. Chat with a Jacksonville Jaguars t-shirt on.
That's Foxy Phil, who's come up to watch the Foxes from Hereford, where he's based. And the other man was Matthew, he's come from Melbourne, Australia to watch.
Good effort.
Holland is in and bowls. Oh, that came back in on Clark a little bit, and bottom hand came off the bat as he managed to bring the bat down just in time and rather shuffle it out into the offside, the ball that is.
Is he a regular?
Oh, a regular correspondent and watcher of the stream.
I'd like to think he's been able to get a bit of a natter with Fergus O'Neill, our own Melbourneian, today.
I'm not sure. I think hopefully he will have done.
Will he be here for all the match?
Yes, I think so. Or well, certainly another couple of days.
It's a long way to come for one.
Indeed, in goes. Well, he's been here for a week or so. He came to Cardiff as well. He's here for a month, basically. Holland, and again defended on the back foot by Clark. Patel doing some impressive high kicks out there, stretching the old hamstring. There's no end, and now a little dance. Clearly a good mover, Ajaz Patel. So he's going to have a little burst before the close. Burst the right word for a spinner, it isn't really, is it? In goes Holland and bowls on off stump, and Clark just calmly has to wait on the back foot.
A twirl.
Defends, yes sir.
A spinner's twirl.
366 for 2. Well, forecast I know of some was about 380 for 2 after they'd seen about 15-20 minutes, and the pitch wasn't actually going to do that much. Could be nearer 400. In goes Holland, bowls. Oh, bounces on Clark, who gets it on it, who has to take the bottom hand off the bat because he's been wrapped on the fingers. And it went behind him towards leg gully. Wasn't quite sure where it had gone. Hasn't hurt him too badly because there's no great reaction, but just for a minute you worried. Shook his right hand off. Could have been a nasty one.
Yeah. Spat up at him, didn't it?
Yes, should be. I mean, the ball is what, just 6-7 overs old, so pretty much absolutely at its best without lacquer, plenty of shine and very hard. In goes Holland and bowls. Clark walks forward into the attempted drive, pushes it firmly but only as far as Eskenazi at wide mid-off stroke extra cover.
Elsewhere in Division 1, Glamorgan 331 for 1 at the Utilita Bowl against Hampshire. Somerset at home 126 for 3, having bowled Yorkshire out for 162, 6 wickets to Lewis Gregory. And Sussex bat on 352 for 9 at the Oval against Surrey.
And if Robinson has got his century, he's got inside another batting bonus point. Tucks up Clark there. Holland, as he tries again to step across and work it into the leg side, is hit quite high, well above the knee roll. No appeal, and he's outside the line anyway, so dot ball. Holland's 19 overs now, none for 84. By his standards, not a great day. 4.4. Green has gone at 3.2 and will continue.
Division 2, Kent 348 for 9 at home to Derbyshire, century for Daniel Bell Drummond. Slow day at headquarters, Middlesex 250 for 5 against Durham, and Wantage Road, Northants have just started. They bowled Worcestershire out for 306. There's Benny Green round the wicket, pulls to Slater, eases it into the offside, and it's a dopped ball, so we're inside the final 9 overs of the day here.
That constitutes quite a good day for Kent, who've had a horrible start to the season, haven't they? About 350 or 348. I suspect that might be their best effort of the season thus far.
Got lovely conditions at the moment. A little gusty, but it'll be a cooling breeze for the players. Green bowls, and again Slater got into position just to have a push at the ball, but then quickly bailed out. He saw that it was a goodish length and took off. He's gone down. I mean, I'm not entirely sure what that little bit of gardening will do. It's as much nervous energy as anything else. It's like tapping the motorway with your bat, really. But everybody that's played the game has done it at some point, just gone down to done a little bit of tapping. Green bowls again, and Slater drops this on the leg side. These are anxious moments for Ben Slater. He's battered, as we've been saying, through the days. Over the last half an hour, a couple of times had the towel out there just to wipe his face and get some refreshing drink down his throat. Long old day. Fit young man, he's played beautifully well. Lots would like him to obviously still be there at the end and go on and bat round everybody tomorrow. Drives at one here.
Dropped.
Stopped in the offside.
Dropped. He got a hand to it.
He certainly got a hand to it.
No, it was in the air. You know, it was just hit it very, very hard, and Patel dived away high to his left. Didn't hit it into the ground. It was up there, and one of those that it would have been a miracle catch, really. But having got there, you think, well, maybe I could have clung on.
Jackie Bond, Asif Iqbal, for those of you of a certain vintage. 366 for 2. That is a long time ago. Next ball is edged for 4 between keeper and slip. It's been one of those days, and this is one of those overs for Benny Green. He may have had Ben Slater dropped from the previous ball. He should have had him caught there with a thick nick that went with the speed of a bullet, admittedly, but somehow it's found its gap between the static keeper and the static slip. And away for 4. And Slater is on his on the score that he made for Leicestershire. He got 173, didn't he, in his innings, his first innings for Leicestershire 6 years ago. And now he's on that same 173, 370 for 2. He'd like to see this over come to an end. Green bowls, and he wouldn't. He'd like to get some more runs, and he's going to get 4 here. That was cruel on the fielder, Ian Holland, the skipper, because he dived and the ball was bobbling, and it took a really sharp leap just before him. I mean, there were two things there. It was either going to go for 4 or it was going to bounce up and hit him in the face, and I think he was fearful of either of those things. The boundary followed. Ben Green, you have to say, that's a tough one to take, that over. 374 for 2.
Yeah, he very nearly collected it in his teeth there, didn't he, Ian Holland? So I'm glad that he didn't. I don't know whether the chaps can give us the replay of the Slater chance, if chance it can be called, off green. How much of a hand Ajaz got on it, but both wicket-keeper and first slip started to jump into the air.
Slater's second highest career score, this. It's only his 225 ahead of this.
Holland is in to Clark, who's looking to turn it down the leg side. Hopping across to the shortish delivery, doesn't get anything on it. You've got a 6 o'clock?
Oh, yes.
We're going to go, we're going to be joined by BBC Radio Leicester just after 6. They're going to take the last 15 minutes or so of commentary live into the sports preview show.
Oh, crikey. You didn't warn me. We
don't talk about the footy.
We had to be at our best.
In goes Holland and bowls straight, and Clark is respectful on the back foot, defends it back down the pitch to Ian Holland.
I had to apologise to Nikesh this morning, because very early on in the piece I described this as a lovely setting. Lovely cricket ground here, and just behind us the rugby ground and the Division 1 football ground. And all in good jest, folks.
Indeed.
They'll be back.
Forrest not quite safe yet. In goes Holland and bowl squares up. Clark, thickish outside edge, runs behind square on the offside down towards third man, where Green is fielding and one is taken. But that would be curious if Forrest were to go down and win the, what is it, the conference?
The Europa League. Yeah.
Europa League.
I've had a year back where sort of my footballing life started as a as a nipper, I was allowed to go with my schoolmates to Mansfield Town.
Oh, well, you've been watching Cloughie's boy.
Commentating on them all year, and of course they dropped 2 really good cup draws. Everton away in the League Cup, Arsenal at home in the FA Cups.
Round the wicket goes Holland and bowls. Slater defends out into the offside. Well, that was fun for you then?
Yes. It's a means of getting from one cricket season to the next, though, as anybody who knows me knows.
I saw a picture of Nigel in the papers the other day, and he looks a bit more grizzled, but essentially still looks about 15. One of those faces. Round the wicket comes Holland and bowls outside off stump. Driving expansively is Slater out to Hill on the cover boundary, and walks the last half of his single, which takes him on to 178. Now, 7 overs after this delivery. 200 is not impossible today, but I'd be a bit surprised. As I say, looks a bit weary, but he's getting a few away nicely. He's had those slices of luck.
Those see Leicester from the air helicopter tours still going well, aren't there? There's one just going over the ground now. Sightseeing tours of Leicester.
It's going very rapidly out of the area, isn't it? As in goes Holland, tucked nicely off his legs by Clark, and he's timed that one very sweetly out to deep mid-wicket. Hill has to run 30 yards up the ropes, but Clark and Slater settle for a couple. Good long throw, but Hill there, and he brings up the 150 partnership with that shot. Slater 77 of them, Clark 63, and it's come off 221 balls in very good time. 18 minutes and 2 hours.
Yeah, Ben Slater's dominated. 77 runs, Joe Clark 63. The stands are getting bigger. 97 for the first wicket, 131 for the second, and now 150 for this. Just see the start of this Ben Green over, and then I'll have to do a little shimmy and a chassis along the corridor and speak to the good folk of the Robin Hood County next door. 378 for 2.
Yorkshire.
Green's 22nd over begins with one that goes through to the keeper. Of course, the last ball he bowled to Ben Slater from this end, Slater nicked between keeper and slip. I fancy Patel at slip has got a little closer to his keeper. Oh no, he's gone back again. He came up and had a chat, but he's probably in the same spot again. I'll be back shortly.
Thanks to Dave. Green, wide shoulders and much hair, is in, bowls outside off stump. Attempter to Slater, who steps forward but does not attempt to drive it away in the air. I suspect Dave's not entirely convinced that that was a chance from Slater to Patel off green. I can only promise you it was, he whispers. But my word, it was travelling more or less head height and well away to his left. Got a hand to it, couldn't cling on. Green is laboured away almost all day, bowls just outside off stump. Climbs a little bit on Slater, who takes his bottom hand off the bat and pushes it out into the offside, then looks askance down at the pitch. Patel did sort of warm up a few overs ago, was doing his high kicks, etc. and dances, but well, I suppose he might get the last 2 or 3 from one end. Green and Holland have worked, as they have throughout the season, very hard, and beaten outside off stump, and he's gone. Slater has gone, it's straightened on him, and Ben Green has finally got some more reward, and Leicestershire have picked up a bowling bonus point. Little bit short of a length, did look to bounce, did look to straighten. It was a faint edge, but Cox was absolutely certain. He threw the ball into the air in triumph, and Patel celebrated at first slip. Green knew straight away. He waited for the decision, Ben Slater, and why not, but just found the edge, and Cox straight away, and the finger in fact went up straight away. An outstanding knock though from Ben Slater comes to an end. 276 balls, 359 minutes and 24 fours for Ben Slater. was a tired lift of the bat from Slater, who had given a couple of tough-ish chances. Well, the drop by Tattersall at extra cover when he was on 44 off Patel wasn't a difficult chance. That should have been taken.
The batsman is Ollie Stone.
Night watchman Ollie Stone has been sent out to try and deal with the last 6.2 overs, so it's still a bit of work for Stone to do. 378 for 3. Green 2 for 72. Has, as we've been saying, been by a margin the pick of the Leicestershire bowlers, and deserved that one, really. I might fancy picking up the Night Watchman quickly. The new ball is still quite new, 9.4 overs old. And he has 2 slips now as he goes in and bowls to Stone, who covers up straightish delivery, pushing it gently out towards mid-on. Comes to a stop before Ian Holland, walking towards it, bends down and picks it up. And Dave probably timed his update perfectly for BBC Radio Nottingham in that respect, with the wicket fell probably just as he was talking to the good folk over there in Nottingham and the district. As Green turns, almost wanders in and bowls, bounce and a little bit of lift, and comes back in to Stone, who on the back foot tries to turn it into the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, comes off the thigh pad and bounces down into the offside. So a wicket maiden for Ben Green, the persevering Ben Green. 22 overs now, 2 maidens, 2 for 72 for him. We've reached the 90 over point. Were you between boxes, or did you manage to see the?
No, I
dismissal?
saw it. I saw it. I think a couple of things there. Ben Green deserved his success, and Ben Slater was almost at the end of his powers. Just needed to get the close and have a nice sleep.
Yeah. Ben caught Ben, bowled Ben.
Yeah.
Here comes BBC Radio Leicester.
What have we got? 6 overs left?
We have. They're going to get each and every one of them. Well, Tom Scriven is taking over from Ian Holland at the Bennett end. Scriven is in, bowls outside off stump. Clark steps across and lets it go through. Well, good evening to listeners of BBC Radio Leicester, and that third wicket has only just fallen. Ben Slater, who did once have a couple of games for Leicestershire a long time ago now on loan from Nottinghamshire, and made a very good century against Lancashire for the Foxes. Well, he made a very good century today as well. The opener has, though, just been dismissed for a magnificent 178. Ben Green took the wicket, had him caught behind by Leicestershire keeper Ben Cox, but it was a rare reward for the Foxes, who, as Adam has explained, won the toss, chose to bowl first on a greenish looking pitch, in the knowledge that those green pitches at Grace Road can be a little bit deceptive, and this one was definitely one of those. It has played pretty reliably. There was a touch of movement early on, but not that much, and Notts, a very fine side, have batted extremely well, led of course by Slater. Tom Scriven is bowling at the moment from the Bennett end. He's coming down the hill. Ollie Stone, who's come in as night watchman for the visitors, is batting, and he has yet to score. At the other end, Joe Clark has 64. The other 2 men to be dismissed were the captain and fellow opener to Ben Slater, Hasib Hamid. He made a very solid 42 before again being caught by Cox off green, low to his right. Good catch by Ben Cox. That was 97 for 1. Ben Duckett played beautifully as in goes Scriven bowls. A good leave by Stone. That one came back a bit and didn't miss off stump by too much. Looked as though he was going to race to a century. Went to pull or sweeper what turned out to be a seam-up delivery from Ajaz Patel, the left-arm spinner, and he was given out leg before for 77, and then you've heard about the dismissal of Slater. Otherwise, my colleague from BBC Radio Nottingham will confirm it's been very much Nottinghamshire's day. As Scriven turns, 2 balls left in his over, bowls, touch squared up there, Stone, but he was in pretty much control as he pushed that one out into the offside. Fair summary, Dave Bracegirdle?
Very much so, yes, Richard. Good evening to new listeners. Yes, you never know what you're going to get, of course, at the start of a 4-day county championship match, and when the home side stick you into bat, a greenish tinge on the wicket this morning, you're always fearful of an early wicket or two, but once Mead and Slater had survived the early skirmishes, it's been all not since then.
In goes Scriven, bowls outside off, some bit of lift to the delivery, but Stone can and did leave comfortably. End of the 91st over of the day. 5 to go. Well, if they can somehow find another couple of wickets, Leicestershire will at least be lifted slightly. But even if they were to do that, when you've been put in, I think it would still be very much the visitors' day.
And for those just joining us, Richard, I guess we should explain that you've mentioned a couple of times that Tom Scriven's bowling. He wasn't playing at 11 o'clock this morning. An unfortunate injury to Josh Davey. We don't know how bad he is, but clearly he's been replaced in the match. At the moment there's a new trial period of substitutes being allowed in the English first class game. Josh Davey, just before tea, the penultimate over before tea, went to field the ball and just seemed to lose his footing. Here is Ben Green, who's got 2 of the 3 wickets. Bowls to Joe Clark, beats him on the inside. Clark, as is his wont, was walking forward towards it, not of any great conviction there, and nearly got into a little bit of difficulty.
How did that miss?
But we had probably a 7 or 8 minute delay, didn't we, whilst Josh Davey was helped off the pitch, and then after tea, the announcement came that he was being withdrawn from the game, so Tom Scriven, as a replacement, can obviously bat and bowl and do everything that Davey would have been able to do. That's why he's bowling now at the other end to Green, whose next delivery is just deflected down to long leg. And Nottinghamshire, the reigning Division 1 county champions, moved to 380 for 3 in a match between their near rivals, not played each other in the championship since a Division 2 meeting 4 years ago, and there's been sketchily few meetings, hasn't there, this century really, between the two sides. The paying public that have waited to see these two fighting out have come in their numbers today, as Ollie Stone, the night watchman, brought into the Nott side, plays this up to Hull at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, no, they have. We were estimating at tea that we reckon 800 at least, which is Leicestershire's best championship crowd for several years, I would guess. I'm sure the club will be able to confirm that in due course, but it has been lovely to see.
There's Ben Green. Stone yet to score. He's faced 7 balls and he's edged and he's gone at second slip. And Green now has 3. And late on in the day here, Leicestershire just adding a touch of respectability to the scorecard. They're fighting their way through in the closing moments of the day here. A couple of wickets have gone down in quick succession, both to Green. This was edged to second slip. There's not too much by way of clear-cut chances gone Leicestershire's way today. There's been 1 or 2 sort of half chances, but that was a regulation nick, and Ollie Stone, the night watchman, has gone for naught. And what do Notts do now inside the last 4 and a bit overs? Do they send another night watchman out there, or?
It was quite early, wasn't it? 6 overs to go, but it was flat. But
Ajaz Patel, I think,
was quite new. Yes, it was Ajaz Patel at second. He almost guided it into his hands, didn't he? Really, just pushed forward hard. Very nearly bowled Joe Clark a couple of deliveries earlier, and it is going to be
Jack Haynes, who's
back to the batting order.
So you sometimes wonder why they do that, and that's 2 matches in a row where that sort of backfired on Notts. Against Warwickshire last weekend, a wicket went down with not long left to go in the day. In fact, just to cheer Leicestershire supporters up even more, Notts lost 3 wickets in the last 10 balls of the day a week ago against Warwickshire. Doing exactly that, a wicket went down. They sent Dylan Pennington out as night watchman. He got a first baller. Then they sent Liam Patterson-White out, and he was dismissed as well. So Leicestershire pressing hard here late on in the day.
I tend to think it's legitimate in the sort of last 2 overs, but 6 or 7 is pushing your luck a little bit.
And it's hard just to sort of speculate when the wicket goes, well, what's the light going to be out in the middle, because there's some dark clouds around, and when they're in front of the sun it's very dark and gloomy and almost wintry, but as soon as they part, it's a lovely summer's evening. Here's Green then into Jack Haynes, drives this up to Josh Hall at mid-off, and there's no run. Last couple of matches have been feast or famine for Jack Haynes. Got a century against Glamorgan 2 games ago. Scores of 0-1 against Warwickshire last weekend. Highly talented youngster, one of the former Worcestershire Brigade, as is his batting partner at the other end, Joe Clark, who's 65 not out. Green bowls from the pavilion end. Now, it started very wide and went even wider still, but our umpire at this end, Surrey Shanmugam, calls over. Success for Ben Green. Late in the day, his figures have been transformed somewhat. He's now got figures of 3 for 73 from 23 overs, 2 of which have been maidens.
He has, almost from the start, been Leicestershire's best bowler today. Kept things tight early on. He's gone for a few in his second spell, but this third spell with the new ball has been pretty good, and he gets a big round of applause from the Leicestershire members down below us in the members' seats. He's at third man at the moment as Scriven comes bustling in from the Bennett end. Bowls to Clark down the leg side. Clark again stepping right across, and looks as though he might be a candidate to be bowled behind his legs, but that was too wide down the leg side.
Well, he went a long way across, but he also went a long way forward. He was almost trying to play the ball a yard down the track, wasn't he?
He does use his feet a lot, and for the most part well, I think.
Field's been spread deep. Look, they're giving him one. They want to bowl at Jack Haynes.
Scriven is in and bowls. Touch squared up as Clark there, as that delivery on off stump. It seems a bit of a...
Yeah, I can understand him wanting to bowl at Ollie Stone, but...
Yes, Haynes is a frontline batsman,
yeah.
And yes, there are only 3.4 overs to go, but it does seem a little, I don't know, presumptuous. A little bit of an insult to Jack Haynes, but I'm sure he's not bothered, he don't mind.
Clark ought to take the single, really, because he's well
Yes,
set.
absolutely.
65.
Scriven is in, he's stepping across, and there he will take the single there as he pushes it out to mid-off. And mid-off, like all the other fielders, is halfway back, Eskenazi in this case. So Clark will take the one, move on to 66, 381 for 4.
It just seemed a matter of when Ben Slater was going to get out, wasn't it? In the over before he got out, he edged. He drove Ben Green to Patel in the covers, was put down. Next ball he edged between keeper and slip for 4. It's a very shaky period of his innings.
He just run out of a bit of steam,
yeah.
But he more than did his job. As in goes Scriven and bowls to Haynes, who pushes it back, or attempts to push it back past him. Scriven sticks out a right foot and manages to stop the ball with it. Didn't quite hit it as cleanly as he would have liked. Haynes too using his feet to get forward and across to Scriven on that occasion. It's blessedly cooler now with the sun going behind that cloud. I can see great rays coming through the broken cloud away to the west. It's a spectacular sight, but it has been very hot. In goes Scriven and bowls very straight, and Haynes gets off the mark by pushing between mid-wicket and mid-on. Mid-on has to scramble across to his right hole, and Haynes takes 1. Are they going to give Clark 1 again? Seems a little unnecessary. BBC Radio Leicester departing, it sounds like. Just when it's getting exciting.
What have we got, 3 to go?
Three overs after this one,
Yeah.
after this single delivery. In goes Scriven and bowls, looking to drive, a bit inside edgy there from Clark. 1 or 2 oohs and ahs, and hands started to go into the air, manages to squeeze it out through the vacant square leg area. Take 1, Hill is the fielder, and move on to 67, and move his side on to 383 for 4.
Yeah, 3 overs left in the day. It's a good score in a day's cricket. 383 for 4, irrespective of any more they might add in the last 18 deliveries here, Notts. But they'll certainly want to push on tomorrow if they can, and make sure they're bowing out of this innings as and when, with the full complement of 5 batting bonus points for reaching 450. That's only 67 runs away. Here's Green then, starting a new over. Short, pulled away by Clark on the leg side for a single. Almost got a game within a game here. Leicestershire pushing the fielders out deep for Joe Clark, allowing him to get a single, and then bringing them all in and trying to put a little bit of pressure on the relatively new player Jack Haynes.
Well, Robinson pulled another surprise. He actually declared 358 for 9. I like Robinson as a captain. He was full of ideas when they came to us in the first game.
Yes. Green in again, wide enough to be left alone.
Should be declared then before he got his 100. Look, see.
This is the game at the Oval between Surrey and Sussex. Sussex making a fine start to the season, despite being docked.
No.
12 points.
He declared when he got his 100.
Okay. Haynes is on strike, just a single to his name so far. Green bowls to him, and straight enough just to warrant that defensive push back just onto the offside.
Even so, 92 for 7 to 358 for 9 declared. Who'd be a bowler?
Good effort from Sussex. Good effort from Ben Green today. 3 of the 4 wickets to go down. The other one, the spin of Ajaz Patel, getting Ben Duckett. LBW is wide enough to be left alone. Don't think you're going to get Jack Haynes chasing after a ball that he can leave. At 8. No, we haven't. We've got 14 balls left in the day. 2 overs and 2 balls remaining here at the home of Leicestershire Cricket. Of course, we'll be back on air, back doing it again just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. I hope you can join us then. Green in again. Haynes once more lets it go through to Cox.
Just thee and me tomorrow. See if we can drag up a player or 2.
Saturday tomorrow, isn't it? These long bank holiday weekends often leave you a little bit confuddled as to what day it actually is. There's Green bowling, Haynes defence. Don't necessarily think it has been a bank holiday today, has it? May Day, always traditionally was. You'd go off and dance around the maypole and do other things. I think they
Monday is though, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they do that. The old maypole dancing at the end of the May now. I know this little village in Nottinghamshire, Wellow, they've still got one of the last remaining maypoles in the country. They always used to have a May Day celebration, but I think that's now been pushed to the end of the month. Is it Whit? They call it the Whit Bank Holiday Monday celebration. I can see you dancing around a maypole with your coloured ribbons.
Can you?
Bells jingling on your booties.
Scriven is in from the Bennett end, stepping across his Clark and clipping beautifully away towards deep mid wicket. It is going to be cut off by Rishi Patel, who finds himself out there, and Clark takes 2. And yeah, I'm not convinced of this field, and neither is Ajaz Patel, who's sort of at slip at the moment, basically giving Clark 1.
Well, they're also,
well, he's taking 2.
But also essentially letting him have a free passage to the end of play.
Scriven is in. Clark, that bounces over the top of leg stump, steps forward and across. doesn't get anything on it. He rehearses a scoop stepping across, but didn't get anything on it, and it bounced over the top of leg stump.
Yes, I think he'll be sat in a darkened corner of the dressing room all night. I don't think he'll go back to Nottinghamshire this evening if he gets out doing something like that late in the day. As I say, there's no pressure on him at all.
No.
Drop it and take a single if you want. Just push it back to the bowler if you don't.
Scriven in, bowls again, forward and across. Scriven banged it in. Clark just turned it off his body from outside off stump down towards Josh Hull at long leg, and one is taken. Clark on to 71. Scoreboard is now sort of its usual prompt self. So yes, I think it just needed switching off and on again. So often does the trick,
like most of us do.
Well, how many computers just seem to need momentary rest. Scriven is in, walking down is Haynes, and on driving, on pushing, and he's got it through, and it's going to go up to the very straight boundary behind Ian Holland. He made a good effort to get across. Holland diving across to his left, couldn't get there. It was a nice shot by Haynes, no follow through, just a very firm straight push. Momentum gain from stepping forward, and nicely timed, and he picks up 4, moves on to 5.
Don't think Josh Holland will be overly pleased with his day.
Ian Holland.
Josh Hull.
Josh Hull, okay.
Yeah, wasn't it a Del Boy episode? Didn't they go from Hull to Holland or something?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Stars. Those stars, yeah, hundreds of them. You remember trying to get Uncle Albert to steer it across the North Sea by the stars.
Scriven is in. A very deliberate and determined and forceful leave by Haynes, who stepped forward and lifted his bat almost violently over the line of the ball.
Yeah, such is cricket, and particularly the first class game. I mean, he's likely to come back, and if he gets a bowl tomorrow morning, he's likely to finish this innings with a fifer. You know, such is the way, but he's not had a great day today, Josh, has he?
Yeah, it was did he bowl in the end about 12, something like that. Scriven is in. Haynes is forward, walking forward. There's an appeal for leg before, but for me he was well outside the line of off stump by the time it thumped into his pads, and of course he was also 4 or 5 steps, well, baby steps, so 2 or 3 normal steps down the pitch, and umpire Illingworth walks away. He's almost handing Scriven his cap before the appeal has faded in the air. 1 over to go. Notts 391 for 4, and a gull squawks overhead.
Seba Mead was the only player to be dismissed in the morning session after Notts had been put in. Caught Cox bowled Green for 42. It was a good catch low down. He dived across to his right in front of first slip. Ben Cox to see off the Notts skipper. There is Ben Green into Joe Clark, and an inside edge past the stumps and past Cox, and he's going to get 4 fortuitous runs. I said in the last over, and as soon as I said it, I sort of regretted it. If he got himself out, he'd be kicking himself, but he's played 1 or 2 nervy shots here, and that was one of them. A lovely delivery from Green, which jagged back, and the inside edge, as I say, could have done 2 things. It could have flown to the keeper, or it could have clattered into the off peg.
Wow.
As it is, 395 for 4. It was 120 for 1 at lunch, Nottinghamshire, in the afternoon session, after a partnership of 131 between Duckett and Slater. Ben Duckett, LBW, Ajaz Patel for 77. Green to bowl to Joe Clark, who's now on 75. Make that 76 as he just drops this on the leg side. The field was out in the deep, so a comfortable single. At tea, Notts were 282 for 2, and in this final session they've lost the wicket of Ben Slater, out after a 6-hour marathon innings which consumed 276 balls. He hit 24 fours. Caught Cox bowled Green for 178. That was 378 for 3, and that quickly became 380 for 4 as the night watchman Ollie Stone was caught by Ajaz Patel. Almost like a morning catching practice. He just guided it into the hands of Patel at second slip off the bowling of Green. Joe Clark came in at the fall of the second wicket, Duckett mid-afternoon. He's 76 not out. Jack Haynes only been out there for 10 or 15 minutes. He's 5 not out. There's Green bowls and an edge, and that's 4 more between first and second slip, and not so just cashing in here on the odd lapse in the field, and that boundary has the significance of the 400 coming up, and that's a good effort on any day of cricket really for Notts. 400 for 4 in the final over of the day. Just ran between first and second slip. It wasn't catchable but should have been stopped. Green has been very unfortunate on a number of occasions. It's taken Haynes to 9, and we've got 3 balls left in the day. Of course, if a wicket goes down now, that'll be it. They'll troop off. As from next year, we would see out the end of the over. He bowls now, and Haynes will just help it down to long leg for a single. So the nice little even number we had on the board is no longer there. It's 401 for 4.
You like your symmetry, don't you? You're talking about that.
That's a score, Dave. 400 for 4.
We can do our maths as well when it's nice round numbers.
Brings Clark back onto strike. Got 2 balls left in the day. Speaking of symmetry. There should be a boundary this next ball, because this over has gone 4-1, 4-1. So 10 from 4 balls takes Notts to 401 for 4. 2 deliveries left in the day, and it is going to be down the leg side, and it was a famous car brand that was a 405, wasn't there, at one stage? I don't know if you can still get him. We've got 405 on the board now, and Clark on to 80. So again, just reiterating, his last 4 innings are now 100, 80 odd, 90 odd, and now 80 again in very much peak form. There's 1 ball left in the day, and I think it's only appropriate if we let the voice of Leicestershire cricket see us to bed.
14 off Ben Green's over. He's been, as Dave said, pretty unfortunate at times, and see if he can finish with a wicket. In he goes and bowls, and he nearly does. Goodness me, he beats Clark on the back foot. The appeal is for the stumping from Ben Cox. Whether he actually kept hold of the ball, I'm not sure. Clark was back in his crease. He's looking round, looking slightly puzzled. It's a dot ball, but Green again, no luck at all. Holland still has his hands on his head, and I'd love to see that one again if the chaps can run us a replay.
They've gone home.
They've gone. Well, let us all go home, because it was an entertaining day, certainly from Notts' point of view. They scored their runs at 4.22 runs and over. 405 for 4 off 96 is one hecker of a day after you have been put into bat, and congratulations to them, and to Ben Slater in particular with magnificent 178. 80 not out to Joe Clark, 77 to Ben Duckett, 42 Nasib Hamid, and going in Haynes, Jack Haynes, that is 10 not out. Only poor Ollie Stone, the night watchman, missed out with a duck. Ben Green comfortably the pick of the Leicestershire bowlers, 3 for 88. He probably bowled better than that suggests, but big applause for Joe Clark in particular as he leads Jack Haynes off the field. Power to add Notts in the morning. They'll be looking to go past 600 and only bat once in this game. Leicestershire with lots of work to do. Hopefully you can join Dave Bracegirdle and myself, Richard Ray, tomorrow around about 5 to 11 when we'll bring you commentary on day 2 of this Rothesay Division 1 County Championship match. But for now, from Uptonsteel, Grace Road, from Dave and myself, and from Nikesh, it's a very good night to you all. Good night.